this feeling I get. My heart's in the right place, and so is my soul, yeah. I won't take no excuses for it. I want it, love it, need it, live it. I feel like something's missing when I do not have it. I feel it in my bones, gotta find my space. These emotions on my face, taking a toll, I gotta pay it forward. I'll give it all that I can. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. Yeah, no what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. I won't, baby. Just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the key. Lifting me, lifting you. Can't go alone, let's do by two. Doing this together, it's me by you. All through the night, all through the night. This is me, this is you. When we get together, we can all pull through. I don't ever wanna stop this groove. Let's get it right. Take it to the Lord, then take it to the grave. Listen to the wise man, tell me what he say. Listen to your heartbeat like it still bleed. A little bit of hope, yeah, it's what we still need. Say a little prayer for the moment. Give what you got, just go in. Can't hold you back if you own it. Live your life like it's chosen. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. I won't, baby. Just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the key. Know what I need, I know what I need. You find the keys,
Chasing love in an empty bar. Pour a drink till I make it past. The midnight hour seems to come and go, but I know. Walk on up with a drink in hand, sipping mixers cause you can. And all the lights begin to switch off. You're chasing the night, holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the night, chasing the night, chasing the chasing the night, holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the night, holding on for life, feeding the high, chasing the night, chasing the night. Hotel rooms and city squares, champagne bottles just to get a few. Day to day, you wanna stay out. You're chasing the light, holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the light, chasing the light, chasing the light.
We're living for the moment now, we're one with the world. I can't lose this feeling I get. My heart's in the right place, and so is my soul, yeah. I won't take no excuses for it. Love it, need it, live it. I feel like something's missing when I do not have it. I feel it in my bones, gotta find my space. These emotions on my face, taking a toll, I gotta pay it forward. I'll give it all that I can. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. Yeah. No what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. I won't be there. Just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to RCI TV. Today, we bring you our biggest event yet, and personally, one that I've been looking forward to ever since Kunos announced that Bathurst was coming to Assetto Corsa Competizione. Today, we bring you 12 hours of racing across 2 servers, 4 splits, 11 manufacturers, 39 different cars, 13 different cars, 39 different driver nationalities, 91 teams, 299 drivers, and 20 different RCI staff members. 12 hours of the Bathurst Mount Panorama racetrack. Today is here to be epic. Hello, everybody. My name is Mike Jones, joined today by an absolute roster of some of the best sim racing commentators there are. Over the course of the day, we'll be breaking into 2 broadcasting teams to bring you 12 hours of racing action. Starting to the race today, Stewie will be directing the cameras for none other than Mr. Ryan Gill and whom else but, of course, George G. Mac Smith. Later on during the race, Nick Setnik, of course, will take over the broadcast for myself and the one and only Mr. Jesse Lee. Now, guys, we've been pretty hyped for this race for a while. We've been talking here in the booth for quite a bit of time about just being hyped for this, and all the stewards, all the staff, all the community in general is just all sorts of hype. Ryan's put together a fantastic race program. Fabian Schmidberger, of course, put together not one but two spotter guides for both of the splits running today. By the way, if you guys in the chat haven't checked those out, you should absolutely check down in the description below for those links and keep update with all the information about the teams, as well as our sponsors and upcoming events. Oh, and by the way, I hadn't mentioned this one yet. If anybody hasn't been paying attention to Discord, we also have a giveaway going on later in the day, of course, but we do have that live in the chat now. Exclamation point giveaway should bring that up for you. Stewie will bring the commands up on the screen for you to watch to run with our bot here in a second. Bot is not quite up yet. We will get that link out to you guys here soon. But Next Level Racing, our sponsors, have a sim rig packaged up and ready to send to one lucky community member or driver today, an FGT Lite. Make sure you guys check that out. So now, getting into the meat of it, though, Ryan, I had the pleasure of commentating the qualifying with you 2 weeks ago. That was, I'm just going to use the term a fight. Like, that was 30 minutes of just an absolute fight of a qualifying race. And these guys here on screen right here didn't even end up qualifying. This is, of course, Jimmy Broadbent racing with Jardier. They're going to be starting from the back of the pack, but even if they had been there, it would have been a very tight qualifying for them, Ryan. What were some of your favorite highlights from that?
Well, I think one of the favorite highlights I had, Mike, was definitely the 899 car of the nearly on pace Mercedes. I mean, that car towards the end of qualifying was sitting in about 12th or 13th place, and Joe McCauley set an incredible lap time to just get that car within the top 10, get them through to Superpole, and well, then of course they've only found themselves starting in the top 5 for the race. So they've done really well, you know, the 899 team. But like you said, another highlight, the 39 Nissan not present for qualifying. The 51 Mercedes of the AOR team were not present either. And probably one of the biggest shocks was that the FFS Racing team, Jarkko Torvinen, Andre Franke, and Mike Noble all start towards the back as well, as they were absent from qualifying. So, you know, they've got work to do right from the start of the race. They're going to hope, well, they're going to be hoping that maybe a couple of people go off on the first lap. They can make some easy places. But even so, it's going to be an absolute slog for them throughout the entire race. And I'm looking forward to tracking their progress.
Yeah, I am too, because I think that's going to be kind of the key ones there, right? There's 3 of these teams that didn't end up actually qualifying, and so starting from the back is not easy to do. But at Bathurst, who knows? It might end up being a blessing, right? Being caught up in the middle of a pack at Bathurst can sometimes be bad, and considering we only had, 1.7 seconds, I believe it was, between first and last place, it's such a tight race in qualifying that, you know, a tenth here, a half a tenth here could mean 5 positions. And so, you know, starting from the back could be interesting. I mean, here's the connection loss racing team of Martin Lorink in the 404 Bentley for these guys. These are pretty common drivers around RCI. Even they, you know, did you know, pretty well, like slapping down some qualifying laps, and still just it's so difficult to get up into the top of this split with all the drivers we have. But George, you got a chance to not sit down within the comm box, but watch this race, or the qualifying rather, a couple weeks ago. You get a little bit of different perspective doing that rather than being in the comms box as a spectator. Did you have anything that you were keeping an eye on during that qualifying?
I mean, for myself, there was a little bit of bias because I had a team in the running that was, you know, doing a qualifying session. So I was, you know, keeping a beady eye out on seeing how they were sort of transgressing. So although I got to sort of take a gap from sitting in the comms box, it was nonetheless just as stressful. And, you know, it was an incredibly tight field. I think that's the best part about the drivers that we have featured out here today, is just the absolute class that this field brings. So for me, having all these guys bringing their absolute heat out in the Super Bowl was really cool to see. I think you kind of touched on it. It's not the biggest factor is how you start the race. I mean, there is a phase of, if you get a good start and you stay out the front and don't have an incident, it can be the best race that you have. But 12 hours at a place like Bathurst is going to be a grueling enduro. So I think that there's going to be a couple of mix-ups and change-ups throughout the progress of the race. And I think everybody's going to get a bit of a chance to see their favorite cars out on the circuit, for all the viewers that have tuned in to come and see what this action-packed sort of sim racing event is all about. I mean, it's been a big one. The Spotter's Guide, as well as the race program that was presented, makes this just feel like a top-class event. And having the drivers to match that, you can't ask for more as a broadcaster.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what the plan was here for this Bathurst event, right? So currently, Justin Hartkemper here that we're on board with, looking back, I believe that's the Mintzilla 39 Nissan behind him of Broadbent and Hanzik. But this guy was on the team that ended up finishing within some of the top spots of our 6-hour Barcelona race. Subsequently, got an invite for this event themselves, and so they earned their way into this and have just shown how strong our competitors they are, competing in the Pro-Am split here at Bathurst. And it's something that Jesse Lee, I think almost above all else between all the commentators we have here at RCI, you really seem to know the drivers really well here. You recognize a lot of the names and the consistency of them. You've been commentating for the drivers for so long. I mean, what do you think about this just roster of drivers that we have here? It's huge, in my opinion.
Yeah, it sure is. Hello, everybody out there at RCI TV and abroad. It's great to be here for this enormous 12-hour race. And Mike Jones, you hit it right on the head. We have so many teams here today. It's hard to pick a favorite. I mean, I could just literally go down the list and have my pick of the litter here, but I've got two Zilla teams out there. Of course, Ford Zilla with Darren King and Sean Arnold, and of course, Mintzilla, Jaroslav Hanzik, also known as Jardier, and Jimmy Broadbent, or as I like to call him, Breadbox, in that car, and they'll be starting from the back. But also favorites, that Renwell Coach Dave Academy team with James Parker and Samir Ibrahimi, it's going to be hard to go against them. But then again, FFS Racing, Jarko Torvin and Andre Franca and Mike Noble. I mean, it's like being a kid in a candy shop here, really just looking through this list. Folks, here's my idea for you guys today. Sprout some extra eyeballs, keep some at the front and some at the back, because a lot of these fast guys that are starting at the back today, well, boys, it's a 12-hour race, and they're going to be coming through this field, so might as well keep an eye on them. But also, it's going to be important to keep an eye on who's out front too, because I suspect that lead's going to change hands several times. Mistakes abound here at Panorama. Anything is possible.
Mistakes are going to be the key thing here, especially I think in this first half hour of the race. So the Griffax engineering team, Hendrickson, Shermantinsky, and Warden, of course, being on the pole in their number 11 Mercedes. For this with, I believe, Ryan, it was the 899 alongside of them, right? The White Rabbit Gaming team of Georgia's homeland, in fact, back down in South Africa. So, they're taking on the front row and hopefully making a break, basically, is what they're going to want, right? They're going to want to basically get out in front, make sure that they're not in traffic, don't make those mistakes the first 20 to 30 minutes, because a small mistake from anybody over across the top of the mountain can just lead to chaos. I know you've been talking with your White Rabbit Gaming guys a lot probably over the past couple of weeks, George. I mean, what's their plan going into the opening laps here?
I mean, we starting quite far down from where we would have maybe wanted to start, but it's also a different car choice coming out from us going into a Bentley. It's not something that we're familiar with. So it's the game strategy in our pre-driver sort of meeting that we had was just to take it easy and have as much fun as possible. I think being a part of this event is always good, and we've got quite a few South African representatives. So you know, my heart just kind of always sits with the South African drivers, but I support the entire field of EU and all other nationalities that come out to drive. But for us as a team, we are a team of 4 drivers that haven't all driven together. We've got some really cool plans coming up in the future for the team, but this is just an event for us where a top 10 finish would be great. If we can't manage that and everything falls to pieces, it's not going to be the end of the world as long as we can stick it out. It's all there. I think that goes out to all the teams. Things do happen at the mountain, and you just got to pick yourself up sometimes and just slug it out. Anything can happen up in front of you, and a position just becomes available. You just have to know that until that checkered flag waves, there's very, very many factors that can still come into the race.
Yeah, and I think that's a good attitude to have. I mean, going into Bathurst, it's like I said a few minutes ago, you know, one mistake from not even yourself can mean a lot, right? These guys are gonna have to just keep an eye out in front of them, and at times you can't really do that at Bathurst across the top of the mountain. So you almost rely on your teammates to kind of help you out and say, hey, there's a yellow flag in front. You know, make sure you're staying on the right side of the track, left side of the track, or whatever. And so yeah, it's something they're gonna have to keep an eye on. But something I'd like to talk about before Jesse and I leave Ryan, George, and Stewie to do this first part of the race. I'm gonna put us on the spot here for a second. I don't think that I want to pick winners, because I think it's going to be impossible, absolutely and utterly impossible to pick a winner here. But I'd like to hear from all the commentators and think, who is your car that you're watching today? Who is that car that you're expecting to just be able to be consistent, assuming that they can stay out of trouble, be consistent, keep together the entire race, and hopefully come home with a good finish? Mr. Ryan Gill, what do you think?
Well, I mean, if we're gonna be looking at cars to keep an eye on, I mean, I think one of the big cars in my mind to keep an eye on is definitely going to be the Kunos Racing Team, the 778 car. I mean, they qualified all the way down in 40th place. They're running the Aston V12 as well. So a bit of an interesting car choice, but they're going to be one to watch. They always seem to start further near the back and then work their way up through the field. And obviously another car that I'm very interested to see how they do on as well today is, of course, the nearly on pace car, the 899, because Mikael Sundstrom, Alexander Guglia, and Joe McCauley in that car. It's quite an impressive lineup, and starting on the second row, well, first row of the grid, sorry, second position. You know, they're in one of the perfect, you know, spots to start the race. They've just got to hope that everyone behind them keeps it clean.
Jesse? Oh, I think we lost Jesse just briefly. Apologies. We'll come back to him in a second. So, what are you thinking, George? I mean, I think the obvious answer for you might be your of course your WRG car, but do you have another one you're trying to keep an eye on?
You know, it's of course the WRG car is going to be someone that I'm going to have my eye out on, but I think it's too difficult to really just pick a car that I'm going to track my progress with any other sort of team that's such. It really are just a handful of manufacturers. I'm a bit of a Porsche fan as well. Very limited cars being picked, very limited car choice being picked here. It is going to be difficult for them to do 12 hours here. So perhaps the 137 is going to, you know, catch my attention, see how they progress through. Again, it's maybe check in with me at the halfway marker. I know we're not allowed to just change our opinions, but I'm just excited really for seeing how everyone does. I talked about it in a podcast the other day. It's all about just watching sim racing growing and seeing people take this as seriously as they can. And all the drivers and teams here have put times into their social media, the effort in practice and getting a setup together. So all of that comes together along with all the efforts of our RCI team and staff to put on an event. You know, it's been a big build-up, and it almost feels surreal to feel that we're here now. So I'm just amped to see what we get. And getting to kick off the race and start things away with Ryan, I mean, that's an honor itself. I get to do a lot of commentary with Ryan, but this is a big event, and for us too, it's an awesome privilege to be able to start off the race.
Yeah, I was thinking of the same thing actually. Me and Jesse Lee, of course, get to commentate a fair amount together. We did the Night Owl Championship that just wrapped up, as well as just just various other races. But me and Jesse doing something like this together, 12 hours of Bathurst, it's just a whole nother level of excitement, of hype, just of everything, right? I mean, you watch this track. I mean, we're looking at the front splitter cam here from the Mintzilla 39 of Broadbent coming through the cutting here, and you can see just how difficult this track is. This track is only a couple car widths wide, and this car, I'm sure, is doing about 120 miles an hour right now, give or take, coming through the mountain section here. It is very tight. A mistake can really mean a lot. But Jesse, before we release these guys, I want to hear your opinion here. I apologize, I don't know if you caught it. Not necessarily picking a winner here, but what is your team that you're keeping an eye on throughout this race?
Well. It is time for that period. I cannot go against that 449 team today. That Runwell Coach Dave Academy team. That's going to be the horse I'm going to ride into the barn tonight. I mean, come on, it's James Parker and Samir Ibrahimi. How could you not?
That's fair. I mean, so Samir Ibrahimi, of course, guys, for those of you who don't know in the chat, Samir Ibrahimi won SRO AM, which is about, that's the non pro driver split from the SRO, not real life pro drivers. That is your elite sim drivers that had to qualify in to the SRO championship and subsequently bring themselves into the championship. Samir won that. James Parker, of course, does all the setups for Coach Dave, and he's just a certified alien in and of himself. Excellent driver. Both of these guys are going to be one to keep an eye on. I think I have about I have one main team that I want to keep an eye on today, and that's actually this one right here, the Racing Line Motorsport team. Racing Line Motorsport, this is their more academy team, right? This isn't their top team or anything like that. Still qualified for our pro class today. They're currently in practice in 3rd place, which practice doesn't mean a ton, right? But still, I think that these guys are going to be a very strong contenders. They just very recently ran a 12 hours of Bathurst. I believe it was with another community inside ACC, and did very well inside of that. I think that with that practice and being Racing Line Motorsport, of course, with Stefano Chinapi and Jan Honorati behind them, managing that team, are going to just be excellent throughout this race. But one team I would like to shout out besides that is the number 12 Honda of PCDC Motorsports. Of course, George and Ryan had a chance to, and Jesse, had a chance to commentate for them at the 12 Hours of Suzuka with our old community Redline Motorsport, and these guys finished on the podium there. One of their members, their actual SRO pro driver, Vincent Erbich, recently had an accident. He's recovering and doing well from what I'm understanding, but has not been able to come to this race. And these guys are still going to be putting on a show besides that. They're showing up to this race in that Honda, number 12 for PCDC, and they're going to come in and put in a race regardless. And so, I think that PCDC has always been a huge thing for me. I love those guys, and they were actually the original community that I started racing with when I came into ACC. So I'm really awesome to see them still out here, even though they've had some some medical limitations, let's say. And I'm really curious to see how they do. But yeah, Jesse, any final thoughts? And I think it is about that time, guys. We are 8 minutes from grid time.
Well, one thing's for sure. I am just glad to be here. I'm glad to be with all you guys and you guys at home watching as well. Thank you to everybody who's going to help us put on this show today. We've got a whole gallery full of stewards, commentators, broadcasters, people working social media. It is fantastic to be here. And Mike, I just cannot wait.
I can't either, Jesse. I mean, I'll be racing myself over in Split 2, Silver and Am Split, for my Seals on Wheels team. So if you guys are in the Silver and Am Split, I will be there alongside you. I am starting the race for our team for the 555 Aston. So I will see you guys over there. Big shout out to our stewards today, head stewards, Fabian Schmidberger, Jake Boswell, and Olivier Hamu, going to be heading up the stewarding team today. And of course, AJ McDaddy, Daniel Montiero, and Stephen DeVoist working our race control channel, taking in reports for the incidents. You guys can expect live stewarding as normal. And yeah, it's going to be just a hell of a race, guys. I'm super excited to get this going. George, Ryan, I'm sure you guys are super excited to get it started. And of course, me and Jesse will be back alongside Nick Setnik here in about 3 hours or so to take over for you for the middle part of the race. Guys in the chat, keep these guys entertained, but I'm sure they will not need any assistance as Bathurst will bring the entertainment. I hope everybody enjoys, and Jesse, I believe it is our time to head out. Ryan Gill, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, Mike Jones and Jesse Lee, for joining us here in the commentary box for the pre-race talk. And of course, I will be joined by George Smith for the first 3 hours of the race here today. And George, well, we've had the talk. Everyone's said their piece on what they think about the race, and well, I know it's 12 hours long, but you know, how excited are you to just get this race underway right here, right now, and just get right into the first 3 hours of racing in the dark, and then transitioning into the sunlight?
To be honest with you, Ryan, I think I'm glad that we still have 5 minutes on the clock. It's time to cool my nerves. I think that a lot of the drivers here also, just dialing the final bits and pieces as we ride on board with Sahir Essa down that Conrad Strait. And this is a team, again, I didn't really get to talk about them too much. I tweeted about them today. A mostly South African fielded team. They've got, of course, Sahir Essa, who from here is just a local South African alien. And then Bashir Jadwad joining up from the ATK main team. He's on board with this Infinity Esports Ferrari, so good to see them pairing up. I mean, it's a combo that I've wanted to see race together, and getting to see them up against the world's best going to be good to see. Currently sitting in 5th in free practice, and we've always said this, the free practice doesn't really count for much. Gives us some time to get a little feel of the drivers that are in the field and run through some of the pilots of these cars. And Ryan, it's going to be a good one, I feel.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting for sure. So, guys, we are going to have just a quick server restart before the race goes live to the session, and we will be back shortly with the live coverage. Just a quick restart to make sure everyone's entries are working correctly. And we're moving over towards the live event, of course, starting at 2 o'clock BST.
It's, always a little bit of a situation when you've got so many cars and drivers having to get in with an entry list. So to make sure that everybody is in is absolutely critical. And the server going back up very shortly will let us get back into the racing action. Of course, that's going to cut down on some of that practice time that drivers were maybe trying to get in. But you know what they say, if you coming into the final 30 minutes of the race, you probably, or the final 5 minutes of your practice session, you probably have done everything that you can. And it's now up to what you can do on the circuit when you go over to the race session.
Yeah, so all the teams being given their final chance to get themselves ready, get their teams in, make sure that their drivers join in the correct order. And this is going to be it, because we are soon going to be underway for the 12 hours of Bathurst. And George, something that we haven't really touched on much, I kind of alluded to it a bit in my previous point, but obviously Mike Jones and Jesse Lee didn't really have much time to touch on the subject. We're going to be replicating the kind of conditions and start times that the real life race has. So obviously that does mean that we're going to be starting in the dark. Now, you and I have obviously experienced this track as drivers and racers in ACC in different leagues and events and stuff. You know, for some of the people that maybe haven't raced here at Bathurst before, just kind of give them a bit of an insight into, you know, what it is like to start a race around here in pitch black darkness, 40 plus cars on the grid.
I mean, I guess the honest answer is that it's not pitch black because you've got so much lighting coming up from all the other cars around you that it really does feel like just controlled chaos. Everybody just trying to find a spot to find their comfortable zone whilst trying to obviously get their best track position. The darkness obviously affects your braking points. Drivers here have obviously done their practice sessions in getting accustomed to it. It's maybe a little bit different to real life racing where you might not get all that sort of practice time out. So you are able to, of course, set your own settings ahead of going into a race in the sim. So I feel that it's going to be interesting for us. It's going to be beautiful as broadcasters to be able to watch a start like this with 40 plus cars on the grid, getting to hear the roars of the various manufacturer motors as they wind down. Bathurst definitely going to show us who's the best of the best out there. And in this series, I think 12 hours is just enough. You couldn't go for any more. I think less people would definitely vote for if they wanted to, but 12 hours is going to push people to the maximum.
Yeah. It really does. It really does knack you out. I mean, I've done a couple of 1 hour races around here at Mount Panorama, and you really do start to feel it towards the end of that race. So some of these guys are going to be double stinting around this circuit. Absolutely unbelievable. It's it really is going to take it out of them, and I'm going to be looking forward to see how all of these guys do. And I definitely think a few teams are going to, their performance is really going to start to slow down a lot towards the end of the race. A few of these guys that bit knackered out, maybe just trying to get to the end of the race, and they maybe don't, mind losing a couple of seconds a lap just to make sure that they don't put it in the wall.
I think a level of caution is going to be flown about by quite a couple of teams out there, just knowing that you are going to face teams that will have chaos in their race ahead, and anything like that can just benefit you. So, making sure that you can get the most out of your race and benefiting off other teams' slip-ups is really what a lot of the drivers are going to put a focus point into. So lap times are going to be important if you're looking to win the race or come out on top. But for a lot of teams, it's about placing better and establishing themselves amongst this star-studded lineup of teams and drivers. So, get to the end, get to the checkered flag, and come out on top. Be beneficial over the guys that are, pushing it on early on. We're looking to see a nice clean start. It's what we've sort of chatted about off air, is just the potential for chaos at the start is so high here. Being dark, being Bathurst, being 40 plus cars, there is that risk. And I think all the drivers here know that risk is there. They don't want to be the cause of chaos. The stewards will be looking into things like that. There's a lot on people's minds. It's more than just racing on track against some virtual drivers across the world. It's a real mental battle to do this for 12 hours.
Yeah, I mean, couldn't really have said it any better. And of course, whilst we are just here before the pre-race, big thank you to everyone here joining today. This event has really been in the making for a long, long time now. It was an event that was even planned before RCI was even a thing. And we're so glad that we can finally put it on for you guys. And of course, if you haven't checked it out already, !program, !spotter. You can check out the race program and the spotter guide for this event, and also !giveaway. You can check out the FGT Lite sim rig that Next Level Racing, our sponsor for this event and for RCI as a whole, are going to be giving away. And of course, we'll have the announcement for who is going to be winning that prize later on in the stream, George. And I think that's one of the cool things about this event as well, is that people, that are just tuning in, maybe they want to get into sim racing and they love the look of, the 12-hour race. They want to get involved themselves, and, maybe they can kind of look at the giveaway and think, put my name down for that. Maybe I'll get a sim rig, and maybe I can start getting into sim racing as a more regular hobby, which a lot of people want to do, but they don't really know where to get started.
It's a very cool incentive as we ride on board with Andre Franke making his way up towards the top of the hill in that 1-2-3 lovely POV whilst we talk about that sim rig being given away. I personally on my social medias have not mentioned a single thing about the giveaway of the rig. I didn't want to just lure some people out there. I wanted my faithful sim racing followers to come out here and get a good chance. But if you are out there and you are watching the stream, of course, that's a very cool prize to pick up for something quite easy. I mean, 12 hours of racing, you just get to sit back on the couch, kick it, and enjoy some of the best in sim racing out on the circuit. And of course, some big bit names out here as well. Good old Jimmy Broadbent. I know he's been looking forward to this. He really appreciated your race program that you and Fabian put together there, Ryan. I'm sure that's a bit of a cool honor to know that a lot of people went through that, and some big names in the scene were sharing out on their socials for people to check out.
Yeah, it's been quite surreal, actually. To see. We've done race programs before for the 6 hours of Barcelona and the 3 hours of Nürburgring, but we've never really had the platform to track, what kind of widespread reach it has, how many people are watching and reading it and stuff. But we finally have a tool to do that now, and of course it's going to be pretty exciting to look at the numbers post race and see where everything is. As I think we've just had a slight server disconnect, so we'll see what that is all about in just a moment.
Potentially here, Ryan, just one last time for the start of the race. So not 100% sure if all the cars entered up have been experiencing the correct car settings. So final time before we go live for the start of this 12-hour race, we go over to just making sure that all the final prep is ready, that all the drivers can get in, and we get a good, fair chance of having this lineup that we've talked about before. I mean, the Super Pole quali was cool. A lot of drivers, putting their all out to get towards that front of the order, the top 10 getting to do that, and the rest of the field slotting in where they qualified thereafter. So, it's all in your hands, really, right, of where you want this race to go as we finalize our grid order and find last couple of cars pushing their motor vehicles out of the garage and starting to get the tire warmers onto the blankets, ready to go very shortly.
Yeah, of course. And whilst we do have a little bit of a look down the roster there, you can see some of the names competing here today. And like Mike Jones did say, we do have some very, very big names in terms of esports drivers, YouTube influencers. I know they hate the term. And just in general, some really, really quick guys around the ACC community. I mean, guys that don't really compete in esports events, but they're guys that their names are well known within the ACC community. I mean, if you go to any of the communities around here, AOR, OTL, ACR, PCDC, loads of different communities, you'll see these names at the top of the field. They're the known guys, the go-to guys to be at the top. And of course, they're not competing in esports stuff, but they can compete with the esports drivers. There's plenty of these guys on offer here today, and it's just such a, it's such a good feeling for us to have this many drivers in an event like this. And like you said, George, we should be switching over to the race in just a moment. We do apologize for the delays, guys, but unfortunately, you do sometimes get some issues with ACC and the teams with the join order list, but this has been the last restart, and we should be pushing to the grid in a short moment.
Sure, the nerves are definitely starting to crack on. Everybody who has experienced an issue getting into their team car would have been feeling a little bit more anxiety, I'm sure, in just hoping that things could get underway. It's always terrible that some drivers aren't always able to compete. It's like a bit of a technical difficulty, like you can have in real life. You could have a catastrophic engine failure as your car was being started for the first time, and not being able to race is always a downside. But for now, it looks like our field getting ready and looking forward to taking to the grid. Ryan, I mean, for me, it's been about the build-up. It's been about the hype. It's been about the entire ambiance of the community coming together. It's been good to see the chitter-chatter out there, not just inside the Discord, but out on social media as well, of teams and drivers putting in the effort to put out a social post, share this with their viewers and followers. And that's really what, for me, differs sim racing from maybe some of the more other traditional esports I've been involved in, is that we do need to promote ourselves as drivers, and we do need to highlight what we do. You know, that term influencers that so many people hate, you know, it doesn't take much to create something of a social media background, join up with a team and get behind just posting some regular content, building a little following, so that when you are racing out there, you've got some people hyping in the chat. We've seen it before in our previous live streams. You know, there's smaller YouTubers and people that are just starting out that come through with bigger followings that, you know, it's always good to see the support that people can muster up to bring together. And I mean, that's what it's all about, is getting our esports and our competitive community more well-known out there in the world. And everyone deserves to be highlighted here. So hopefully we get a lot of time with a lot of the cars and the drivers out here. I mean, 12 hours, we should get to cover a lot of the field. It's something that, like I said, we've been building up to it, and I can't wait for the start of this race now.
Yeah, we are just about a minute away until they get pushed to the starting grid. And of course, when they do push to the starting grid, we won't be at the time we've got right now. Obviously, we're at 11 a.m. in the morning here just for the practice session. You see a few of the guys going around on track. It's the Mintzilla. Jimmy Broadbent going to be starting the car for the Mintzilla 39. And I think that's quite interesting, in fact, you know. Jimmy Broadbent wanting to start the car instead of letting Jardier do it. I know that they raced at the Laguna 8 hour for SimGrid, I believe it was, not too long ago. And I know Jardier started the car down to Jimmy not being available for the first hour. But quite interesting to see him choosing to start the car here. And obviously driving one of the Nissans that we have on the grid. We don't have too many of them competing here, but always great to see the GTR on the mountain.
I think these two, you know, drivers in particular, Jimmy Broadbent and Jardier, Jaroslav Hanzik, just really assets in the sim racing community. And again, massive followings, and big shout out to them for always showing support for our events. But you know, the fact that they can be entertaining whilst driving at the same time and being competitive is always something that I tip my hat off to. It's very difficult to multitask on that level and convey that excitement and that level of what makes people want to watch someone drive around a track for these extended periods of time. And seeing them jump out between all the sim series, it's you know, it's a heartwarming thing, because you need people like this as we now get a look at that number 21 team, currently being driven by Lubomir Zeman. They sit fifth in this restarted free practice, which again counts for nothing now, as you know, none of the other teams have been able to set things off. But very close to getting things underway. Slight delays out here at the mountain to start this race off, which means that the race will end a little bit later as well. So apologies from the pit box in terms of just making sure all the finalities are there. We'd rather take the time to make sure things are ironed out at the start than to have catastrophe later on. And I hope that doesn't lay any sort of curse out there, Ryan.
No, we'll be doing our best to make sure that we don't curse whatever does happen on stream. And I believe we're going to be given the notification that we'll be getting pushed over to the grid in just a moment. So We're getting ready for the start of this race, guys. And of course, if you haven't already, do feel free to like and subscribe. And of course, stick around because RCI will have 12 hours of racing coming up. And of course, whilst we're here at Mount Panorama Bathurst, I think it's only right, George, that we give the people at home a bit of information about this circuit, you know, if they're not too familiar, maybe their first time watching. So we have a little track guide of the Mount Panorama Bathurst circuit coming up for you guys in just a moment. So here we are then, Racing Club International Track Guide, Mount Panorama Bathurst circuit. The Mount Panorama Racing Circuit, located in New South Wales, Bathurst, Australia, founded in 1938 and last changed in 1987. 23 corners on this circuit, and McLaren hold the lap record here back in 2016 with a 2:01.5. So quite a few action spots on this circuit, but this is one of the big ones up towards turn 2, going up into Griffin's Bend. You can see the Bentley making its way past the Porsche nice and easy. Then turn 10, McPhillamy Park. If you get it wrong here, go out wide. You find yourself in the gravel trap or in the wall coming towards Skyline. Quite a dangerous part of the circuit. And then down the mountain into the chase. Perfect overtaking opportunity for all of those guys focusing on straight line speed in their cars today. So there you go. That's the Mount Panorama circuit. And I hope that you'll be looking out for those key moments and key areas where you'll be seeing a lot of the action here today. And George, as we look at the starting grid here under the lights, we have just about 3 minutes until the start of the formation lap. I mean, we're all hoping for a clean start to the race, and we're all hoping for an incredibly competitive race. And, you know, we already did go over a bit of, you know, some of the teams that we're going to be looking out for. I know you're going to be cheering on the WRG boys and obviously looking out for the other South Africans on the grid. But is there any car in particular that you haven't, well, we haven't had a chance to talk about yet that you think deserves a mention as well?
Oh, I mean, I think that's putting me on the spot. I think there's plenty of cars that we haven't had feature. I think a lot of the teams just during practice, just sitting back towards the back of the grid order and just making sure that they've got their ducks in a row ahead of the race. So I think, Ryan, the true nature of the test will be to see who makes a clean getaway off the start. I think the opening couple of laps are going to be critical. I think we always highlight the fact that turn 1, lap 1 is always dangerous. I think here, coming into Hulls, it is, again, so difficult to make sure that you don't run into the back of somebody. They're going to have their lights on. You got to check for those braking zones. Different cars brake at different points. And it really is going to be a battle of who can survive the opening stints. I mean, you would hate to see your car put into a wall early on, pick up early damage, and have to make a pit stop. I think that's going to put you well out of the order. So as long as you can get away cleanly, I think then you can start yourself off. And it's all about just finding that place that you can settle in. And even if it's just settling in behind another car, knowing that you have a little bit more pace, easing off down the Conrad Straight, following in and putting yourself in a position that one little slip up can give you that advantage. So a minute away from the start of this monumentous 12-hour event. And, you know, 2 commentary teams bring us the action, myself and Rai starting the things off. And then we've got, of course, Mike Jones and Jesse Lee popping in, and Nick Setnik controlling the cameras and doing the broadcasting for him. We've got Stewie doing the hard camera work for us. So a big shout out goes to the people behind the cameras as well, not just the people bringing the voice action. So 46 seconds on the clock, Ryan. It's, you know, not to be cliched, but almost the final countdown.
It is. And, well, if you weren't excited already for this race, now is the last moment you can really start to get those nerves out before the start of the race. Not long until they pull away for the formation lap. These guys just finishing, adjusting their tires, making sure that they've got all their pit stop strategies set up correctly. And here you can see as the lights start to come on now, these guys are ready to go for 12 hours of racing. We've got teams of 2, teams of 3, teams of 4 competing. And of course, I think it's only right that we run you down the grid as well. So William Hendrickson starts on pole with Mikhail Sundstrom alongside him. Elvin Smith and Fulvio Barazzini fill out the second row of the grid. Then we've got Harry Spears and Darren King in both the Fordzilla cars. They're followed by Archie Clifford Roberts and Marvin Vale. Killian Ryan Meenan and Leo Hervenen round out the top 10. Then it's Martin Lawrence, Spence Matiazi, Michael Muthen, Zahir Esser, James Parker, Powell Jarzabowski, Robin Klaus, Agnes Rositis, Lubomir Zeman, Daniel Ferreira, Jason Absmeyer, Morgan McCall, Justin Hartkemper, Mark Onton Laundry, Valentin Barrier, Mateusz Kazajczak, Christian Stock, and as I have to scroll down the field, there's so many names here, Jordan Wansick, Harry Conway, Nicholas Hillebrand, Sergio Mendes, Marco Ripper, Ismail Gunyesu, Stefan Zero, Nicholas Bosselet, Eric Engman, Rui Felipe, Armando Ortenzi, Gergo Panker, Jason Gray, Dominic Tower, Fernando Silva, Jimmy Broadbent, Jarkko Torvinen, and Jerzy Worszek round out the grid. 45 cars on the grid here for Mount Panorama as the number 11 leads them around for the formation lap. We hope that we won't be needing any race restarts. We'll be hoping for a nice clean start. The live stewards are on standby for the whole 12 hours to make sure that if there are any incidents that need penalising, they will be looking into them. They do an absolutely fantastic job. And George, we're just under a couple of minutes away for the start of the race.
Indeed, some nice hilly shots as the cars snake their way up in single formation, of course, just sitting in that formation zone, making sure that they don't gain positions. This keeps them well maintained for the start, where they will go in for a rolling start. 2 by 2, we'll see them taking to the final corners. But until then, it's all about these leaders up at the front, just keeping the pace and just taking it nice and easy. It's really a lap that is meant to put a lot of more, or put a little bit more tire temperature and brake temperature into those components. But unfortunately, not always up to the same speeds. A lot of cars on the grid for the race controller to make sure that everybody stays within reach. So, you know, the front leaders get slowed down a fair amount whilst the back of the pack has to catch back up. So it does make it very difficult to start the race. So everybody here will be well aware that they'll be starting the race on colder tires and colder brakes. They have had those tire blankets slapped on, and they would have literally ripped them off just before they peeled out for the start of this race. If drivers took them off early on, as soon as they were able to ready up, you know, the temperature on the track sort of saps out some of that temperature on the tires. So we'll see a little slow weave come out. It's almost mandatory that if you see the car in front of you start to do a little bit of tire weaving, you start to do a bit of tire weaving, because you feel that you need to get some tire warmth into it. So lovely view as we look back down the Conrad Straight from the rear end of the team Highlands Racing THR. Number 1,000, starting in third place. A very different race number. Never see the 4 digits coming out, but darkness in the background. We'll see a sunrise come up. But Ryan, I'm going to hand over to you as our drivers start to get the race control message that they need to start to form up in double formation as we see them peel to each side of the track.
Yeah, 2 by 2, they start to line up. And of course, guys, let us know in the chat, who are you cheering for in this race? We always love to know who people are cheering for. It always really does add some sense and a lot of excitement to the event to know who everyone is cheering for. We'll probably give a readout of some of the names people are cheering for once the start has calmed down a bit. Although having said that, here at Mount Panorama, the start can be chaotic for the first hour of this race. So here they come then, round the final corner, 2 by 2 as far as the eye can see. 45 cars on the grid for the start of the RCI 12 Hours of Bathurst. The Griphax engineering car of William Hendrickson will bring them up towards the line. We are green for 12 hours of racing, and it's a poor start for the Elvin Smith THR Esports car as he's fallen back into the grass of the 2 Fordzilla cars of Harry Spears and Sean Arnold as well. But William Hendrickson seems to have got a good start into the first corner. He's got the likes of Joe McCauley behind him in the 899. Is Joe McCauley going to be pressuring the number 11 up towards Griffin's Bend for the first time? I don't think he will. No, he's going to tuck in right behind him. And he's not going to put any dangerous moves on. It looks clean so far through turn one. A couple of guys going a bit wide. I think we've got a car off on the straight up the mountain, but no major incidents into turn one.
So turn one looked okay. We do see some notifications of some cars going off in the background of that pack. But up towards the front of the order, things are looking nice and clean for the race leaders. And this is exactly the start that they needed. We talked about a clean getaway, and it has been just that for the starting phase of this race. So Hendrickson loving the fact that he doesn't have too much pressure on from behind as he makes his way through the mountain for the first time. And like we alluded to, colder tires, colder brakes, very difficult to attack and defend in this position, but always good to get yourself up towards the fighting chances near the front. Harry Spears in that number 8, currently also trying to fight up for position. Arnold in front and Smith behind. Definitely a lot to fight for in the opening laps. A lot of drivers seeming to just slot themselves in, but it's all about the runway down the Conrad Straits, and just look how it lights up in the background this time around. Not the formation lap, the opening lap of the first real push, and everybody here looking like they're just trying to get themselves into a good position for what will be a good 12-hour race.
Yep, so the first lap of the 12-hour is down, and it is William Hendrickson in the number 11 for the Griffax Engineering Mercedes that leads the way from his pole position starting box. And Joe McCauley, well, he's about 1.2 seconds behind, but he hasn't lost any places on the start either. The big mover, of course, is Elvin Smith, down to 6th place. So he hasn't really had the start that he would have been looking for. Samir Brahimi's in 14th. I think he's moved up from the start as well. He's just behind the 404 of Ondrej Dedicek. And then as we have a little bit of a look down, we can see Bruno Cadili in 20th at the moment in the Triple-A, as we see Samir Brahimi being under pressure a bit from Michael Muthen in the 18 BMW, but that's obviously compromised Muthen now. Couldn't make the overtake into Griffin's Bend, and he has to be a bit careful of the Ferrari behind him of Jerzabowski in the 500. Of course, one of the two Forza Italia Polish cars that we have on the grid here today in the Pro-Am class, and that is worth reminding you guys, there are two classes running here today, the Pro class and the Pro-Am classes. We do have, I think, about 5 cars in the pit lane already after the first lap, so quite a few people, I think, picking up damage already, George.
I mean, that was something that we didn't want to see, but coming down into Griffin's for the first time, we did see a couple of those cars indicating the yellow flashing race control markers, showing that there was a little bit of danger out on track. So a lovely little onboard splitter view from Daniel Ferreira's number 508 Audi as he drives for Team Adrenaline. Currently finds himself in 18th place, so good race start is always critical, but you can always get to the same situation where if you you know, just hang on, just put a little bit of pressure on in front, you kind of get into that bully zone. The driver in front has to start checking the mirrors. You can start faking out for some moves, some looks on the inside, force him to go ultra defensive and just time the overtake. So, you know, up in front, you can just see the whole field in front, 17 other cars in front of Daniel Ferreira, and 17 potential overtakes for his team to make during the duration of this race.
Yeah, and this is where it is so dangerous, isn't it? When all the cars are like this, you can see so many cars just nose to tail with each other, and making one small mistake, you can easily lose quite a few positions from wherever you are, and you've got to be so careful. This is the 194 Bentley, the Racing Line Motorsport Academy team that was present at the 6 Hours of Barcelona, and they actually finished in the top 10, as I am hearing that apparently the number 39 Mintzilla Nissan, Jimmy Broadbent, has had to pit early, so I think he might have been caught up in an incident, maybe touched the wall himself. We're not entirely sure. We'll keep you up to date as everything does happen, but if there is incidents, remember, we do have live stewarding here for the race, so they will be looking into all the incidents in and around the circuit that need penalising. So do not worry. If any shenanigans are going on, they will be looked into by our live stewarding team. As we see from the back of Marvin Vale's Mercedes, you can just see Clifford Roberts in the number 3 Audi. And of course, this is for the lead in the Pro-Am class.
Indeed, it is always good to see some mixed class racing, and of course having the Pro and the Pro-Ams racing out on circuit at the same time. And look at the spread as well. A couple of the Pro-Am guys also just getting themselves ahead of some of the Pro cars too. So that makes for some interesting situations, because you're not racing for overall position here. You're racing for a position in class. So, you know, you might find yourself, you know, in a strange position where a car is physically for position, but in your mind, it's not in your overall class. So, you know, wasting your tires to fight them out, not always worth the efforts. But Archie Clifford Roberts here, definitely looking good to keep the pressure onto the back of Vale ahead. Down the start-finish straight they go as they make their way down to Hulls. And so far, the racing looking nice and clean. Side by side through the exit of Hulls they will go. That's going to compromise the line coming down from Vale. And perhaps here, Clifford Roberts going to have the drive down the mountain straight to get that inside line into Griffins. He is going to secure it down. Look at the slipstream effect coming in from, I believe that's Killian Ryan Meenan's Mercedes. And oh, Clifford Roberts just has to tuck back in, forced very wide. Will Archie Clifford, this is just you know, good racing coming out amongst the different tiers. The heli cameraman having to work overtime to keep up with all the action.
Yeah, there was quite a few cars apparently involved in that lap 1 incident. Stewards obviously, at this point, 8 minutes into the race almost, stewards obviously decided that it was not worthy of a restart. And, well, unless we get notified otherwise, that is the current situation of the race. Of course, it is a 12-hour race, so a lot can happen within 12 hours, and there is no guarantee that a lot of these guys who are currently on the lead lap will be on the lead lap come the last few hours of the race. Anything can happen, and obviously it is a shame for the drivers that were caught up in that incident, but like I said before, everything will be investigated by the stewards. They will make the decision that they need to make based on the evidence that they can see. Here we see from the back of Leo Hervanen's car, we have Ondrej Dedicek chasing him down in the 404 connection lost Bentley. And is Ondrej going to have a look as they come down the mountain now in towards the chase? The Bentley not going to dive up the inside of the Ferrari, thinking better of it. As I think there was a Mercedes there actually trying. I think it was the Infinity car was here. Esso trying to get past a Mercedes. That must be Marvin Vell, because I believe he's now been passed by Akos Getvan. So, yep, that has updated now on the timing sheet. So the Racing Line Motorsport entry makes up a place. And looking good so far for them on the start. By the way, Andre Franke has made up a load of positions on the start of the race. I think he's up into 29th from his starting position of 44th on the grid.
Always going to be those highlights of movers and shakers as we get a look at Bruno Guidili in the White Rabbit Gaming 888. Currently battling out with fellow South African Arno Versace in that number 44 Ferrari in front. And then he's got Valentin Barrier from TX3 as his official team down behind him in the number 72. So a good little battle here in the mid-pack. Let's look at the cars as they make the exit out from the cutting, make their way up through Reed Park. And this is the part of the track that, for me, is always just monumental. You get to the sort of plateau out through Selman Park, McPhillamy Park as well, before you make the run down to Skyline. And it's flat out through there the entire way. You make a small mistake, everybody behind you is impacted. And as we saw, one small mistake from someone can just impact quite a lot of drivers. So our stewards still investigating out what happened out in the opening lap, which caused quite a few drivers to head out into pit row. But that's the nature of racing, I suppose. And, you know, catastrophe strikes at any time. And nothing is guaranteed. Any mistake being made by any other driver means that you're immediately back in the running. But as we look at that little track map at the top, riding on board with Bruno Cadilli down Conrad Straight, it's quite evident to see that there's a most certain pack of drivers and then a bunch of drivers who have fallen by the wayside.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, if I was Bruno Cadilli here, I mean, I've had the pleasure of speaking to Bruno Cadilli, in fact, not too long ago. Of course, and George, you know him very well as the manager for the White Rabbit Gaming ACC team. You know, if I was in his position, I wouldn't want to be right here as, we see everything get a bit leery into turn one. I think Valentin Barrier had to take a bit of avoiding action just behind Cadilli. But this is not really where I'd want to be at this point in time in the race. I wouldn't want to kind of be sandwiched in the middle of this behemoth of a train that you can see on the track map there. I mean, the little red dot is the car of Bruno Cadilli, and he's found himself right in the middle of this pack. And that's kind of why qualifying is so important. Yes, it's a 12-hour race. Yes, qualifying doesn't really mean a massive deal probably come the end of the race, but it can mean a massive deal at the start of the race when you could find yourself in a massive train like this and just such a big chance for a massive accident for you to get caught up in.
I mean, it's exactly that. It's the quali just sets up for where you start, and being caught up in a field where first down to the end of the field was separated by 1.7 seconds. I mean, everybody's out and capable of doing lap times, and that doesn't mean that every driver in every car is their quickest driver. You've got some sort of banker drivers that are going to be there for the consistency. You've got some drivers that are maybe better at starting races, that can handle the pressure of the starts. We get a nice little update towards the front of the order with the 899, nearly on pace. Mercedes-Benz currently in second place, being pressured by Matthias Egger in that number 126. So up for grabs up towards the front of the order is a move in that podium slot. So Matthias Egger going to be looking to put as much pressure onto the nearly on pace team. That 899 is definitely feeling the heat, and this is going to stop them from being able to chase down on Hendrickson. They you know, you always say drivers need to work together, but racing on the circuit is a completely different ball game. Egger will quite like the fact that he can just sit down in the slipstream, maybe ease off on that accelerator pedal whilst following in the tow, and maybe get a little bit more out of the fuel usage on the circuit. But look at that, Ryan. First to fourth place, currently manufacturer-wise, dominated out by the Mercedes. And then Alvin Smith in his Honda NSX sneaks into fifth to round out the top five of the manufacturers.
Yeah, the Mercedes represented well here, but only really represented well, I found, from the qualifying results. I mean, if you looked at the order of the grid before it started, I'm pretty sure there was only 2 Mercedes cars outside the top 10. So it seems that most of the AMGs have been chosen by the guys competing right at the front. Obviously, for the start of the race now, things have kind of changed a bit. We've seen Sean Arnold has gone down to 14th place in the Fordzilla car. And, of course, he's partnered up with the likes of Darren King for this race. And we'll have to see how they can come back over the course of the race.
I do love the splitter cams that we get here. You get a little feel for just how dark it is around you. You see your headlights just lighting up a couple of trackside features down through the chase, just flat out through there and onto the anchors. As Matthias Egger a little bit off the back end of where we saw him onto Joe McCauley earlier. But some great camera work coming out, and a big shout out to our broadcaster Stewie for putting in the time and effort to both deal with Ryan and myself in the comms box. We're a handful at times, but also bringing us all the action out on circuit. And this is a potential path for position. Sabir Ibiami down the inside there of Heilmann. And, you know, this is what it's all about, trying to get up into the potential top 10 slots. And it looks like the Bentley's looking to get themselves into the top 10 manufacturer shootouts as well. Interesting with the Bentley choices. I think those cars for the endurance stints, these 12 hours, are going to be some good choices. And it's not biased because my White Rabbit gaming team is running in a Bentley, but it certainly played into the strategy around picking the car for the circuit.
Yeah, we've seen that quite a bit, haven't we? A few guys choosing cars that we wouldn't usually see them in for this upcoming race. I mean, Matthias Egger in the 126 is a great example of this. We're so used to seeing them in the Lamborghini, George, and they've chosen to go for the Mercedes for not just the 12 Hour of Bathurst, but also our Endurance Championship, which will be returning next Friday. So do keep an eye out for that next week. And yeah, it is interesting to see some of these guys going for cars that we're not used to seeing them in. And I know the Porsche, it really does struggle around here compared to a lot of the other circuits where it is very, very strong. And it's a bit weird not seeing, at least 5 or 6 Porsches on the grid minimum. I think we only have 2 across the entire field, if I'm not mistaken.
Did get quite heavily impacted out by the BOP changes that Kunos dropped, and that's always part of the ever-evolving sim. Shout out to the Kunos dev team for always being on the ball in making sure that things are kept as fair as possible. I suppose people looking out at this, looking at the Mercedes lineup at the side, might be eyeing out what I'm saying, but those Mercedes towards the latter stage of the race might not be the same cars that we see in the early stages of the race. The change-up potential is always there, and it's always something that we as broadcasters get to keep our eye on. We broadcast different stints of racing. We have smaller sprint series, we have specific manufacturer cups, and it's never really the same week in, week out. There's always a bit of a change-up. Someone finds something that works out a little bit better, and it kind of changes up the meta, and that's part of the esports side of where sim racing goes. So why would you put yourself in a car that doesn't perform as well on a specific track? Yes, you can be a little bit different. We see an Audi running a little bit wide there out of the exit. Perhaps the likes of Klaus, I'm not 100% sure, who did run quite wide there, but you see a small mistake out through hulls. Mountain straight then becomes actually like a hull straight, because you've got no top end and you just get past like you're looking for parking in the shopping lots.
Yeah, so the WRG 888 gets past, and now it looks like Valentin Barrier is going to be making the move as well on Klaus, but no, he's not actually, because Klaus has held it very well, and he's managed to maintain the position. I was convinced Barrier had that done in the 72 Audi, but, well, Klaus thought better of it, and he was convinced that he could hold that position, and he has done so. So nice clean racing there between the 2 Audis. Of course, not fighting for class position, rather just overall, and that will irritate Valentin Barrier a bit. Obviously, Klaus has no reason to move out of the way. Yes, they're in a different class, not racing each other for class position, but each of these drivers are here on merit. They don't just have to move out of the way for another class, and that does add some excitement to the race as well. And what it means for Bruno Cadilli is that he now has a Pro-Am car between himself and Valentin Barrier, who was putting a bit of pressure on him behind, but I think now the 888 is going to have to start worrying about the Pro-Am car right behind him.
It is indeed. Look at the Audi's sheer speed down the top end as they make their way down through the chase. Defensive lines, we talked about those two, and a lot of drivers here being caught up in the mid-pack, going to have to find those lines early on. When we do jump down to the splitter angles, you do see drivers looking for alternate ways around, but there's really not a faster line if you're sticky on the line. And oh, look at this, to the top of the mountain, Jimmy Broadbent going to, absolute catastrophe, collision coming down, and just not a place that looked like the move should have been made there. The Mintzilla, number 39, going to get caught up. We'll be able to get a little action-packed replay, but a little bit of urgency being put on there by the Audi, and having a look maybe at the top where the danger zone was going to be on Jimmy, or a little bit of contact with the wall. That's what put the potential move on, and the Audi just slots himself in. Another touch with the quarter panel, and the two of them collide once again. Jimmy Broadbent not going to be happy with looking through there, and at this stage of the race, you're wanting to just settle in. They've really been out to the pits, and potentially the Mintzilla number 39 might have to go back in again. They find themselves down in 33, of course. Jimmy Broadbent and Jaroslav Hanzik, the men behind the car, and a powerhouse team of the drivers, and of course with a massive following. So for them, the race not going quite to plan, and it could be then the story of from zero to absolute hero. And that's really the narrative that I'd like to follow with them. You know, that's where the show has sort of led itself to be. They haven't had the start that they needed, and this is what it is.
Yeah, they really haven't had the start that they would have hoped for, and I mean, it's kind of how endurance races in themselves are kind of described, aren't they? You can spend hours and hours, days and days planning for the event, but your entire plan goes out the window the moment the race starts, because everything changes. Everything that you thought was going to happen hasn't happened, or it's happened in a different way. And we can see Jimmy Broadbent here just under pressure from Stefan Zero. I think the Aston V12 is going to make his way past the Nissan, although the GTR has the inside line. Stefan Zero just taps the wall a bit. I don't think he's going to pick up much damage there. And of course, Andre Franker's right behind them as well. And he's saying, all right, come on, lads, calm down a bit. I don't want to get caught up in all of this. And, you know, this is, like you said, George, this is the part of the track where you really, really don't want to get involved in an incident. And, you know, because you could so easily end your race here, but they have managed to keep it clean. And I think the likes of Stefan Zero is going to be having another go.
Zero going to clip the wall again as he makes his way down through the dipper. And the S is then going to be a little bit difficult after you get put off with your timing. So Andre Franker going to be looking again, grips onto the wall. So a little bit of understeer coming out from Zero in that 614. He struggled up through the cutting, trying to pass Broadbent. Then again on the exit out of Forest Elbow. So not looking good for cars picking damage up early on. And perhaps Jimmy Broadbent's number 39 Mintzilla car picking up a little bit of damage as well, because he's being caught up by drivers down the start-finish straights, and as well as down the back end of the stretch of the track too. So perhaps a little bit of damage coming out, and not looking good for them at this stage of the race, and gonna just be focusing on knowing that they can come in, they can repair that up when they need to do a driver swap. It's going to be costly in terms of repair, but it does mean that you're then competitive on track again. You're not going to bleed out positions, as Stefan Zero gives us a nice look from the rear end of that V12 Aston Martin, and a lovely soundtrack accompanies it as it roars down the mountain straight.
Definitely one of the best sounding cars, if not the best sounding car in ACC, and probably one of the best sounding cars in GT3 history. Fairly brief history, but definitely has got some pretty incredible cars, and Stefan Zero all over the back of the 39 Mintzilla, but he's got to be careful. This isn't really where you can put an overtake on someone unless they're going to let you through. Well, they really do have a big moment that sends them off into the gravel, or they have to take to one of the very few escape roads around here at Mount Panorama. And it seems that Stefan Zero, he's just going to back off a bit. And this is one of the things you do find, often better to just back off and then get a really good exit out of the Bentley Elbow, or Forest Elbow, as it is also called. And we're going to see now, is Stefan Zero going to get the ideal exit that he needs to close down on that GTR? Of course, the Nissan, not the most competitive car in ACC, but it is, of course, still very, very good in a straight line, and it does do better here at Mount Panorama than it does at a lot of the other circuits that we have here. And you can see the Aston V12 closing, but not close enough as they come to the end of the straight. So I think Stefan Zero is going to have to wait until they come out of turn 1 to have another chance at getting past Jimmy Broadbent in the GTR.
Jimmy doing a good job to stay defensive where he needs to be, and then, you know, try and look to close that gap down. If he does get into a little bit of trouble, he knows that backing up the 614 back into the Porsche of Andre Franker, that 123 pink beauty that we see at the bottom of the camera shot, backs those two up, and then you get given a little bit of space ahead. So just needs to maintain that line. Is in trouble here, trying to break the slip that V12 has been slipping itself into down the stretches of the track, and Franker is catching up to the likes of Zero. So again, this is where you have to balance it out. Where do you look to be on the aggressive and on the attack, and where do you have to then go onto the defense. So Samir Ibrahimi in that number 449. Bentley currently finds himself in a 10th position spot. So good old 10th overall. Got a couple of Pro-Am drivers up ahead of him. So in terms of his class position, he's going to just realize that there are, a couple of drivers ahead that aren't a battle for him to have to fight against for class. But Clifford Roberts leads the way for the Pro-Am tier in that number 3 Audi, as does Hendrickson in that number 11 Mercedes for the Pro tier.
Yeah, so 25 minutes of racing down. And of course, we are still in darkness here at Mount Panorama. The sun will make its appearance later on in the race, but for now, at 35 past 5 in the morning, it is still darkness around the mountain as the cars roar around this circuit. We're looking at the back of Leo Hirvanen's Ferrari, the number 93. You can see there the familiar-looking Mercedes of the Fordzilla number 38, driven by Sean Arnold at the moment. They had a bit of an incident earlier on in the race, and that demoted them down to 15th place. They have managed to crawl back up to 12th, and obviously looking to make a move on Leo Hirvanen here. But Leo Hirvanen, he's one of the really quick guys around here. Obviously not quite esports pace, and he's in the Pro-Am class, but definitely don't take anything away from him. I've raced him myself, and he is very, very quick as they go past one of the lapped BMW cars that we have. And speaking of BMWs, we do have a few of them obviously on track here today, and Muthen in the 18 doing the best of the BMWs so far, and really nice to see the BMW doing quite well here at Mount Panorama. A very underrepresented car on the grid, and maybe with the BOP update that's come in the last couple of weeks, we'll start to see a few more of them on the grid.
Indeed, we might. And Leo Hirvanen doing a good job to put some pressure onto Sabria Imiami. Of course, that 449 car, a little combo team. The Ren Vulton Coach Dave Academy Bentley Continental GT. So, of course, James Parker and Sabria Ibiami sharing up that car. So that's a powerhouse car sitting in the top 10. And then, of course, Arnold, who we ride on board with here in the Fordzilla team, just trying to make his way up through the field and currently putting a lot of pressure onto Hirvanen. So Hirvanen then going to be wanting Ibiami to get the move on. There's nowhere that you can go as you make your way up through the top of Reed Park. And it plateaus out, but you start to see in the distance here as well a little glimpse of some sun in the background. So not as dark as it absolutely started, and a little peeking of sun perhaps coming with some sunrise as the clock has just hit at 5:37 here in Australia. Of course, the track temperature and ambient temperature out 24 degrees. A 10-degree variation in some wind coming out. A little south to north easterly breeze going to come out and just make things a little bit interesting.
So, in 30th place, after starting right at the back, is the 123 FFS Racing Porsche. And of course, this is the Generation 1 Porsche that they're driving. They're not driving the Mark II version. They've decided to stick it with the old girl, and doing quite well indeed after starting all the way towards the back. I think they might have got caught up in that incident. I'm not too sure about that, but doing well in 30th place at the moment, Andre Franker, and of course he'll be having Mike Noble and Jarkko Torvinen, taking over later on in the race. And this car, of course, I mean, the names in this car known plenty throughout the ACC esports scene. Of course, all three of them drove for Bentley, the M Sport team, I think it was, in the SRO Series Silver. So loads and loads of experience between the three of them, and I'm pretty sure they'll be looking to make their way up towards the top 10. I think, even though they started right at the back, I think this team wouldn't really settle for anything less, would they, George?
No, it's a proving ground here. I said at the start, plenty of top teams, top drivers, and if you can find yourself slotting in somewhere amongst the front runners. You earn a little air of respect from a lot of people out in the community. So get to see all the drivers and all the sports. And of course, this is the 12 Hour of Bathurst by Racing Club International. And a really, really big shout out to all our viewers who have come out, shared the YouTube stream, left us a little like, if you are enjoying the racing and you do feel that way, and leaving those kind of little bits and pieces for support, leaving a message of who you're supporting, as Pivot Roberts here under attack from Heilmann in that 194 down the Conrad straight into the chase. Inside line for the Bentley over the Audi, and an easy tuck back in as Clifford Roberts not there for position here. So the Pro-Am driver going to back out, let the Pro Division 194 white Bentley peel on past as they make their way under Liquid Mully Bridge and down into Murray's. So again, you mentioned it's the smart racing choice to not take battles with cars that are not going to benefit your overall standings within your class. So just settling in, using a bit of that slip like we've talked about, and being able to fuel save a little bit down the very long portions of where you can use that aero. Again, you don't want to follow too closely behind someone in GT3 cars. I think the aero variation, when you are following closely, does make it very difficult to keep that car stable, and especially up towards the climb as we follow along with Akos here in that 194. This is the part where it's absolutely critical that you are in complete control of the vehicle beneath your palms. One small mistake, and like we've seen it happen before, can cause some catastrophe backwards.
Yeah, so Akos Getvan up into 6th place at the moment for the Racing Line Motorsport Academy entry. And I have to say, I mean, we've had talks with Stefano Canapi, the manager for the Racing Line Motorsport team, multiple times. They're such a happy group of guys, and I tell you what, I bet he's smiling from ear to ear right now, knowing that his academy boys are up in 6th place at the moment within the first hour of racing. Did pretty well on the start, kept out of trouble, and have just made some really nice clean overtakes as they've been making their way through the field. And of course now they have Killian Ryan Meenan in front of them, and I think he's got the lapped car of Nicholas Bosselat just in front of him in the Porsche. I think he'll be letting them past in a moment. Yes, he does, into the chase, so not going to get involved in that race. But Killian Ryan Meenan, obviously one of the very reputable names we have around here in ACC. Of course, raced him myself. I think you've raced him as well, George, haven't you? A couple of times as well, and he's definitely got some pace, and he's teamed up with a rather interesting duo of drivers. He's teamed up with I think it's Ricardo Claro, random call sign, and I think Malinowski as well for the 12 Hour of Bathurst.
I have indeed had a privilege of racing briefly with the Killian Ryan Meenans of the world, and you know what? It's a long time since I was in that driver's seat. It's been more of a management process of a team, and moving more towards the commentary side of things. So it's a strange thing, the sim racing world, where you find yourself slotting in and where you can contribute to the community. I found that myself as a driver wasn't able to dedicate as much time in. It is something that people don't realize how much these guys do go and commit to putting in the practice sessions. And I quite enjoy being able to sit back and enjoy the lovely view that we get from the comms box as we're able to give ourselves a little bit of AC and a little sip on some drinks as well from time to time. So very difficult comparison to the heat inside the cockpit of these drivers as we follow on board with Andre Franke. I say on board, we follow from our track side as Andre Franke and Stefan Zero continue to dice it out, coming into the closing stage of this lap as they make their way down to Murray's. The 123 Porsche of FFS Racing still leads out on Zero in that V12. And again, not going to complain about switching over to battles like this, getting to hear the soundtrack of that V12. Not something that I'm going to put on my I don't want for Christmas list, Ryan.
No, it's definitely a fantastic sound, and obviously Andre Franke and Stefan Zero have made their way past Jimmy Broadbent, so they've managed to clear the GTR, and they'll be looking to make their way further up the grid. The number 8 Fordzilla in front of Andre Franke now, and of course they did start very high up the order, and they've been caught up in an incident, I would guess. You wouldn't really be pitting for strategy reasons at this point in the race. You start to see the glow even more apparent now coming over the horizon, and well, just to keep you updated on what is happening with Akos Getvan and Kilian Ryan Meenan. Getvan had a bit of an attempt into the final corner and down towards the chase, but he still finds himself behind the Randy's Pasta Mercedes. But I reckon with how close that Bentley is to the back of that Mercedes, it's only a matter of time until the Hungarian has a go on the Irishman.
It's all about the setup, making sure you can align yourself into a space that you can then get alongside and, then get granted some track position. It takes two to tango, and the drivers here all well aware of the rules of engagement. Whilst you've got a driver behind, the line is yours alongside, and the space then has to be given for cars to go side by side, even if it's not a place that drivers do that. You do have to be aware that, when someone's going to start to have a look, that the car doesn't just disappear. And Kilian Ryan Meenan right now being under attack. There's Great Van just clips the wall. That's going to allow Clifford Roberts in the lead Pro-Am number 3 Audi to get past. And it's not a place you want any sort of mistake to happen. Out of Forest Elbow or out of the Bentley curve there, you don't want to be putting your Bentley into the wall. And exactly what Cape Fan didn't want to happen has happened to him, and that will put him down one position, and it's an overall position, not a position in class. So for now, he's going to have to make his way back past the Belgian Audi Club team WRT of Archie Clifford Roberts. And of course, all the drivers out here going to be sharing the car with their teammates. So there's teams of 2, teams of 3, teams of 4 as well. And a nice little mixture of drivers being able to set to the cars. And it's one thing driving a car by yourself and having the sole responsibility, but having the pressure of the car with somebody else is certainly something that sits in the back of your mind. One mistake for you is a big mistake for your team, and it doesn't just let down one person, it then lets down a bunch of people.
Yeah, that's so true. And I think one of the worst feelings ever is when you hand the car over to someone and everything is out of your hands. You can worry about it as much as you like. You can, ponder on it. You can think about it. You can stress over it. But the reality of the situation is, if you're not in the car, you can't influence what is happening out on track. You can give, tips and pointers to whoever's driving. You can be a bit of a spotter for them as well, which some of these guys will be doing. They'll have their teammates making sure that they're acting as a spotter, looking ahead for incidents or checking gaps to cars they'll be chasing down or trying to fight off. And there are things you can do, but overall, the car's performance is decided by the guy in the car. And if that's not you, it's completely out of your hands, and you just got to take it as is. And I think that's one of the most exciting things about endurance racing is it really is a team effort. I mean, you hear it so many times in other sports. Oh, it's a team effort. It's a team effort. And sometimes, a lot of the time it is a team effort. I mean, no motor racing team is run by one person. But definitely on the driver's side, it is a team effort in endurance races like this. And, that's the kind of thing you're going to be looking out for. And speaking of team effort, Samir Brahimi will be switching over to his teammate, James Parker, at some point during this race. Of course, the Coach Dave Academy driver, James Parker, and then the Renvelton driver, Samir Ibrahimi. And we're currently looking at Elvin Smith, who is making his way past a couple of lap cars, and he's got Joe McCauley behind him. So the 899 has dropped behind the number 1000 THR Esports Honda. So not entirely sure what's happened to Joe McCauley there, but he has dropped down out of the podium places.
Indeed. So that was sort of something I was following along with. The pace coming out from that number 1000 NSX was just like he'd found an extra cylinder on his car somehow. And unfortunately, McCauley couldn't quite hold on to that. And Alvin Smith going to get himself up the road and now find himself catching up to the back markers. And again, that's the nature of the racing here today, is that you are going to encounter drivers that are out for position. And Broadbench here in that Mintzilla going to be getting out of the way when he needs to get out of the way. As Smith there flashing his lights up ahead, wants to get past down the Conrad straight. Of course, that's that's GTR currently in 31st position, as the right of way goes the way of Smith when it is safe to pass, or when he needs to. Jimmy will just let him through, but at this point Jimmy Broadbent doesn't feel that Alvin Smith is quite there, and him lifting off might lose time for himself, so he will move out the way. Is going to get onto the flashes and look like he's just going to hold his line. Gets off the accelerator pedal as well, so good work from Jimmy Broadbent, half ace in sim racing, to make way for the leaders to get past. And Killian Ryan Meenan will slot through as well, and the chase now begins as they make their way down through Hull's corner. That's 20 in this 12-hour race. And of course, I'm part of Comms Team 1 here with Ryan, and then later on we've got of course the American Dream Team of Setnik on the cameras. We've got Jesse Lee and Mike Jones taking to the comms box. So it's a bit of a mixed international start to this race between Ryan and myself, and Stewie joining us on the cameras, and then we go over to that All-American Dream Team. I said it before, Ryan, no one's going to be there to really monitor our American friends. So you know, the NASCAR team is coming. I'll give them some banter. I'm sure they'll give us some banter when they take over from us, but we definitely got the coolest straw being able to start out the race here. I mean, what a brilliant start in the dark, and start slowly getting to see the sunrise. 15-second time penalty to Alvin Smith, right?
15-second time penalty. That will tell me that the stewards have seen something from the number 1000 Honda that they're not quite happy with. And actually, as I have a look now, yes, Fabian Schridberger, one of our head stewards for today, he's just popped into the commentary box and handed me the little envelope of penalties for the first report of the race. I get the feeling we'll be doing a few of these, but the less of them we see, the better. So here is your penalty report for the first about 43 minutes of this race. Incident on lap 1 involving, at turn 4, involving the 46 and the 21. The 46 has received a 15-second time penalty, and the 21 has also received a 15-second time penalty as well. So both of those cars causing incidents out on track amongst themselves and other people, so they've been given a couple of time penalties. The 46 also got an additional warning for that as well. The 501, which is one of the Forza Italia Polish cars, has been given a 20-second stop-and-go penalty for a collision on lap 1 involving the 556. Racing incident between the 778 and the 115. There was also a racing incident between the 500 and the 649. Then, coming down on lap 5 at the end of the Conrad Straight, there was an incident between the 1000 and the 38. That was Sean Arnold's car that he shares with Darren King. And the stewards have judged that it's a 15-second time penalty for the THR Esports Honda. And then, of course, 39 and 21, that was Jimmy Broadbent and Lubomir Zeman. We saw that incident. We caught a replay of it as well, courtesy of Stewie. And that was a 5-second time penalty given to Lubomir Zeman. It would have been a stricter penalty, but Lubomir Zeman kind of did more damage to himself than he did to Jimmy Broadbent, so he got a lesser penalty for that one. So only 5 seconds for the number 21 Multi-21 Racing. So that's your penalty report. And we'll hope that we don't have to bring too many more to you over the course of the race as things start to spread out a bit more across the circuit. But I'll tell you what, something that isn't really spreading out, George, is a look at that train over the top of the mountain. There's still so many cars involved in that.
They are indeed, and they are all within half a second of one another, so they all find themselves sitting in that little bit of turbulent air kicked up by the back of the GT3 Aeros. But Sean Arnold here for Zilla currently finds himself in 10th place. Samir Ibrahimi from that Rent Fulton Coach Dave Academy crossover team Bentley, the 449 behind, chases down the top 10 at the moment, as we see it currently being driven out by the drivers, would be Hendrickson in first, Eger in second, Smith in third, McCauley in fourth, Ryan Meenan in fifth, Great Van in sixth, Clifford Roberts in seventh, Vale in eighth, Muthen in ninth, and then Arnold down in 10th. And of course, that's just the overall positions. Clifford Roberts, Vale, and Muthen are the front runners in Pro-Am. Hendrickson, Eger, and Smith then the leaders in the Pro tier. So of course, both tiers on circuit at the same time. All the action being brought out between two driver divisions. Always cool to see. It's not quite the same as multi-class racing. We've got GT3s and GT4s on track. But of course, the world is our oyster. We're always able to expand on things. And in the future, I think the future is looking very bright for the Racing Club International side of things. We've loved the support that everybody has brought on board. And a massive shout out to our sponsors. Ryan, do you have some of our sponsors to do a little cheeky plug on as we follow along with Samir Ibrahimi up the top of the mountain?
I can. So obviously a big shout out to all of the sponsors that we have here at RCI. Obviously not just for the Bathurst 12 hour, but in general, of course. We have Race Department and AK Informatica. Of course, they've done a phenomenal job in helping us get this community up and running from day one, basically. And of course, we do have to say a massive thank you to Race Department, especially for that. We could not have got this community founded without them. We wouldn't be here without them. At this moment in time, so massive thank you to them, and we look forward to helping them further develop their sim racing GP platform for its 1.0 launch coming over the next couple of months. And then of course, shout out to Raceface Speed Labs, one of our newer partners. If you're looking for some affordable coaching and coaching that won't break the bank from experienced professionals like Bruno Cadili in the 888 WRG Bentley, or the likes of Jordan Sherratt in the number 37 Ferrari, then you can get coaching from them at the Raceface Speed Labs website, and you can use code RCI Coaching to save yourself some money on your next Speed Labs session. And then, of course, Next Level Racing, big thank you for them for sponsoring us. Of course, they pay for our servers, and they're actually giving away an FGT Lite rig for you guys to win, ! Giveaway, if you want to know how to enter that. And of course, a big thank you to Next Level Racing. They sell all sorts of amazing high quality products from racing stands, cockpits, flight simulators, and motion platforms. So do make sure to check out Next Level Racing and all of their amazing products, as Matthias Egger just skims a bit of the grass after turn 10, doing a bit of what we saw the Mercedes doing in the track guide earlier, George.
Indeed, a little bit of a mowing service being brought to you by Mercedes, of course, leading things away at the front of the order as well. But look at this, Elvin Smith just putting that pressure onto Matthias Egger at the same time, isn't phased by the 15-second time penalty, wants to negate that at any possible time. Out of Forrest's elbow, they get chucked, and Egger pulls out from the traffic ahead. But it will be Smith to follow. Will Smith get down alongside into the chase? And he does. Matthias Egger can't come alongside, but down into the braking zone. The NSX seems to just get the edge ahead. And that's some good driving coming out from Elvin Smith in the number 1000 car. 4 digits, and I feel like an extra cylinder, because we've just seen progress and progress from that NSX. Drops down a little bit at times, but then once again back out towards the front. And good racing being shown across the board, and good sportsmanship from Egg in that 126 AMG to not just turn back across the line coming out to the exit of the chase. And always a dangerous spot for an overtake to happen, but so many times an overtake will be made there. You've got that long stretch to really see who's got the best top end, who's dancing around with the risk of not having that aero impact. Of course, you can be unbrave and glue your car to the track. It's going to be like cutting through butter with a hot blade up through the mountain circuit parts. But down through the Conrad Straight and the mountain straight, you're just going to bleed out time. So it's the balance between finding the murder machine on Knife's Edge and finding that car that carves up through the mountain pass.
Yeah, a bit further back, Akos Getvan still finds himself behind Killian Ryan Meenan. Meanwhile, Sean Arnold has got Samir Brahimi for company. The big Bentley looms over the Mercedes, as I think that's Michael Muthen, is it not? That's going quite slow there. And that allowed the Fordzilla 38 to catch up much quicker than he probably expected, but no chance into the cutting for the Mercedes, and then they go in a train-like formation. Muthen, of course, leading this, followed by Sean Arnold, Samir Brahimi, Leo Hervenen, and I think Ondrej Dedicek is on the back of this as well. Yes, he is. You can just see him there at the bottom of your screen. So all of these guys, plenty of quality in this. I mean, just these 5 drivers alone, George, there is so much quality in the names, not even taking into account their teammates who will be taking over the car probably in a few minutes' time for some of these entries, as we see Michael Muthen having to go defensive into the elbow.
Bit of a balancing act again, so having to share that car, making sure you don't exceed the track limits. There's not too many track limits that you can really exceed out here, but of course those limits being shared out by the cars are impactful, because you switch over to a driver, he's not aware of it, and that could cost you quite greatly. So Sean Arnold here just going to lead away the likes of Samir Ibrahimi. So Fordzilla versus Brent Felton, Coach Dave Academy out on circuits, and battle out for the top 10 as well. So overall positions are overall positions. You still want to place up there. They are within the top 10 of their class for as it stands, but Sean Arnold going to have to go defensive. Ibrahimi looking to see if he can find a way around the outside if he fakes it well enough. And now down the mountain straight. Look at that. Look at that view. Just a stream of cars. And Irvinen is also just slotted himself in there. At 93, Sky Esports Ferrari is just waiting patiently to see if he can get past. And of course, in that Pro-Am tier, doesn't want to impact the Pro tiers races. So nice driving again. I think we're going to say this multiple times across the evening, but good sportsmanship being shown, as this is not an easy circuit. One slip up and that's the end of your race in terms of the competitive side.
Yeah, it can be one small little mistake can end the race for yourself or someone else as well, unintentionally, and that's what these guys have to consider every time they go for a move around this circuit, every time they're following someone across the mountain, and especially if you're in a situation like this, cars in front of you, cars behind you, as we see the Fordzilla 38 really scruffy through the dipper, and that's going to allow Samir Brahimi to close back up a bit. It's going to allow Muthen to generate a bit of a gap, but that Mercedes is quick in a straight line. We've seen it so many times here before. But is Samir Brahimi in the 449 Bentley going to have a chance to close up to the back of Sean Arnold? I think he is starting to close up, but it's not going to be enough to have a move down into the chase. Ondrej Dedicek was having a look on Leo Hervenen, but couldn't quite find the room to do so. And it seems that Sean Arnold, after getting so close to getting past Michael Muthen, is going to have to wait again. And speaking of getting close to the back, he's actually going to dive to the pit lane. He's going to miss the first chicane coming into the pit lane, but he will get it stopped in time to not pick up a speeding in pit lane infringement, and he will be the first car coming in for what should be a rather routine and expected pit stop.
Indeed. So just going to peel in and serve up the mandatory stops. All the drivers here probably got a good little spreadsheet out there of where they want to potentially come in and out, and they then adjust that for the rest of the race. Some people like to just fly up by night, and that's fine too. You know, by the seat of your pants, sometimes the best way to take it. And just dealing with the cards that are handed out, I know that some people love to strategize and have situations set along for, you know, different circumstances that they might find themselves. At this point in the race, Samir Ibrahimi doing a good job for the Coach Dave Academy team as well, and going to be interesting to see when James Parker gets into that car. I'm a bit of a James Parker fanboy. I think a lot of people in the scene are, and just an absolute gentleman to interview and to do anything with. So, you know, from my side, I hope that we do get to do a little bit of some interviews a little bit later on. Of course, we got 12 hours out here, so it'd be lovely to hear from some of the teams at some point. It's maybe not something we've always planned out there, but having a chat with our production, sometimes we do that midstream and mid race, and we say, can we get a driver in here, and the wizards that be can go and look and see if we can get a driver for interview. But for now, the racing has kept us plenty entertained, and it would be nice to hear from a driver that gets out from one of their stints rather than someone that hasn't yet come in. I want to hear what the circuit's like. I want to hear what the lighting change has been like, and something a little bit different being run here with this RCI event is the fact that we do have non-static weather dynamics, and in that regard, it's not what used to be in ACC. We're testing out the different cloud cover settings as well as wind variations. So wind comes in, blows different kinds of potential cloud cover out, and that hopefully then goes out to affect some of the track temperature without just suddenly instant downpours that some of the variability had in there before. So I mean, I'm not 100% sure if there's a chance of rain on these simulated settings, but it's always good to see that you can potentially start to tweak some of the other variabilities like cloud cover, etc., because it does make a difference, Ryan.
It definitely does, and of course, we're talking about weather settings in ACC. We have seen, some extremes concerning weather in ACC, and we're kind of hoping that that's not going to be the case today. We did do a few simulations to test and make sure that we don't get any extreme weather, as much as some people would love to see a monsoon race at Bathurst. I'm fairly sure the drivers are not going to be too excited if that was the case, so we have made sure that all the settings are at where we'd like them to be. There is a very, very slight chance of rain across the course of the race. Very, very light rain as well, nothing too heavy. But it is around there. It is a chance. It is a possibility. But we won't know until it shows up on the weather forecast. And speaking of forecast, here comes the Bentley of Akos Getvan right on the back of Killian Ryan Meenan. Maybe had a bit of a tap, and oh, that is a tap! As the Bentley of Akos Getvan in the Racing Line Motorsports sends the Randys past a Mercedes around into the tyre barrier, and he's going to pull over. He's going to wait for the Mercedes to go back past him, fully admit, say, look, that was my bad, dude. I didn't mean it. Have the place back. But Killian Ryan Meenan's going to take that opportunity to dive into the pit lane as Akos Getvan will carry on. So a good show of sportsmanship there, from Akos Getvan. He really didn't mean to do that, and he slowed down to try and let him back past. Obviously, Killian diving into the pit lane, so that not really possible, but at least he did show that he didn't really mean to do that. So a good show of sportsmanship there from the Racing Line driver.
It's always sad to see cars come into collision with one another. It's not real life. It's no one's life at risk, but it is a race-changing event that takes place. So, you never want to see it, but you do want to see the sportsmanship side come out of drivers giving those places back that they shouldn't have taken, or causing that sort of instance. Jimmy Broadbent has been caught up in that same sort of circumstance. That number 39, Mitsilla, number 31 here, number 39, currently in 31st place, trying to make his way back through the order. And it's getting very, very light here as we get closer and closer to our first 5-minute immersion break. That will just give us some time as commentators to go and grab some refreshments and give the viewers a time to go and refresh up. So when we go into that, we'll get a nice little onboard with one of our cars on the circuit. Maybe in the future immersion breaks, we can open it up to a view or a vote in the stream chat, and we can choose a car based that way. But for now, it's going to be up to our race director, Stewie, to lead us away. We have 40 seconds until that immersion break starts. So, Ryan, anything in closing before we quickly go and grab some refreshments and then get back into the action?
Yeah, well, the bar is calling, isn't it, George? And like you said, I think it's high time we just have a little bit of a short break. But to round out the hour, has been a great start to the 12 hours. A bit scrappy on the first lap for a few people, and unfortunately, some incidents coming out. And it's just the way it is sometimes in racing, though. But like you said, I think it's high time we switch to a break. So we will be back in just a few minutes, guys, as we take a short commentary break. So here we are, back at Mount Panorama Bathurst. George and I have grabbed our refreshments from the bar, and we join you back here for the next hour of racing, although we will be here for the next 2 hours, of course, until we hand over to Comms Team 2. And we did ask in the chat if anyone has any questions for ourselves, the commentators. Use the hashtag #AskTheBox. And just as we come back into this, we do have a couple of questions here, George. So the first question is, how do you feel about commentating on this race?
I mean, I think the obvious answer is I feel pretty privileged about being able to bring this action. I think that sort of feeling for myself, being what I feel is just a small fry in a big ocean, being able to bring the comms action for me is a big privilege. So I would say hyper proud is how I feel of being able to witness all these drivers. Look at Harry Conway in that Triple R number 333 going around the circuit. It's, yeah, for me, Ryan, I think it's a lot of planning in the making. I think you guys that are more behind the scenes have more of a running side of things, but being able to be here, just a massive privilege, and really stoked to have been asked to open up the race with you, Ryan. So how are your feels on that? You know, throwing the question back your way.
I think kind of the same. I mean, myself, I mean, I came into, well, commentary for ACC a little over a year ago now, and you know, I mean, I came in with zero commentary experience, not really knowing anything, not really knowing if I could do it, if I'd have any sort of talent at doing it. And well, you know, just over 12 months later, I find myself, you know, here commentating on what's definitely the biggest event we've ever run. And you know, I'm like you, I'm just, you know, so happy to be here commentating on this event, and so proud that so many people have tuned in to watch. And I hope you are all enjoying the coverage as the sun continues to rise here at Mount Panorama. It's not as dark as it once was before. Of course, the sunrise not entirely made itself kind of present yet over the horizon, but it is getting lighter and lighter out there on track. And the second question that we got asked, hashtag #AskTheBox, is Ryan Gill, what's your favorite food? My favorite food would be lasagna, but I'm interested, George Smith, what's your favorite food?
I mean, to be honest, food is food for me, but a good steak, I think, is what I'd like. A cheeky steak dinner. You know, if you're looking to impress me, that's what I'd like to see. So Harry Conway peels off into the box to do a mandatory driver swap. Oh, big off for that, what looked like a BMW in the background. That number, I think it's number 18, gets a little bit loose out through the chase and will spin himself around. Darren King then will drive out down the start-finish straight in his Fordzilla Mercedes, and it will be a battle for position against Kelly, who yields out into Hull's corner, and we'll just settle back behind the Mercedes in that Sky Sports liveried white Ferrari number 93. Of course, not in a battle for position within their tiers, Pro versus Pro-Am. Not the worst decision to let Darren King out. I do also happen to notice out that the 888 Bentley, the White Rabbit Gaming drivers, have also switched out. Bruno Kedili out of the car, Jason Absmeyer then in. So in 17th place for the White Rabbit Gaming team. Not the worst place, and potentially going to be able to catch up if the two drivers here make life difficult for one another. You wouldn't expect them to, being you know, in different classes, but just look at the pace that number 93 Kelly has. But as I say it, commentator's curse comes out, and a big spin will be the order of the day for that Ferrari, and just gets loose over the top through the of McPhillamy Park. And it's that change in elevation. It just suddenly drops away from you, and the back end becomes loose, and a little bit too much accelerator pedal. That right foot can just turn the car around.
Yeah, and you can see how easy it is to just lose it over the top of the mountain, especially McPhillamy Park. That was one of the corners we did highlight in the track guide, as one of the tricky corners where you'll see a lot of action going on. You'll see more mistakes going on over there and spins than you will overtakes. But big news for the race unfolding, and a few of you guys in chat have already caught it out, but I wasn't going to interrupt George Smith covering the replay, but the number 11 Mercedes, the Griffax engineering car, has received a stop and go 30 for speeding in the pit lane. So the race leader, who was looking so good after their first stint, has to take a stop and go 30 after they changed drivers. And, well, that's going to put them quite far behind to where they were originally. And what it's going to mean is that the 126 of Barazzini now takes over the lead of the race. So the Orion race team Mercedes inherit the lead, and it will be the number 1000 THR Esports, Tobin Lay, and then, of course, Mikael Sundström has now taken over the 899 in the nearly on pace car. As for the Pro-Am class, Archie Clifford Roberts still leads the way in the number 3 Audi. He's followed by Martin Lawrence now in the 404 Bentley, and Ferrier in the 508 Audi. So looking pretty good so far after about a minute, well, an hour and 12 minutes of racing, sorry, a bit more than a minute. And everything's starting to look good for a few teams, and everything's starting to look a bit worse for some other teams out there. But I am looking at Andre Franke's entry at the moment, 21st right now on the leaderboard. And they've done very well coming from the back of the grid, haven't they, George?
You know what? Starting from the back's not always an easy thing. Martin Lawrence going to make his way up through some lap traffic as well. So always good to see drivers paying attention and getting themselves out of the way where they need to of lead cars coming behind them. But it's all about those small stories, and a lot of them will be there. We'll get to pick up on them again, I'm sure. But starting from the back of the pack and make your way through is always going to be a feather in the cap, I feel. You know, it's not an easy place to make overtakes, and sometimes it relies on a little bit of luck with some of your competitors making mistakes. And the Liquid Moly crossover bridge, they go down the start-finish straight. 7th place currently for the Connection Loss Racing team, number 404.
And the 404 Connection Loss Racing team, of course, Martin Lawrence taking over that car from Ondrej Dedicek, and they do still have, I was going to say they do still have the 449 behind them, but that's because the 449 did receive a penalty. Just checking back through the logs. Actually, whilst we're here, we can give you a little bit of an update on penalties. The number 23 and 69 were actually involved in an incident, and that gave the number 69 car a 15-second time penalty. And then it was the 23 and the 141 involved in an incident. We saw that one out on track, did we? No, actually, no, we didn't. So 23 and 141, they were involved in an incident. 15-second penalty for the 141. Then the 900 and the 141 were both involved in an accident. The 141 getting a warning for driving standards on that occasion. I did see the 449 come up with something about a penalty, unless I had misread that. I will have a little bit of a scan over the reports again just to make sure I wasn't misreading that. And no, actually, no, I can find it here now. The 777 and the 449 were involved in an incident, and that's the Infinity Esports car, one of the South African entries we have going here, and that was a drive-through penalty for the 449. So James Parker and Samir Rahimi's entry getting a drive-through penalty, and they're down to 14th place right now. As we can see, Darren King closing, and that's the 501 Forza Italia Esports Poland entry. Oh, just on the curb, going through the kink, down towards the chase, not what you want to be doing. And fortunately, they were off track and didn't catch anyone in that incident, so that's very good to see. And now, after Darren King has made his way past Killian Ryan Meenan, Shermatinsky now finds himself getting past the Randys, past the Mercedes, so a bit of trouble at the moment for the number 211 Mercedes. So Killian Ryan Meenan not having an easy time right now, having lost 2 places in as many corners. And he'll have to try and refocus and see what he can get back out of this race. He'll be handing over that car to either Ricardo Claro or Malinowski later on in the race, but he's going to be double stinting at this moment in time. Some people choosing to double stint, some not. And it'll be interesting to see how all that plays out later on in the race. So, Jason Amsmeyer in the 888, looking good in 13th place at the moment. We're on board with the splitter cam of David Kelly in the Tempesta Racing 93. They're in the Pro-Am class, and they're chasing down the number 500 Forza Italia Esports Poland car. Of course, there's 2 of those, the 500 and the 501. And they'll be both looking to do the best that they can for their represented esports teams, and definitely do recommend checking out the Forza Italia Poland esports team. They have a very nice website, Italian car enthusiasts, and of course filling that profile with the fact that they're driving Ferraris around here for the 12 Hours of Bathurst, and of course David Kelly also in a Ferrari for the Pro-Am class, and just going a bit wide on the exit of the chase there, compromising his line a bit, but not doing bad in 15th place overall at the moment, and I think that's about 5th or 6th in the Pro-Am class. As we can see, Mark Haynes just getting past Kalyanoglu in the Audi, the number 83, sensible racing, and a good move there from the number 18 BMW.
So Ryan, I've managed to get back here into the box. Of course, you know I've got my sidekick, my little dog with me here, and she went a little bit wild as our stewards were waving at us through the adjacent box, and unfortunately I had to dive out and just go and settle her. So hopefully she doesn't interrupt us again, but she probably will, as she's a little youngster. But always likes to join us for the motorsport. So if you do hear her yap again, I will be back and sorting her out. But of course, the racing actions by Fefa in the 195 Lamborghini makes his way out through Griffins and up through the cutting now. And of course, he's got the likes of Kalyanoglu in front of him in that number 83 Audi. And this is a part of the circuit where can't really get too much done unless someone makes a big mistake, but it's all about managing those different cars. Different cars handle things differently, and to be honest, it's not an easy situation when that sun starts to rise. We start to get a glimpse of that coming up over the horizon. The lights won't need to be on, but down through Skyline, and then the dipper comes through, and then you make your way through the S's. It's just a real difficult part of the circuit. Up the mountain and down the mountain, and then suddenly you've got just a long Conrad straight. So out through Forest Elbow is about where you capitalizing as much as you can on the top end speed, trying to just slot in behind. We see Fefa doing exactly that, and battle between manufacturers, Audi versus Lamborghini. Around the outside, Fefa will try to do this, and he's going to stick it wide, and I think that was actually Kalyanoglu just letting him through, knowing that this is potentially big collision coming out, and that's going to send that Lumo Audi into the sand and grass. He's going to recover that though and get the car back on circuit and stays out, so no damage done. Fefa now still putting that pressure on. Haynes is going to have to get defensive. That battle for position, it wasn't actually Kalyanoglu giving that position up. He did back out through the chase because I don't think he wanted to put himself at risk, but just look at that Lambo getting the work done down the mountain straight now as the drag comes down. Fefa alongside Haynes. Haynes going to pick that inside line into Griffins, and again just going to just back things up a tiny bit.
Yeah, so Haynes in that BMW starting to struggle a bit, and I think of course Kalyanoglu is He's got a lapped car in the way now, hasn't he? The Audi just in between the two of them. That's Stefanello in the 300. He's down in 35th position, so he's probably going to move it out of the way when they come to go down the mountain. This is not really the ideal part where you would let someone through. You can cause a lot of accidents by doing so. And he's doing the right thing, which is to just stay where he is. And oh, here we go. Darren King getting involved with Michael Moros here into the chase. What happens here? Darren King goes for the inside line. Oh, just a bit. Not 100% sure what to make of that one.
I feel like Michael Moros didn't quite give the outside line fairly there. You know, he kind of coming out through the chase, chose to go to the right side of the track, and that gave Darren King a little look towards the inside. You can't then just apex that corner normally. So if you come out of the chase and you want to stay defensive, you have to commit to the inside. It will be interesting to see what the stewards have to say about it, but from the brief little replay that we got to cover, it didn't feel like there was a lot of room for two to go into one, and unfortunately a little tap coming out. But it will be interesting to see what our live stewards have to say on the ruling side if that incident gets reported.
Yeah, and of course, big thank you to the live stewards that have been going through all the incidents and making sure that penalties are handed out as necessary. They do a fantastic job. I mean, some of them are even competing in the race here today. They're stewarding when they're not racing, and then obviously they dip out and go and do their stint, then come back and do some more stewarding. So they do a fantastic job, and they really don't get mentioned enough. And we do thank them for all their hard work. I mean, you and I, George, we wouldn't dare step in the stewarding box. It's a bit too high above our pay grade, isn't it?
It is indeed. It takes a special level of person to be able to go out and make those kind of rulings. We haven't gone through any of the training courses to be able to rule on them. So take our inputs with a pinch of salt, and don't get too offended if we call out the wrong thing. It's just a glimpse into what we've seen on Circuit Haynes here under the pressure from Van der Velde. And Tinko has been a representative in quite a few RCI events. He's proven himself to be quite a strong contender out in the field, and finds himself a little bit down the order here amongst the Pro-Am cars in 19th spot overall. So Mark Haynes just going to be staying as wide as he can in that M6, but down the slip, Battle of the German manufacturers will go out alongside one another down through Conrad. Will give the inside line to Haynes through the initial part of the chase, but the final part will then belong to Van der Velde. And I think a very smart decision coming out from Haynes to just settle back, tuck in. Again, that's a Pro Tier car leading this little pack away. He's got bigger things to worry about as Kylan Oglu in that number 83 Audi starts to look aggressive. Down the inside, later onto the brakes goes the Audi, and Haynes gotta just give enough space, stays very wide, and Kylan Oglu sees that space has been given, as Majernik in the background of that as well. No, not quite in the shot there, is going to also start to make things interesting. But a nice little battle for position down in 19th and 20th spot as we watch from the rear-facing splitter cam from that number 18 GT Series BMW. And we can just see the hunt is on. Kylan Oglu in that number 83 Audi, definitely painted for the start of this race in the dark. That Luma Audi sticking out like a sore thumb. Got the accented yellow lights as well in terms of the DRLs. And the lights still on board from these guys, making their cars as visible as possible. You don't want an excuse that someone couldn't see you. Hasn't quite got as light as it's going to get. It's just hit 6:34 in the morning, 25 degrees on the track, so we're starting to see an increase in temperature, albeit 1 degree. And we still got that slight breeze coming out. Will be interesting to see what the cloud cover delivers. At the moment, looking quite nice and clear. A couple of clouds spotted around amongst the skyline there.
And here you can see a replay of how Kilian Ryan-Minen made his way past Shermatinsky, and Shermatinsky not too happy about how the Randy's Pasta 211 got past him there, and little flash of the lights to let him know that, and I get the feeling there's probably going to be a steward's inquiry into that incident. Obviously not a big incident as such, but it was quite a firm pass, should we say, George? Is that the correct terminology that I'd use? Not trying to.
I mean,
Alien right?
sometimes it feels like a little bit of push to pass. I think the flashing lights indicate that he didn't feel too happy about it. Got pushed a little bit off circuit as well. A couple of our viewers, have mentioned it a couple of times as to why the race was not restarted at the start of this race, and just to highlight the fact that with 40 plus cars on the grid, the chance of there being a small incident at the start was always going to be there. You can restart a race 9 or 10 times, but the more that you do it, the more that you benefit and disadvantage other drivers. If everybody knows that there's only one shot for this to work, and the race doesn't restart, it's like the real life event here, and that wasn't big enough for it to impact a race restart. Not enough cars were collected, and if you were part of that, that is just part of the nature of racing.
Yeah, it is, of course, a massive shame, but it does happen. It's all part of racing, and wow, you can start to see some of the track starting to light up now. I think we are not too far away from the sunrise that we've been looking forward to, almost an hour and a half into this race. And we're currently on board with David Kelly in the Tempesta Racing 93 Ferrari as he's following that 500 Forza Italia Poland esports car that we did see going backwards down the mountain in towards the chase not too long ago. And well, here is Kalnichoglu in the number 83 Sensible Racing Audi, and he's still chasing down the likes of Mark Haynes in the number 18 BMW.
Haynes doing a good job to remain defensive. This has been a shootout for the last couple of laps indeed, as the two German manufacturers battle it out. They've, of course, got Majernik in that Aston Martin just behind them, waiting to see what transpires up ahead. Was all of them in contention for positions in their class. Around the outside goes Kalnichoglu. Now he's going to have the inside, has to get onto the brakes. Does he slow the Audi down? He does. What a pass coming out through the chase from the number 83 Audi. And Haynes left out to dry like the washing. Not quite sure what's happened there. He's also under attack then from Majernik in that 279 Aston Martin. Needs to be careful that he doesn't get robbed here at 2 for 1 as they make their way down for their 42nd lap. And really good racing coming down. Majernik going to falsify his move on the inside of Haynes. Will tuck back in through Hulls and then will use the exit that he maybe got down to hopefully get a run out to try and make an attack after they get down through the end of Skyline. Again, not really too much to be made up through the mountain. You're waiting for that mistake from someone. And 9 times out of 10, when the mistake gets made, you often get caught out. So you're just putting a lot of faith into drivers there. Haynes is really under attack here from the likes of Majernik. That Aston Martin getting all kinds of close and personal to the BMW as they make their way out through the cutting and make their way up to Reed Park. It is most certainly all about that focus. And if you can get into the mirrors and into the head, that's the small wall collision that the Aston Martin was waiting for. The BMW touches the wall up towards the top of the mountain, makes a tiny mistake. Gonna have to back off, does the Aston. Can't run into the back. Does he have a look through Skyline? Not a place that you can have a look. And they'll then make their way down. That sun is rising. Look at the red hue being kicked up on the tarmac as we follow along with the heli-facing cameras. But as we get to some onboards, I'm pretty sure we're going to start to see that beautiful sunrise come up. Out through Forest Elbow, they dive down once again. And Haynes still manages to hold off. But Kalnichoglu, he's checked out in front. He's up the road. And this little battle with Majernik is costing the GT Series BMW quite heavily in terms of pace. Look at the speed down the Conrad. He's definitely struggling with the top end side. He wants that inside line. He got robbed here before. He's going to force Majernik to go out the outside, Ryan.
Yeah, you can see on the front of that BMW, he's got damage on the front end. That's going to be hampering the car. You can also see a tiny bit of damage on the rear as well for the BMW as the Aston dives down into Murray's. And he's going to get the move done. So Majernik moves up, and now I think that's the Retro Esports Aston Martin of Amtel is going to have a look on the inside as well. He's going to get the position done and gets a better drive out of the corner. And that's opened him up. I think, is this the AOR Esports car that's currently coming up now to try and get past the likes of Mark Haynes? I think he's trying to unlap himself or lap him. Not entirely sure which one that is. Not showing up on... It is actually showing up there, the 51, sorry, Torregrossa. So that's actually a move for position. So he's made his way past the BMW. But now, does Mark Haynes have the pace to try it back into the cutting? No, not quite. So the 18 losing 3 places in the space of 4 corners. And he really is starting to struggle now, as you can see the BMW just squirming. As now Billy Octane in the Aston Martin V12 and Zahir Esser in the Infinity Esports Ferrari start to close him in as well.
So Zahir Esser now in that Infinity Esports Ferrari. Definitely down the order here in 25th place. So it will be good to see what Esser manages to get done with his stint coming out. Billy Octane, the man that we currently track along with, and of course the lovely engine notes of the V12 gets to roar itself once again. It's all about just that management, managing the tires, managing the fuel loads, managing your engine maps, managing your fellow drivers, managing all the different aspects of the sim world. As we see Octane here getting nice and personal in that slip of Haynes, and we've seen that BMW of Haynes slacking down the end of Conrad, and it won't be a different story this time round. Once again, will be passed out and not able to even answer back into the closing phases of the circuit.
So here we have Billy Octane in the Triple R 333 Aston Martin V12 Vantage, and just going to give you a little bit of a lap around here at Mount Panorama Bathurst as the sun starts to make itself ever more known. Here into turn 2, Griffin's Bend, nice and tight to the curb for the Aston Martin. You can see Torregrossa up the road in the 51 Mercedes, and now into the cutting. Got to be so good out on the exit here, and you can see the sky. What a lovely view it is around here at Mount Panorama Bathurst. And now up towards a section of parks going around Solman, Reed, and of course then up towards McPhillamy, the big danger corner on this circuit. And now you can start to see the sun. There it is, making itself known. The driver's going to have to start dealing with that as it continues to rise. And then into the S's, the Dipper now making his way through towards the elbow. And this is going to be where he needs to get a very good exit. Billy Octane, nice on his entry, nice on his exit as well, close to the wall, but not too close. As he thunders down the mountain now, can he catch up to the back of the Mercedes of Torregrossa in the Apex Online Racing Community Mercedes? Gaining, and now into the chase. The brake marker board's taken out earlier by that Ferrari, the Forza Italia Esports Ferrari. But still nice on the brakes into the chase, and now down towards Murray's to round out the lap in the Aston Martin V12. Billy Octane having taken that car over from Harry Conway earlier in the race. Speaking of the Forza Italia Poland esports car, this is the car in question that was going backwards down the mountain and responsible for taking out the brake board markers, if I can get my words out correctly, and currently still defending from David Kelly in the 93 Ferrari Sky esports car. And it looks like David Kelly got a much better exit from the elbow than the likes of Dubiel. And he's going to have the slipstream, gaining. But of course, when you pull out, that's when you start to lose that advantage But has he got the inside line? He does have it. He's going to be alongside. They're going to come towards the kink, swooping over, just touches the curb, loses a bit of control of the car, but keeps it planted. And that was a good save from David Kelly in the 93 there. Just clipped the curb a bit too much, but didn't send himself flying, as I think we've got a car stranded just after the cutting. I'm seeing a yellow flag on the circuit, as you can start to see the hue that George mentioned before. And yeah, we definitely do have a car stranded on track. Ooh, that Ferrari of JC Grobler. And what's happened here, I wonder? Did he just loop it? Yep. Looped it around, hit the wall, and that car in a pretty dangerous spot, and he's trying to get it turned around as safely as he can. And I think it was, funny enough, I think it was Andre Franke or Mike Noble, wasn't it, George Smith, that had to reverse up the cutting once in a Porsche?
It is, and you have to find that gap to quickly try and turn it. 4-point turn coming out. Just going to hold the brakes one more time. And that's not a good spin coming out for the ATK Academy car. Of course, Morgan McCall and Junior McCall, the two brothers, also out here from South Africa doing some good work. Over to another South African entry here, the Retro Esports team, currently piloted out by Mark Ansel. The 242 finding themselves up in 21st place overall. And most certainly going to be happy with their performance so far. Just going to keep it nice and clean and tidy as Toro Grosso starts to put that pressure on in that Mercedes. That number 51, red and black themed car behind, chasing down the almost chromed out maroon and gold Retro Esports car. I've always said to them that I'm not a big fan of the yellow, and I'll say again that the retro yellow doesn't do it for me. When they go for their retro Miami theme, the pinks and the blues, their liveries pop. This time around, not a big fan of it. I feel like that's why it took me so long to recognize their entry out here. But the 242 definitely looking to improve their race position. And as a fellow South African, I'm going to be sadly rooting for them. No bias.
Well, now that we have a little bit of a chance, we can give you a penalty report update, because there have been a few more handed out by the live stewards. So lap 28. Turn 23, so that'll be the last corner. Car 194 and car 211 involved in an incident, and that was a 5-second penalty for the 194. Actually, it's listed as turn 23, but I'm fairly sure that was the chase down at turn 21. So incident there between Kilian Räikkönen and Akos Getvan. 5-second penalty to Akos Getvan, of course. Did try to give the place back, but he did cost quite a bit of time for Kilian Räikkönen, so only a 5-second penalty for the good sportsmanship he showed in slowing down. Lap 39, into the chase, car 2 and car 38, we saw that one. It was Darren King on the side of Michael Ross, and that's a 15-second penalty given to Darren King. So the Ford Zilla car carrying that penalty, which he'll have to serve at his next pit stop. And then lap 41 into the chase, the 11 and the 211. We saw that one on stream as well. Kilian Räikkönen, he's been given a 5-second penalty for that one, and he does find himself behind the number 11 Griphax Engineering Mercedes at this point in time, and now he's got a 5-second penalty to boot along with it. So not great for the Randy's Pasta car, but they're going to have to deal with what is given to them, and not a massive penalty for them to serve. It maybe it'll cost them a position when they come in for their pit stop, but it's not really the kind of penalty that will ruin their race.
It's always sad to hear back from when you disappear off to go and get that piece of paper that the stewards hand over from their side of the social distancing box. But, you know, at the same time, the stewards putting in all the work to make sure that drivers are kept in check. And if you are going to put yourselves at risk and take out somebody else, you know, the penalties are there to reflect that. So looking at Adam Dubiel in that number 500 Forza Italia.pl esports team, good to see them having a nice fight on track with a fellow Italian stallion car, that belonging to the likes of Kelly. And these two, of course, in the same class in the Pro-Am division, fighting it out for position on track and just trying to keep each other at check. So it's always good to see two manufacturers caught up in, similar battles on track. Then it comes down to the driver, down to the setup, as we get a look at the 557 NSX and the 08 Mercedes coming out through the chase as Alexandro Biagio in that 557 NSX. Not a lot of these cars out on the grid, so always good to see the Honda representation. And currently trying to, get a little bit closer to Tinko van der Velde. And I think maybe even not going to worry himself too much, as they don't really fight out in class. But massive shout out again to everybody who's tuned in and watching us. It's just gone 6:50 a.m. Still 10 hours and 18 minutes left of this race. Ryan, Gill, and myself taking up the opening stint of the comms box for the first 2.5 hours, and then of course the American Dream Team coming in. Nick Setnik, Jesse Lee, and of course Mike Jones will be taking over from us, and then we will be back again after their 2.5 hour stint, and then they will round out the race finish. So plenty of comms for Ryan and myself, and of course Stewie working those camera angles, giving us a good view from aboard the 778. Gergo Panker, of course, driving from the Kunos Devs. Always good to see them entering into the RCI events, giving us lots of support as always. Always cool to see all the big names coming through, and of course, big shout out and thanks to Race Department and our other sponsors, Race Face Speed Labs, for helping us out. Look at this. It is Schumacher to increase the pressure out here. Aston versus Aston on track, and unfortunately not in the same division, but the same sentiment always sticks, Ryan. Overall, you're still looking to finish up and be able to post that overall finishing spot, and 25th always looks better than 26th in my eyes.
It definitely does, and you carry that ego boost with you, don't you, into further races. And it's not the same class, but you'll always feel good finishing as the highest of a particular manufacturer, and you'll always feel good as well finishing ahead of some pro cars as well if you're in the Pro-Am class. And well, you can see that kind of thing going on here as Gergo Panker still holds Martin Schumacher at bay. And is the GC racing car going to have a move? As I think I've just seen the retro esports car of Mark Anteloff in the gravel.
You have indeed. That is them trekking across building sandcastles in the background, and not looking good for them if they lose out some positions down the line. Ivan Shermanitsky, not a driver that I've had a lot of familiarity with, but currently finds himself in 9th place in that number 11. And Graphics Engineering AMG has had a decent race, considering they didn't have the best of starts. They had a good quali, and the race start didn't quite work out for them, did it, Ryan?
No, it didn't. I mean, they had a good time. I mean, starting the race, but things have kind of just unfolded a bit since then, and that's just the way it goes sometimes in these races. And you've got to remember, I mean, what are we, an hour and 45 minutes coming up into this race, and look how much the order has changed from the start of the race. Yes, there's some familiar cars up at the top, from their starting positions, like the 126 of Barazzini, the 1000 of Tobin Lay, and of course Mikael Sundström up there in the 899, but you can look down as well. Tinko van der Velde down to 17th place. Samir Ibrahimi, he's up to 11th, but could be a lot higher if they hadn't been given a drive-through penalty. Of course, Kilian Rajaminen and Shermatitsky, both of those very out of place to where they started. And Darren King's car's been up and down the order a few times as well. And we can't obviously forget that Mike Noble in the 123 FFS Racing has come from right at the back of the grid. It was Andre Franker in the first stint for that car. And they're currently running 23rd after starting 44th. So they're doing a very good race. Lovely sunrise that we have here at Mount Panorama. The sun well and truly out and about and causing pain for those drivers going into Skyline. And this is the one part of the race, George, where I'd be really happy to be out of the car at this point, having run the first stint, handed over to someone else, and know that by the time I get back in the car, the sun isn't really going to be that much of an obstacle.
Oh, side by side, Shementinski going to just find himself catching up to some of the traffic around him. And, you know, it's always difficult to just navigate through that when you are going at your race pace. You always have to try and think about what other drivers are going to do. Some drivers, you know, react to blue flags a little bit differently. Some drivers will almost instantly peel off the racing line to the opposite side of the track to let you through, and others will wait for you to get right on your tail end. Another story of a car that just has not had the luck out there is, of course, the Zilla number 39. Jimmy Broadbent still in this, shares it up with Jardier. So the big YouTubers out in 30th place, they find themselves just behind that Infinity racing car that has Bashir Jadwad at the wheel. Of course, ATK Academy is in the race, and then they've got their ATK main drivers, the likes of Bashir Jadwad, joining up with Zahir Essa. So that's a powerhouse combo team. Will be interesting to see if Jimmy Broadbent gets onto the back of that 777 Ferrari, what transpires there. We were sort of theorizing that there might be a bit of damage out onto Broadbent's car. Not that I can give too much insight into that. I'm sure there's viewers out in his chat that might be able to give us a little bit more. And talking about those viewers, you know, seeing all the comments coming through from everybody, we are here, we see what you're saying, and it's so much nice positivity coming out, questions, and you know, everybody answering one another. It's a good community, and really nice to see where RCI has come to. I mean, this was formed up as a community-driven idea after the end of a previous era in commentary for a previous community, and Racing Club International has then just kind of been formed up and continues to go through the order. Matowski here looking to have a little move on that fellow Audi driver on the inside. A little bit curve, kicks up, has to try and correct it, but Mikowski will stay out ahead there of the likes of Clark. Again, lots of battles between drivers not in classes, and I think that sort of yields out to being a little bit of an easier pass. It's really where you see drivers in that shooting position where they're fighting in class, and that's exactly the battle here. Killian Ryan Meenan in 10th, chasing down on Ivan Sherman-Tinsky. This Ryan is going to be a good fight out because both drivers keeping relatively similar track times out on circuit. They're catching up to the likes of Broadbent ahead, which might add a spanner into the works and allow Killian Ryan Meenan a potential overtaking place. Words hard.
Yeah, definitely, and he's got that 5-second penalty, of course, to serve on his next pit stop. So if he is going to get past Shermatinsky, he needs to make a 5-second gap between them before he comes in for his next pit stop. I don't really think that's going to be the case, though, around here, as Shermatinsky getting all sorts of out of shape coming out of the cutting. You can just see Jimmy Broadbent and Nissan, the 39 Mintzilla, just up ahead, and Jardier will be taking over that car fairly soon, I believe. But it's been a bit of an up and down start for them so far for this race. They have made good progress up the field. Obviously, they started all the way back in 43rd, I think it was. But they did get caught up in that early incident on the first lap. So a bit of up and down, but you know, they're plenty experienced with endurance races before. Of course, Jardier having raced in so many endurance races here in ACC, and of course Jimmy Broadbent, iRacing 24-hour of Le Mans winner and Indy 500 winner as well. He's been in plenty of high-level races. He'll know that this is it's all about the long game, and things might not be going great right now, but in 8 hours' time, come towards the last couple of hours of the race, things could be turned completely on their head. So you've just got to keep going. And speaking of keep going, Killian Ryan Meenan is going to keep believing that he can get past the number 11 of Shermatinsky, and the way he keeps closing up onto the back of that AMG, I don't think he's wrong.
It's definitely something to keep our eyes out and keep track of, because Killian Ryan Meenan, I mean, you talked about him earlier. We've both had the opportunities of driving against him, mostly just looking at the rear end of his car at most encounters I found with him. You might have been a little bit closer up the order, but lots of big names, lots of big drivers still to come. And as the race continues out here, of course, the temperature out on track will rise gradually with the sunrise coming up. We've got some cloud cover variability potentially on the clouds. There's a small chance that we see a bit of rain out here, although our forecast says mostly sunny with a little bit of cloud cover coming out. Relatively no change coming out from the wind temperature or the wind speed out on the circuit. I mean, I have seen some gale force winds featured out at the mountain in some of the races before, so a very light breeze out there, not going to be too much of an impact. But of course, always got to keep your eye out on the weather, see what is going to blow in as we follow around with David Kelly in the Tempesta Racing number 93. And they're just trying to, of course, get a little bit closer onto the back of Dubiel. They are battling it out for position in class as well as overall, and they find themselves well within the mid pack here. 45 cars started the race, and to be in sort of 15th 14th place, it's a very good showing coming out, especially if you are from the Pro-Am tier. You'll see a whole bunch of pro cars behind them, so a good race coming out here. And coming into the next Enduros, I'm sure we'll find that people switch out and find themselves in different tiers, and it all goes part of the bigger picture of finding who the quickest ACC sim racing drivers are. You can't have people competing all across the world in different leagues and getting them to kind of stack up against each other. You need them to start going into the big races, and we're not the only community doing big races. All the big enduros going out. Shout out to the teams that continue to put in the efforts. I think we grow our pie, they grow their pie, everyone benefits out of it. So for me, all the communities putting in the time and effort to make sim racing what it is what gives us this action-packed action out on track. I mean, Super Pole, when we did that for the qualifying stint, the fact that drivers were stacked up all the way down the order, relatively a couple of tenths between them as you look down the timing sheet, it just goes to show that the levels of driving just keep getting pushed and pushed, and you start to filter out who the very best in the world are.
So, as we continue onwards, there was a bit of an incident between Ivan Shermatinsky and Kilian Ryaminen just a lap ago. And Kilian tapped the back end of Shermatinsky, turned him around a bit, and then pointed him back in the right direction. And, of course, Kilian gave up the spot, made sure to not take it, probably knew that he'd be getting another penalty if he had taken the spot after the last overtake he'd made. So, of course, making sure to be extra careful this time round. And obviously there's no worse feeling, is there, George, than, driving out a stint, then getting involved in an incident, and, you have to hand over a car to your teammate, and then your teammate might get a penalty for something that you happened to do earlier on in the race. It's one of the worst feelings ever. And I'm pretty sure Ricardo Claro and Malinowski will not be wanting to take over that Randy's Pasta cart with another penalty on it.
Burns into the back of your mind knowing that you've got nothing left to use. And it's not a situation you want to find yourself in, especially with this stint of driving remaining. You'd have hoped that your drivers before you have gone long enough to just manage things along. Looking back at David Kelly again, the number 93 with the Sky Sports livery, being featured out here a lot. Definitely keeping himself within that action range of Dubiel in that 500 red, white, and green Ferrari in front. And down through the cutting, a little bit of a mistake potentially coming out as Pfeffer now into the action side by side down the mountain straight. They will go the drag race between Italian manufacturers as you see that Dayglow Lamborghini on the outside now for Griffin's Bend will successfully get past that Ferrari. Made him look like, again, he was looking for parking in the parking lot, but that's all down to the exit out of Hull. He just didn't have the exit compared to making the move on Dubiel, and that then costs him down that long stretch run.
Yeah, it does, and Tobias Pfeffer driver that I've had the pleasure of commentating on a few of his races before. Very, very talented in a Lamborghini, in fact. In the 195. ERC, powered by FSP TV Rhineland. And I'm sure I've butchered that German team name somehow, and I do apologize. It's definitely not my strong suit of all the languages that I can pronounce names for. But Tobias Pfeffer, he's been very, very quick when I've seen him racing in the past. Saw him race in the multi-class GT series that we ran when GT4 first came out, and was very, very quick. And he's looking to make a place up now on Dubiel in the 500. He's going to go to the inside line, coming into the kink. Going to make sure that he's clear of the Ferrari, and nicely done there by the Lamborghini. Nice and clean. Obviously, Dubiel didn't really want to fight it too hard, probably reckoned that the 195 was significantly quicker, but nonetheless, very good from both of them to make sure that there was clean racing in there. And now it's back to Ferrari versus Ferrari for the Pro-Am battle.
It is indeed, and I mean the viewership so far on the stream has just been absolutely phenomenal. So I hope that the viewers are getting to enjoy the racing as much as we are. Drivers on track, putting on a show for everybody to see. We've had 160 likes on the stream already. I mean, to get it up to 200 by the end of our stint would definitely be a good benchmark for us. So if you haven't liked and shared it and let people know what we're doing out here, please do us a favor and do so. If you absolutely detest what we are doing, or even if you just dislike it, you can leave a dislike. I see we've got 2 dislikes out there, so hopefully we can turn those frowns upside down and get a couple more positive upvotes out on our race here this evening. 2 minutes until we hit that 10-hour remaining mark, and the commentary stint for the opening part of this race has just been so much fun to watch. Sabir Ibrahimi in with the Coach Dave Academy boys, racing out in that 449, having themselves a good race here within the top 10. Just behind him, Jason Absmeyer from White Rabbit Gaming in that 888 Bentley, also starting to put on the pressure. So the Bentleys starting to eke their way out. And if you remember the start of this race, there's a lot of talk about the Mercedes dominance from first to fourth, with a lone NSX in fifth. Right now, Barazini leads things away for the Orion race team. Not a big surprise if you do follow the Orion racing team, but it is the Mercedes. Then we've got an NSX, Honda in second place, and Audi in third as we jump to the racing replay here. Down the inside, you're going to descend it on, get past the BMW. There's 449 here. Going to just pass out. I think that was one of the back marking cars. I'm not 100% sure. Sometimes I get a little bit caught up with the cars on track, but certainly a difference in manufacturers to what we saw at the start, and starting to see where people fit in.
Yeah, definitely so. The Mercedes, whilst they did look very, very good in qualifying and they did dominate the top 10, not really looking that way at the moment. Only 3 of them in the top 10 at the moment, and that's considering the fact that a few of these guys do still need to pit again. So I'll definitely see how that changes over the course of the race. And in fact, we have 4 Bentleys in the top 10 at the moment. So the Continental being represented very well here. And of course, Bentley very, very popular in Australia. Of course, they even took a win, didn't they, at the 2020 Bathurst 12 Hour. So a few of the guys around here wanting to replicate that kind of performance. And I think some of them will definitely have the talent to do so as we get up towards the end of the second hour here at Mount Panorama. And we'll be going for a momentary comms break. It'll just be a couple of minutes this time, and we will be back in just a few minutes' time. Meanwhile, enjoy the sounds of the cars around the Mount Panorama circuit. So here we are, back for the final hour of the first comms team coverage. And in just about 56 minutes' time, we'll be handing over to the commentary team of Nick Setnik for broadcasting and Mike Jones and Jesse Lee to handle the next 3 hours of the race. So I hope you've all enjoyed the coverage so far at a lovely Mount Panorama circuit. The sun has risen, no longer in the dark, and everything's starting to get quite exciting down here as we look at Jason Absmeyer, 11th place. Got Tobias Pfeffer in front of him now, and the 888 White Rabbit Gaming Bentley having done quite well so far in the race. And we did ask you guys, whilst the break was going on, do you have any questions for the box? So hashtag Ask the Box. Would you ever want to do commentating for real races, George Smith?
I've been asked this a couple of times if it's something that I'd like to dabble into. I mean, I get a real kick out of sim racing, if I'm going to be honest with you. I do enjoy real life racing, of course. But I find that there's maybe a saturation of real life commentators. They do a fantastic job at what they do. So I quite like finding myself in the spot here as, it's just, I suppose, yes, I would like to do it, but at the same time, I love doing this side of things.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people kind of the same way. I think that there is a significant difference between commentating on a real world series, and then commentating on something sim racing related. I mean, obviously sim racing blurs the line as much as we possibly can between what is real and what's virtual, but there is a distinct difference, and of course there is a difference in commentary as well. And I mean, I myself would love to do something, real in-person broadcasting for a race in the future, but yeah, I think kind of like you, George, at the moment, happy with what we're doing right now in sim racing. It's what we know, and I think it's probably best to stick to what we know before we dabble too much into things that are a bit out of our area of expertise. So, Sean Arnold in the 38. He's taken over the car from Darren King. And Sean Arnold did actually start the car towards the beginning of the race. So he's back in for his second stint of the day, chasing down Majernik in the 279 Aston Martin. And we can give you guys a quick update of the top 10 right now. So Fulvio Barazzini leads the way after 61 laps of racing. Tobin Lay in second place in the THR Esports Honda. And then Archie Clifford Roberts in the Pro-Am car has found himself into the top 3, but I'm estimating that he probably has a pit stop to serve. Bence Mattiasi taken over the 194 Racing Line Motorsport Bentley. They've been doing very, very well working their way up the order. Martin Lawrence in the 404 Connection Lost Bentley. And then the rest of the top 10, Ferrier in the 508, Mikael Bross in the number 2 Mercedes, Sami Ibrahimi in the Renwelton Coach Dave Academy Bentley, Tobias Pfeffer, of course, for the Rhineland Lamborghini, and now Jason Absmeyer into 10th for the White Rabbit Gaming Bentley. So that's the top 10. And it has been a thoroughly exciting first 2 hours, of course, George, and we're going to be handing over to the likes of Mike Jones and Jesse Lee in just about 52 minutes. So what have you made so far of the first 2 hours and 8 minutes of the race?
The word that I'm looking for is probably not there, but a hurricane comes quite quickly to mind, as it's been a bit of a whirlwind of emotion. I think the start of the race had some, unfortunate circumstances that on lap 1 put a couple of teams down the order, but it's also then given us a bit of a storyline to track along with him. So yes, they have suffered out, but at the same time, always get to see how people pick themselves back up. It's sort of the other side of sim racing. Sometimes you're always at the front and you got to lead away, and sometimes it doesn't go that way, and you got to dust yourself up and put on the racing gloves again, and just keep your eyes on the prize of bettering your position. People doing that right now are the likes of Jimmy Broadbent and Jaroslav Hanzik, of course, in this number 39 Mozilla. they get a lot of screen time coming out, as you know, they're pretty famed sim racers too. So always good to see where they come out. They've got a lot of supporters. You know, they've got a lot of supporters from them in the stream chat as well. So always good to just check in and track where their progress is kind of coming out in that Nissan as well. Not really a highly picked car, so a bit of an underdog in terms of the picks coming out, and always good to see people trying something a little bit new. So just up the road from Jimmy is, of course, Bashir Jadwad in the Ferrari for the Infinity Esports team. So I did say it before, getting to see what Bash has up against the likes of Jimmy Broadbent will be something that I have wanted to see. So good progress being made out from the number 39 Mintzilla GTR to get up towards the front of, you know, the mid pack, maybe I can say, because there's 42 cars out here. Valentin Barrier, he's currently trying to get his way through the order. He's kind of caught out of position, so you know, in 34th place, he's now behind Jadwad, matching for pace of 24th to set the story straight. Out through the Exeter Forest Elbow they go before they drag it down the Conrad straight. But Valentin Barrier trying to use the slip from Bash's number 777 Infinity Ferrari in front to see if he can maybe get himself around the cars in front. If he's being slowed down at all whilst trying to unlap himself, it's just even harder, because you then get backed up into cars that you get blue flagged for. So you want to kind of find a car that you're quicker than, get past him as soon as possible and make your way up. But a very damaged number 72, and that kind of sets the story maybe for why this TX3 driver in the form of Valentin Barrier is so far down the order. Very damaged look as we see Bash running a little bit wide there in the Infinity Esports Ferrari.
Yeah, so Valentin Barrier continues on his way, trying to unlap himself from the 777 and be driven by Bashir Jadwa. Like you said, Jimmy Broadbent just in the background there, as you'll see the Mintzilla come over the crest. And, of course, they're running in 25th right now, so pretty good for them at the moment. And done quite well. William Hendrickson, by the way, in the 11 Griffax Engineering, down to 27th place, the pole sitter. So they've really struggled, haven't they, in the last couple of... Well, in the last hour, I would say. The first hour was basically flawless, besides the speeding in pit lane infraction that they picked up right at the end of that stint. And, yeah, things are not looking too good for the pole sitter. But what is looking good at the moment is the Orion Race Team Mercedes 126 of Fulvio Barrazzini. And, of course, they've competed in the 2 previous RCI endurance races, George, haven't they? And in both of them, they finished runner-up due to time penalties. So, you know, they're going to be looking to right those wrongs here at Bathurst, aren't they? And take their first win in the RCI endurance races.
Indeed, those time penalties can be so costly as we get to that splitter cam from the Belgian Audi Club Team WRT. Kevin Critchley at the wheel, and currently find themselves in 10th place overall. The number 3 Pro-Am entry here, trying to better themselves up. They've got half a second up the road to the likes of Adam Dubiel, and the Ferrari of that number 500 been featured a couple of times in having to stay defensive. So it'll be interesting to see where Critchley and Dubiel find themselves in the next couple of laps. Of course, at this stage, it's all about closing down and waiting for mistakes. You see the driver in front perhaps catching up to some traffic, knowing that they're going to get backed up. So it's how do you eat an elephant? It's always a little bit at a time. Not always the nicest reference, so you know, sue me, I suppose. But it really is like that here at Bathurst. You can't really just jump in and find yourselves you know, dancing for positions. It's all about the time and effort that you put in. And we've seen teams pick up stop-to-go penalties for speeding in the pit lane. We've seen stewards handing out penalties as well. So any forms of mistake being made don't go unpunished. And that means that, you know, with a car being shared with other drivers, you have to be very much aware of that situation. You know, one costly mistake for yourself is a cost for your team. And a lot of teams out here with, you know, drivers that they're wanting to place highly. It's a series with a lot of talented teams, and you know, in the bigger scheme of things, it's cool to see where you feature.
Yeah, it definitely is, and well, Malinowski has taken over the Randy's Pasta car from Killian Ryan Meenan, who did the first 2 stints for this car. And doesn't look like there's any further penalties coming for that car, so Malinowski will be happy about that. And he can continue onwards, knowing that Sean Arnold is only just a second up the road. In fact, he can see him, got the target on his back, the 38 Fordzilla, and, well, also we have the time to talk about the Fordzilla cars, the number 8 and the number 38. They've had a bit of a difficult time, haven't they, George? 38 got caught up with an incident in the first hour of the race. The number 8 got caught up in a couple of incidents over the last 2 hours, and it hasn't really been the easiest time for them after bringing 2 cars to this race in the hopes of at least getting one of them on the podium. And I know it's early days, but they've been in the wars a bit, haven't they?
Early days aside, you still got 9 hours to go, and it's still a case of just keeping those time penalties down, making sure you don't get those track infringements. Malakowski on the descent now through the dipper in the S's. The 211 is trying to get past the likes of Arnold, because of course is going to be a battle for position in the pro class. That number 38 Mercedes just wrestling in front as they make the exit out through Forest Elbow onto the Conrad Straight as they go past all the Amarok banners on the left side. Those relatively unaffected. A couple of brake boards have been taken out, and that's part of sim racing. Got to find the brake points that are non-static out there, as we then get an on-board view from the Triple R 333 in 13th place. Billy Octane, a man quite famed in our RCI Discord. Sometimes known for his drive-through penalties, mostly known for his very tasteful and funny memes. So, I like seeing Billy out on the track. He brings a smile to my face, and good to see him out here in the Triple R, and soon to have the pressure of Arnold and Malinowski behind him. So will the Aston Martin be able to hold off the pursuit of the Mercedes in tow? We'll have to wait a couple of minutes to find out.
Yeah, it's quite a stacked team, isn't it? The Triple R entry, and they really do have some stellar drivers in there. Of course, with Billy Octane and Harry Conway, with Ismail Lebrec joining them, and Brock McDood as well. So, it's really, really good lineup for that Triple R car, and they're running 12th at the moment, and that's really, really good for them in the Pro-Am class. Obviously, not 12th in class. I think looking at their class position, they are 6th right now, so doing very well. And, well, they've got Sean Arnold and Malinowski behind them right now. And I get the feeling that Billy Octane, as much as he does love a good scrap, he's probably not going to get too involved in this battle between the AMGs at the moment, as they are right on his tail coming towards the elbow.
You can hear them yelling inside the cockpits that they've got this pro driver in front. Arnold and Malinowski are, of course, fighting for position in the pro division. And the number 38 and 211 dance it out. Down the Conrad Straight they go again. They have not left each other for more than a car length over the last 2 laps. So most certainly the defensive side of Arnold going to have to show at some point. Billy Octane with such a drive down on the inside goes the send, and Billy Octane going to have to get forced off the track there, and the move coming out goes down towards Murray's corner. Now Billy Octane is lost down, but these AMGs still fighting it out tooth and nail. Arnold struggling up against Malinowski's assault there, and again they find themselves in a position where things are going to cool off a bit. Those exits out through Murray's and Hulls are just so important, and it's all been compromised now as they make their way down the mountain straight again.
Well, there was apparently a bit of an incident for the Orion race team, Mercedes. They had a bit of a scary moment, and maybe picked up a bit of damage for their troubles as well. Matthias Egger in that car at the moment, but they are continuing on right now, the 126, and doesn't look to me like there's significant damage on that car anyway, but I will keep you up to date with how their pace is looking. whilst we looked back to Malinowski and Sean Arnold. Malinowski thought he'd got past the number 38, but Sean Arnold wasn't going to give it up that easily. And this is why the Fordzilla team has kind of got this reputation, high quality and very fast esports drivers of Sean Arnold and Darren King. And, they really are showing their stuff here. They get overtaken. They just repass you, start to pull away. And Malinowski really, really is going to have to put a lot of pressure on Sean Arnold to get past here. Of course, both of these cars being Mercedes means that they don't really have an advantage over each other on the straights or in the corners. It's just going to come down to how the car is set up and how the driver is performing on track.
So exactly that. A little bit of setup work gone down between them. Really nice to see Sean Arnold get so defensive up against Malinowski. It looked like the move was done, but it's not over until it's over. And again, both of them giving enough track room to one another. Oh, a bit of a mistake from Arnold there. Going to back up as he catches up to the likes of another car on circuit. That is going to cost him out of the exit. So didn't quite plan this 100% correctly. Going to have to get off the accelerator to run from running into the Porsche. So that then allows the 211 to reel in Arnold just a little bit. Not enough, I don't feel, down holes for that slipstream to be quite in effect. But most certainly going to love the toe down, as I believe we see Frederick in that 195 Dayglow Lamborghini also starting to get into that half a second's reach of the two Mercedes drivers in front. Fordzilla currently leads this little pack away. Frederick out of the running in terms of not being in position for the pro tier of these two in front of him, but certainly trying to get points up in Pro-Am. So where he sits now, he's quite happy to just follow along. But if these two drivers continue to scrap out, we've seen how they lose lap times to one another. That then could impact his race a little bit. He's still got a long way ahead of the likes of Fritzler in that number 500 Ferrari, who's going to be challenging him for position. But right now, Sean Arnold from Fordzilla holds off Malinowski. They go down through the dipper once again, and just no margin of error. Just look at how these guys are pushing the pace entirely, and no slipping up. A little mistake coming out from a Ferrari down the order. He's going to put it into those Bentley signs on the exit of Faraselbo, but luckily not impacting any other drivers there. And sometimes we don't catch everything on the broadcast. I'm sure that there are stories throughout the field that have been left untold, but the racing action that we've had so far for this 12-hour coverage, brought to you, of course, by Racing Club International, aka Informatica, Race Space Speed Labs, and race departments. It really has just been such a good drive out there. Next level racing, providing that sim racing rig prize to you guys, the viewers. So if you haven't entered the giveaway, get out there and do so. If you haven't left a like on our stream, we love to see it, and we've set ourselves a little like goal of 200 before the end of our comms section. Ryan and myself might be a little bit too high. We might not get all the likes out there, but we have to compare the likes against the American comms team coming in next, because it's not just racing on the track, it's racing between commentators.
It is. There is also the kind of unspoken, which is now going to be a spoken kind of competition, as Michael Ross has gone sideways through, I think that was with contact with the likes of Sean Arnold, and this has created a bit of a difficult situation here for a few of these guys. He's trying to find a way where he can position that car to let people through, and he really has compromised. I think that was the 500 Ferrari.
It's so difficult there, Ryan. I mean, like, you're in that situation, you're parked up against the fence, you can't three-point turn it. There's cars coming, some good efforts being showed out there to avoid the incidents and just slow down.
Yeah, so quite a shame for Mikhail Moros, and of course, not intending to hold anyone up there, just really, really unfortunate. Not enough room really here for a car to go sideways and people to just drive around them. It's honestly just, the nature of the mountain at least does not allow for that. But this is Mike Noble in the 1-2-3 FFS Racing Porsche, and what a race this car has had so far. From the back of the grid, 44th place, and up into 12th. I mean, I'm sure, you know, they were aiming for a top 10 for sure, I would believe, you know, coming into this race, but it seems that top 10 is, well within their reach, I would think, and they're going to keep pushing. Of course, Andre Franke handled the first stint. Mike Noble now in the car, and Jarkko Torvinen will be getting in that car later on as well. So the guys that drove for Bentley in the SRO Esports Silver competition now handling the old generation Porsche around Mount Panorama as they look to close in on the Renwelton Coach Dave Academy Bentley of Samir Ibrahimi and James Parker.
You know, it's again, we talked about James Parker earlier on in the week during one of our broadcasts, and always a good driver to have in the sim racing world. Mike Noble, one of those drivers that, again, just so quick, so talented. And you see these names dashed around with a lot of the top esports sim racing series. So seeing them all come together is going to be a good show on the road. Mike Noble is chasing down onto the back of Samir Ibrahimi in that collab team between Renwelton and the Coach Dave Academy. So good to see this little shootout between what is the front-running Porsche. A bit of a Porsche fan myself. Good to see the 991s in low representation, but at least on the grid as they make their way down through the dipper. Big storm actually rolling in to my my local hometown here in South Africa. So I've got to actually batten down the hatches on this side with a very nice view in sim of Bathurst in Australia. So I need to take 2 minutes, Ryan, if you can just let me go and batten down the hatches. The storms are coming, and I don't want to miss too much of this action.
Well, whilst George prepares himself for the literal apocalypse over in South Africa, we will continue to look at Stefan Kuyt in the 514 GC Racing 2 entry. Of course, both of GC Racing's entries running Aston V12s. Incredible sound that those cars give off, and he's got the Honda of Geimenhardt behind him in the 557. I think that's the Butler Powell Motorsport entry that is racing, and I think that isn't Mikael Moss behind them, but they do have an Audi behind them, probably a lapped car. I'd imagine it's the 115, is it? And yes, it is Michele Rizzo in the 115. So down in 40th place, but he's hanging on to the back of these guys, and of course going to do the best job that he can. So coming down the mountain now, Stefan Kuyt is going to be under pressure from the 557. Is the Honda going to have the pace to get past the Aston Martin V12 on the straight, or is the big engine in the front of that car just going to be too much for the Japanese manufacturer to handle? And looking at it right now, it seems to be that the Aston V12 just has the pace down the straights at the moment. And it's going to be in front coming into the chase. And it's going to be a while yet, I think, before the Honda can really start to challenge for that place. Jaroslav Honzik takes over the 39 Mint Zilla. And, of course, Jimmy Broadbent was driving that car for the first 2 hours, or just over 2 hours, and did a phenomenal job bringing that car up from 44th on the grid all the way up to where it is now. I think it was 28th where he came out. Jardia now running 26th. It's always a bit hard with everyone not really pitting on the same lap, so everyone either stop behind or stop ahead. Kind of hard to call, but yeah, Jardia taking over that car now, and he's going to be trying to push that car as far up the grid as he can for the next time that Jimmy Broadbent gets back behind the wheel. And very good performance so far from the Mintzilla team, just as Jarkko Torvinen has taken over in the 1-2-3 FFS Racing, but it's still Matthias Egger that leads alongside Fulvio Barazzini in the Orion Race Team Mercedes 126. They had a bit of a scary moment not too long ago, but everything looking good right now for the Orion race team as they continue to lead on at 2 hours and 29 minutes into the race, just over half an hour until we hand over to the second commentary team of our American dynasty of Mike Jones, Jesse Lee, and Nick Setnik.
What a race so far it has been on board with Matthias Egger in that 1-2-6. And of course, the Orion race team looking to find themselves a victory here today if they can. The teams that did have the spot ahead of them have not had the best of races coming out. And for them so far, the Orion race team, things have been going exactly to plan. They do have Alvin Smith in second place behind, looking to snap back. We've seen how Smith has managed to get that number 1000 NSX up the order when needed, but a 14.5 second gap is the lead over. He's currently doing 202.196 as his previous last lap, his best being a 201.530. So, you know, Matthias Egger just doing what he needs to do. An almost dead, just sub-dead 2-minute lap coming out from Alvin Smith, a 200.921 being the quickest in the second car. Averaging out with the 201s, mid 201s, some 202s coming out from drivers as we get that action-packed replay as the Mercedes. Oh, looked like a little bit of maybe even a netcode touch coming out there. It didn't look like an actual contact between cars, but something most certainly was a miss coming through there. As Malinowski in that 211 up into 8th place overall and looking to get some more positions up. Arnold up the road in that number 38 Mercedes. So the little Mercedes front running pack kind of finds itself now a little bit down the order. Mercedes still our manufacturer with the title up the front at the moment. Then we've got Honda, Audi, 2 Bentleys, and then of course the 3 remaining Mercedes cars. Then we've got that front running Lamborghini of Frederick in that 195 Pro-Am car. Samir Ibrahimi again in another Bentley for the top 10 in terms of manufacturers. So good to see that mixture of cars coming through. Still a bit saddened that there's no Porsche up towards the front of the order, but Torvinen in that 1-2-3 down in 18th place. I've still got a hopes and a dream for the FFS racing number 1-2-3. I love the pink livery as well on it. It's splashing and dashing, and just complemented with the black on the sides. It certainly sticks out and accented with those light blue wing mirrors. Certainly a livery that sits out, and I feel like it's been forever since we really we talked about liveries on a stream. But yeah, this is certainly something different. And right now, Torvinen under pressure from Hendrickson in that number 11 Mercedes behind. Black and gold of Hendrickson, of course, was our race leader for a long period of time. And unfortunately for them, that number 11, things have not gone the way that they could have wanted it to go. So they now find themselves almost out into the bottom end of the top 20 and needing to work their way back up the order.
Yeah, and that livery from the FFS Racing Porsche, it's a very Mike Noble-like livery, isn't it? You know, the kind of livery you'd expect their team to run. And they were actually running a very, very nice looking livery at the 3 Hours of Nürburgring that they went on to win in the Lamborghini. And Mike Noble, in an interview, did come out to say that he wasn't too happy with the livery. It wasn't hideous enough. And I'm pretty sure that Mike Noble has had a say in the look of this Porsche. I don't quite think it's hideous per se. I think the pink is maybe a bit too bright for my liking. And the kind of cyan blue accents, you know, kind of give off a bit of that Triple R vibe that we're so used to seeing. But I'm pretty sure Andre Franke or Jarkko Torvinen have probably talked Mike Noble out of using the green and orange on this car. And they've been able to somewhat control the look of their car for the 12 Hours of Bathurst. But nonetheless, they are doing very well indeed. 17th place right now for Jarkko Torvinen, currently at the wheel of the FFS racing machine.
track temperature up to 26 degrees. So we've only seen a rise of 2 degrees since the start of this race. And the ambient temperature following suit. A little bit of a change in wind pace comes down as we switch over to the likes of Burrows and Jason Webb now fighting it out for position. Webb into 12th place. Of course, for White Rabbit Gaming, I can give a little bit of insight onto Jason Webb. Of course, driving out here for my White Rabbit Gaming car in the 888s. And Jason Webb, a real-life drifter by trade. So he is sponsored out by Monster Energy as well as Ford Performance. And that's his day today, is making cars go sideways. So when the whole lockdown started, it was good to see him getting into the sim side. And so blessed as a big drift enthusiast myself to have him piloting around one of our cars. So coming out and getting alongside the likes of Jason Absmy and Bruno Cadilli might lose out the inside line if he's not careful to Burrows behind. Both of them running a little bit deep. The 888 cuts the grass, as does the 8 behind of Burrows. But yeah, so Bruno Cadilli, Jason Absmy, and then of course Corne Strauss all inside the White Rabbit Gaming Pro Division entry. And good to see them almost getting up towards that top 10. That was the goal that I said to you I would like to see my team get into, as they've done me most certainly proud so far, and looking forward to the rest of the race with them.
Yeah, the White Rabbit Gaming team doing very well at the moment. And, of course, they'll be taken over. Well, the full list of that team is Jason Absmeyer, Bruno Cadilli, Jason Webb, and I believe, is Corne Strauss in that team, George? Or am I, is that a change that's happened that I'm not aware of?
In this team now?
Yes.
Yeah, he is in this team now, yeah.
Oh, he is still in the team. Okay.
He is still in the team, yeah.
Okay. I wasn't sure if that had changed or not, so apologies for that. But yeah, Corne Strauss is also in the team. So 4 South Africans in the White Rabbit Gaming 888. So, of course, George's going to be cheering them on a lot, not just because it's his own team, but obviously full list of South African names. And adding to the South African names, of course, is the 777 of Zahir Esser and Bashir Jadwat. And of course, they've got Raymond Mooney joining them, the Scot. And they're going to be, well, they're down in 14th at the moment. So, not a bad race for them so far. And looking to find their way further up the field. As for other South Africans, well, unfortunately, the Yas Heat 37 Ferrari isn't present here today. That was supposed to have Jordan Sherritt in it. And the 37 has had to pull out this morning, which is very unfortunate. So, it's quite a shame. The 44 ATK Academy car of Morgan McCall, Junior McCall, Arno Vasahi, and JC Grobler are, of course, racing out here today. We haven't really seen too much of the 44, have we? Out here on track. And then, of course, there is also the retro esports car that we have seen earlier with Jason Gray, Brian Lewis, and Mark Antel. So a lot of South Africans representing here for the 12 hours of Bathurst, and I think we have 25 in total over both servers, George. So, you know, you must be quite happy with the South African representation here in the 12 hours of Bathurst at RCI.
It's always been the dream and the goal of getting into things locally here is to get our drivers to compete internationally, and I think it should be a goal of a lot of nationalities, and not just to highlight the South Africans, but, you know, all the different drivers getting together and driving. It's one of the few esports that allows people to come across the world and compete together. And yeah, for me, just stoked to see such a good join and support side from my fellow countrymen. But I'm certainly not biased just towards the South Africans. I talk about them a lot because I guess I have a little bit more insight into a community that a lot of people out on the European side, a lot of our viewers aren't quite aware of. So it's always cool to, for me, be able to highlight those things. I try not harp on too much about it, but I am a very proud South African resident, and very good to see everyone coming together and being able to compete as we follow along with Jordan Burrows, looking back at Jason Webb, who's, well, I think Jason Webb is down the line of this. It's actually Egger behind. It's our leader, Matthias Egger. I thought I noticed that blue beast in front, and the front end grill of our leader then approaches Burrows in 11th place. So just goes to show you how different the timing of where these guys find themselves out on circuit sometimes goes to be. 9 hours and 21 minutes of the race, and the race leader currently coming to get past the car sitting in 11th place.
Yeah, it kind of just shows you how having a clean race and not getting involved in any accidents really can benefit you. You know, in a longer race especially, but even in shorter races. I mean, if this was a 3-hour race, for example, you know, Matthias Egger would, well, he'd have a lap on everyone up to 10th place, basically. And, you know, that's the kind of thing you've got to look for. You've got to look at this in kind of stints and sections and, you know, kind of break it down as much as you can. And Matthias Egger going very well. 13-second lead over Elvin Smith at the moment. And the Orion race team Mercedes doing a good job. Obviously, the number 8 running the Good Smile livery, or one of the Good Smile liveries. There are quite a few. And that's the Team Fordzilla 8 car. Obviously sitting in 11th place. And Sean Arnold in the other one, the 38, is up into 7th place. So starting to recover from their poor start that they had to the race, the Fordzilla cars. And I'll be hoping to make up at least a few more places before the end of the race. But just under 20 minutes until we hand over to commentary team 2. And lovely scenes that we have around here. The sun not really playing a major factor now at Skyline. Well and truly in the air as it's 10 to 8 in the morning. And we've had to witness this race from the dark into the sunlight, George. And it's been absolutely fantastic to cover the first 2 hours, 40 minutes of this race alongside you. And I look forward to the next 20 minutes and the next 3 hours that we'll be covering later on in the race.
Indeed, Ryan. It's been so good to start things off, see the time progression, see the change in the lighting conditions for the drivers on track. Stephen Key here in that 514 for GC Racing number 2, currently trying to hold off against the likes of Heilmann in that number 557 NSX behind. Half a second behind as they make their way up through the top of the mountain pass, through Salmon Park and then McPhilmy, before they make their way back down towards Skyline and the Dipper. So a nice little view of that NSX getting very slidey. The 557 with a big mistake in the brakes and will collide with the wall. Does that impact his racing position here at all? Does he lose out to anybody behind him? And it looks like Samuel's still a little bit down the road as we see the sector and split times getting updated. So Sasha Geminhardt in that 557 makes a little bit of a mess of it out through Skyline, does tap the wall, comes back on track. Will be interesting to see if that's damage worthy and if that needs to be fixed up in the pits. Didn't look like he hit the wall too hard, but you know, in these GT3 cars, they are aero sensitive. And any sort of damage that you pick up can just impact your race against anyone else on the circuit later on.
Yeah, some of these cars more sensitive to damage on the front or the rear than others. And it'll behave differently depending on which car you're driving. And that can also be a bit of a factor into someone's car selection, you know, for a race this long. If they're thinking, look, there's a high chance we're going to pick up damage over the course of the race, let's not choose a car that, if you get a little bit of front damage, you know, it's going to really cost you over the rest of your stint. And that could be the case of some people's car selection, but obviously no one will be looking to get involved in incidents as we watch David Frederich. He's taken over from Tobias Pefeffer in the 195 Lamborghini, running in the top 10 at the moment. They have Samir Ibrahimi not far behind, and what a stint from Samir, by the way. He's been in that car, well, he's going to be coming up to being in that car for 3 hours straight, a triple stint from Samir for Renvelton Community, obviously partnered up with James Parker from the Coach Dave Academy. And absolutely amazing stint from Samir so far. And like you said earlier, George, you know, we have a lot of good feels with those guys. They're really cool, really chill guys, especially like Sir James Parker and Samir Ibrahimi racing here today. And Well, they've done an absolutely fantastic job, and James Parker will be getting into that car knowing that his teammate has done everything he could to get that car as far up the grid as possible.
Always cool seeing powerhouse drivers pairing up and seeing what they can do together, because individual drivers themselves might have strengths and weaknesses, and it's about finding that balance between them. Sharing a car, sharing a setup, there's not anything you can do once the lights go green in terms of fixing up that setup bar, changing up the tire pressures between drivers. And you're going to be doing that on the fly based on the track temperature coming out, setting it up to make sure you don't get those things overheated and lose the maximum and capitalize on the grip that you get out of your tire set. So Jaroslav Hanzik also going to be a name to now be inside the car with, watching the number 39 Mintzilla GTR, piloted of course by his co-driver Jimmy Broadbent. So I mean, Jardier and Broadbent in a car, Mintzilla inside a GTR, fitting for Jimmer to be in a GTR. We all are Jimmy Broadbent fans out there, and following along with his vlogs, you can see where his heart lies inside choosing the cars that he chooses. But good to see the old Nismo, bit of an older car on the grid, but you do need those diehard fans, right, to pick up on cars that aren't always going to be competitive in a field where in an esports centered event, drivers are looking for what is the absolute best. They're scanning around, they're keeping their eyes on who's picking what, and then pretty much adapting themselves a lot of the time to try and find what is going to give them the advantage. So always seeing a diehard enthusiast come out and pick something that's a little bit less picked is a bit of a treat to watch, as we see Kennedy making a little mistake in front coming out of the cutting, and that's going to just allow Hanzik to just reel him in a slight bit. Out of class fight, these two, as the Pro Tier car makes its way through a field of Pro-Am cars in front. Look at that timing sheet on the left, Ryan. Just Pro-Am cars in front for days.
Yeah, and like you said, just to touch on the... as we see Mikado make a little bit of a mistake. This isn't really where you want to try and pass. And Kennedy was having a look and maybe thought better of it, and thinking, well, I'll probably get past on the straight now here anyway. Obviously, Jaroslav Hanzik right up behind him. But yeah, like you said, it is nice to see a variety of cars on the grid. I mean, I myself am starting to move away from the regular cars, and Kennedy's just gonna let Jardier through, but Jardier had to work for that one a bit, and
it was nice. It was a nice little like slingshot, right? 3 cars going down, all getting some aero slip, and Jaroslav from 3 cars back then leapfrogs his way through, even if they did not want to fight that based on their classes. I mean, overall, you still don't have to just give those positions up. It's always advised that you make space if you're not doing it, because you're wasting your own tire grip in fighting with cars that are not there for position. But Jarkko Torvinen in that 1-2-3 FFS Racing Porsche, start to still see glimpses of William Hendrickson coming in that number 11 black and gold AMG GT3 down through Skyline. Over the heli-cam we go. Always a nice little view to just see some of the elevation changes coming down, and Torvinen just going to have to make sure he's not focusing on those mirrors. He cannot feel the pressure from behind. It's all about the exit coming out here through Forest Elbow.
Yeah, Jarkko Torvinen, a driver used to dealing with pressure, of course, and I don't think William Hendrickson behind is going to phase him too much. Actually, quite surprised how long he's been able to keep Hendrickson behind. I mean, I know the new generation Porsche does struggle around here, and I'm not too familiar with how the older generation Porsche does do at Mount Panorama, but he's keeping that Mercedes at bay, and that's just a testament to the pace Jarkko Torvinen has. And of course, Andre Franker and Mike Noble will be getting back in that car at some point later on as they continue onwards to the next lap. Matthias Egger still leads, 81 laps down, as we get closer towards the 3-hour mark into the race. Elvin Smith has closed the gap to the 126 car by about 3 seconds over the last 9 minutes, so the THR Esports Honda starting to make way towards the Mercedes up in front. David Frederich moves up ahead of one of the lapped BMWs around here, and now he's closing in on to the back of Malinowski. He's got an Aston in front of him that he needs to dispatch, but there you can see Malinowski in the Randy's Pasta car, and Ricardo Claro will be taking that over at some point later on. Random call sign. The Portuguese influencer, as he loves the term, and I'm sure that he'll have his work cut out for him taking over that car as well, because they've definitely had a bit of a hard time, haven't they, with a few penalties coming their way, but they're still within the top 10 and looking very good.
Always good to just get a little bit of a sound of the engine notes as we get on board with these cars. Quite often follow the track side action as our cameramen are busy at work tracking along with the racing on circuit, but these onboard cams always give a little bit of an insight. You see just how little room for error there is as Malinowski makes his way around the outside of that white Bentley coming up towards the likes of Reed Park. Up at the top, it just plateaus, gives you a bit of a freedom to breathe out, and then you just chuck it back in for the right-hander. That is McPhillamy Park. And then back down the mountain you go. Just look at that. The top of the skyline is already not visible. It just disappears down, and it's corner after corner. And it's all about flow and rhythm. One small change in that, and that just impacts the entire outcome of what you can drive out down towards the Conrad Strait. So a very iconic track out here at Bathurst. The fact that 12 hours is being done by these sim races is just phenomenal in itself. What a treat it has been to start off the commentary slots, and looking forward to hearing what our American counterparts have to make. Of course, they've got to start off and watch the race from the get-go, Ryan. So will be interesting to see their takes on things. We can't watch everything, and quite often when you sit back and watch, you get some nice intake or insights onto some of the other races. You get to watch some of the other POVs of drivers that are driving out there. And I urge you guys, if you are watching the stream, go and check out the drivers that are streaming their POVs. Leave a like, leave a comment there as well. You know, it's not just about the sim racing community here. If you are new and you're looking to get into things, you know, don't feel ashamed to ask questions, because for us, it's all about growth and community. And here at Racing Club International, you guys have been just so welcoming in the support of what we've been able to do out in the sim racing world. Samir Ibrahimi will be our splitter cam view as he chases down that Dayglow Lamborghini of Frederick in as number 195. Battle for position overall, but Frederick being a front-running Pro-Am driver, sitting in third place in that class, is going to have a very talented Ibrahimi to deal with very shortly, Ryan.
That he is, and the Ren Welton Coach Dave Academy car going strong here within the top 10. And I mean, just looking around the cars that find themselves in and around the top 20, a lot of Pro-Am cars have found their way up into the top 20, just staying consistent, staying out of trouble. And they will reserve the right to be there. I mean, even look at the lead for Pro-Am in third place overall. What a result that would be if they could carry that on for the rest of the race. But in terms of podium in class, the Racing Line Motorsport Academy guys in the 194 Bentley, what a phenomenal job they're doing right now. Third in the Pro class, on for a podium as it stands. Obviously still 9 hours to go. But they'll be making Stefano Canapi and the rest of the Racing Line family proud out here at Mount Panorama.
A lot of good racing caught out and around the grid order. Getting to catch up with some of the drivers and get a little story into what they've done. A lot of the drivers that are racing in this come and jump into the chat and give us some insights as to what's been going down. So it's always good to, you know, sort of check back with the community, see what they're noticing out there. Some of the times as well, I mean, we're busy talking about a point and we don't quite notice a gap changing up in the order. So I feel like sim racing just has such a cool interaction with the viewers that are out there. You know, when people talk about real life motorsport and things like that, it's cool to be able to do a broadcast, you know, from different parts of the world together and be able to interact and have feedback as we go. You know, if mistakes are made and we pronounce surnames wrong, which quite often we do, you know, there's often guys giving us corrections on that. So it's like almost instant feedback commentary, and it's a very powerful tool in creating the narratives out in esports. So very cool to be here at the 12 hour of Bathurst. 9 hours and 5 minutes remain on that race clock. Of course, 5 minutes to go until our commentary team switch up, as Frederick runs very wide. Ibrahimi has to, it looked like he almost got caught up by some dirt getting kicked up on the circuit coming out through McPhillamy Park. And Frederick here just then gets back onto it, gets back into that flow and rhythm that we've talked about, and then stops to feel that immense pressure that comes back down of making a mistake. It's sort of the part where on the circuit, if you have made a mistake, not a lot of room for someone to get by. As long as you get that Forest elbow exit right, you've then got the breathing room all the way down to the chase.
Yep, so turn 10. Another tricky spot for everyone, as we did cover in the track guide earlier, and I think the guys in Comms Team 2 will probably run that track guide for you at some point during their stint, just so they can give their little verdict on what they think of the Mount Panorama circuit. And of course, if you weren't here for the start of the race when we did run that track guide, they'll probably run it again for you, just so you can get a bit of a refresher about what's going on in and around here. As for what is going on in and around Bathurst, the number 51 AOR car, the Mercedes, trying to make their way past the 557, and not really going to be done this time round, but they've done well. They're another car that came from the back of the grid. This car actually did start last on the grid. They were the final car on the field, and up into 20th place at the moment. So they've gained 25 places on the start, which is an incredible amount of places to have made up in the first 3 hours of this race. And of course, as you continue to go onwards, it gets harder and harder to make up places. But I mean, I think if it were you or I in that team, George, and 3 hours into the race, we'd already made up 25 places, we'd be happy finishing 20th.
I mean, I think right there we'd have started popping champagne bottles, knowing you and I, and that's sometimes why we just have to keep it in the comms box and aren't allowed to race out there, because you can't celebrate with 9 hours left of the race to go. You know, may have made up 25 places, an hour comes in and you lose them all. And it has been the story of some of the teams out here. They haven't had the best of starts, and they've found themselves in some uncomfortable circumstances. I mean, if we look out to William Hendrickson's team, they started out the race and led away for a long period of time, and unfortunately for them, they find themselves so far down the order. In fact, how do I say this name? This is Jersey Vorzadik,
Warashek.
the number 50. Warashek. Okay. I mean,
that's my best attempt.
I mean, I think it was better than mine, to be honest. So again, get some flavorful surnames coming through, but you know, potential for the number 51 then to catch up to the number 11, who was originally leading away at the start of the race. So that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. A couple of cars caught out in the opening lap, but from there, there's been stewards inquiries, there's been some time penalties handed out. Drivers of themselves maybe picked up a couple of track limit warnings. So handing the car over to your next driver, having all of that, you know, to factor in, I think a lot of good races and good drives coming out from a lot of the teams, and a lot of unexpected teams also just making their way up. I think I'm most impressed by a lot of the Pro-Am field at this point, just how they've stacked up against a lot of the pro teams that have entered in. Time-wise and time basis, you know, it comes down to the fact that, yes, you can hot lap out there, but sometimes these Pro-Am teams just have a better consistency at teams, and maybe a little bit of a better racecraft. They don't get themselves caught up in incidents, and they manage to just keep themselves out on the circuit. So Stephen Key, one of those Pro-Am drivers in that 514 Aston Martin, currently has the likes of Valentin Barrier behind him. I mean, that's pressure in itself. That Valentin Barrier from TX3, big well-known sim racing team, a very popular driver. He's driven alongside the likes of Jardier before as well. You know, if you've big fan of the Jardier racing side, but it's one of those things that sometimes you are caught out in a position that you're amongst cars that you shouldn't be fighting with. So Valentin Barrier, with that sort of mindset, looking to get through the field as clean as possible and not influence anyone around him.
Yeah, like you said, Valentin Barrier, well-known name. Of course, races with Jardia, like you did say, and he races with Jardia in the Endurance Championship that will be returning next Friday. And of course, we'll be glad to bring, well, I myself and George Smith won't be bringing the coverage for that. I believe Mike Jones is going to be stepping in with Jesse Lee to bring you the coverage for that. And, well, here we go then. Just under half a minute away from the 3-hour mark. We thank you all for joining Team 1 here for the first 3 hours of the race, our American Dynasty. They will be taking over in just a short moment's time, and they will lead you through the next 3 hours of this race. We will be returning in 3 hours' time, myself and George Smith. We're going to go and not just get some drinks. We're going to go and get some food, recharge, and make sure that we stay clued in to the next 3 hours of this race. So we do thank you so much for joining. We've hit 201 likes in the first 3 hours of the race. That's absolutely incredible. And yeah, thank you so much, guys. It really does mean a lot to us. Thank you everyone for watching here today. Of course, do check out the Spotter Guide race program, !program, !spotter, and make sure to enter the giveaway if you'd like the chance to win yourself an FGT Light rig from Next Level Racing. And of course, big thank you to all of our sponsors, including Next Level Racing, but that also applies to Raceface. You can get some affordable coaching, and you can get some money off that price by using the code RCI Coaching. And then big thank you to Race Department and AK Informatica as well for the support that they give us, because we really couldn't have got here without them. So, George, before we hand off to Comms Team 2, have you got anything else to say to wrap up our first stint here for the Bathurst 12 Hour?
I almost don't have to say anything as Stephen Key and Valentin Barrier give us an exciting moment to almost make the switch. But to all our viewers that have joined us in the first half, you guys have been amazing. Thanks for all the likes. Thanks for the support. It's been a pleasure being here. And of course, our American Dream Team coming up next to bring you the action. Ryan and I will be back in 3 hours' time. So we will see you guys in just a little bit. So thanks again for joining us. And the American Dream Team will bring you part 2 of this 12 hour of Bathurst.
Okay, go ahead.
So, yeah, Jesse. I mean, there are some things that we talk about here, in the states with races, right? We think about, say, like the Daytona 500, for example, being a big one here for us in the states. The Indy 500 is another one that we really understand. Over in Europe, though, you have a lot of races out there, right? You have things like the Silverstone GP and even like the Monaco GP, for F1. But I think that two of the kind of biggest ones that you can think of are the Le Mans 24 hours is probably the biggest one, right? Le Mans 24 hours is just absolutely massive. And I think that people might disagree with me a little bit on this, but I think that however exciting Le Mans is, Bathurst might not be as big of a spectacle, but it brings so much better racing. And to have that here inside of this simulator, to be able to sit here on Bathurst for 12 hours and watch this, especially what the state of the world is right now. Not all of us can go out and go out to Australia, out to Mount Panorama ourselves, and this is just awesome to see this for 12 hours long.
Yeah, it sure is. And I'd like to welcome everybody back to the Mount Panorama RCI 12 hour of Mount Panorama here at Bathurst. Glad to have you guys with us. Sorting out a few little technical gremlins on the back end. You couldn't hear us there for a while, but do thank you guys for being here as coverage shifts with Mr. Mike Jones and myself, Jesse Lee, and Nick Setnik behind the cameras for you here, settling in for the next 3 hours of this race. We were just talking about the importance of Mount Panorama, and even though we are three Americans, we understand and respect the mountain just like anyone else would. It's one of those iconic tracks, the iconic races, sort of things. The same could be said for Le Mans, Daytona, the Nürburgring, Suzuka, even in my opinion. But you get the point. It's just one of those mystical places, and it's a lovely track. And to your point, Mr. Mike Jones, this place delivers racing. It always does. And just like we're seeing up front and all throughout this field, we're 3 hours, 15-ish minutes into this race, and there's still battles up and down the top 10. And that's what the mountain does to you. It forces errors. It forces that close racing. It delivers every time. And it would not surprise me whenever that clock strikes 0 if we don't have some sort of battle coming down to the finish line of this thing. I mean, it's been close throughout this entire race. It probably isn't going to get any further away. I was talking to some of the stewards earlier. They were talking about how they like this race for stewarding because if you guys look at the track map, everybody spreads out. But I was thinking in the back of my head that whole time, yeah, they're spread out, but they're spread out racing each other. You never get away from people around here, Mike. You've been driving in this.
No, you don't.
You've been driving in this. So tell us about it.
So I started the race, not in this split. I am not that fast. I was over in the Silver and Am splits for the 555 Aston Seals on Wheels racing team, and my endurance teammates. And I started the race, and it was Bathurst is such uncontrolled chaos at the start. The smallest mistake by anybody can just throw everything. And that we saw that apparently in the pro split at the beginning. Obviously, I didn't catch it live as I was driving, but there was an incident as I heard very early on in the race, and that sent a couple cars kind of not being able to see the incident because the top of the mountain especially, it's all blind, right? And so you can't really see anything all the way through there. And so if there's an incident in front of you, you just have to hope that either A, they get off the track, or B, you can catch the yellow flags quick enough to slow down. But it very well can just punch you right off of the track. And it's an experience that I had, twice actually in my first stint. I had an incident coming out of Hell Corner on turn 1, on lap 1 rather, right at turn 1, lap 1. And we got a little 3 wide, and we kind of ping-ponged off the wall on each other. I had to pit for repairs, and then a little bit later, I had a guy spin right in front of me, and there's just nothing you can do. You hear at a different track, you go to Suzuka, you go to like our 6 hours of Barcelona, even the 3 hours of Nürburgring that we did semi-recently, you have more room to maneuver than you do here. If somebody spins in front of you in, say, this in front of Skyline or anywhere that isn't one of the big long straights, you got nothing. You're not going anywhere. All you're doing is either spinning and smashing a wall or smashing into the car. Conway here, of course, sliding past Faricia there at the chase is a good spot for that, but it's only one of the couple, realistically, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, this is a track that I love personally. I have a fairly high finishing average around here, and I think I've worked out why it is. It's not because I'm that good, it's just because it's so hard to pass in places here that due to the type of cars that I like, V8 cars, obviously American stereotype, it's hard to pass somebody like that. You're seeing that. We're looking at Harry Conway right here. He's a very fast boy with Triple R Racing, but he's also getting a boost from that car he's driving. Of course, that's the old V12 he's in, but he's getting a boost from the kind of car he's in, so that's going to protect him down the straightaway. And everywhere else, it's hard to make a pass. We've seen it. The stewards have been busy all morning here at the mountain, and it's been because people making ill-advised moves out of desperation. And you have to have that desperation to get by somebody, because if you're slowing down, somebody behind you is catching you, and you create a situation where you get caught. Like, for instance, if Harry Conway does not get by what I assume is a lap car in front of him, I'm pretty sure that's a lap car, and is, because there's a Bentley in front of him on the timing board. That car behind him, the 500 Ferrari, will catch him. In fact, I'm pretty sure if that car in front doesn't yield to him within a few turns, the 500 Ferrari will be on him. And that's just the deal. That's how it goes. You know what happened? A few turns, the 500 Ferrari will be on him. And that's just the deal. That's how it goes. You know what I've been watching? I'm all over the place because I'm excited, and I do apologize to folks at home, but I have been watching the 194 just hang out here, and I've watched Harry Conway come through the field, and I've watched the battle for the front. Where is some of our people that started in the back of this field right now?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I know one, for example, was obviously Jaroslav Honzik Jardier, as well as Jimmy Broadbent alongside of him in the 39 car. They're currently in P18 overall, and they started straight from the back of the grid. This is him there for the Mitzilla. He's actually chasing down another car here right now, P17, only 8 seconds ahead of him on the track. So he's got a lot of potential to come up and get even more positions. He's already made quite a few. And we have, of course, had there's a couple other teams that started from the back because they didn't qualify. Jesse, do you remember the car numbers?
Well, I know the team of Jardier and Jimmy Broadbent, they're in the 39. They've had a tough day to start off with. They were involved in a few incidents early before the sun came up. Of course, a couple of those cars that were involved around them, they did get penalties for those incidents. I don't think the 39 itself got a penalty, but it did pick up damage in those incidences. So they've been put on the back foot, and the fact that we're 3 hours and some change into this race, and they've already cracked, out of 46 cars, they've already cracked the top 20. Why not them? Jardier's fast. We know that. We see him in all our races. Jimmy, this is his first race with us, but he's fast. We know he's, as they say, a fast boy. So there's no reason to think that he can't get. They're also in the GTR, which is my favorite car. So why not them? Why in 9.5 hours? Why not them?
And that's the thing, right? Is 8.5 hours, to be fair, is left in the race at the moment. Not 9, but either way, I mean, 3 hours is realistically, if they can keep the pace down and keep it tidy, they can get that thing done still. They've made up so many positions. Jardier's throwing down some pretty quick laps. He's in the mid-2s at most, and there are guys that are up the field, including these guys we're all looking at in this traffic, that are losing time because of the traffic. And he's just catching them, slowly reeling it in, and if he can continue it and keep it steady, keep it out of traffic, keep it clean, they're gonna just keep making up positions. I mean, this is the Racing Line Motorsport Bentley here that's all over the back of Pritcha, who, of course, we saw Harry Conway slide on past just a little bit ago. So Pritcha's losing, you know, some positions here, whether that's, you know, because of the traffic that they got cut up on. I mean, look at this line of cars, Jesse. We're 3.5 hours into this track. And if we look at the leaderboard here, 9, 10, 11, and 12, all within fighting distance here. This is ridiculous, 3.5 hours into a race.
Yeah, it absolutely is. It very much is that way. It's pretty interesting to see all these guys mixing in together. I was actually kind of chuckling to myself. I saw Jimmy coming through the field earlier, and I was thinking to myself, I've seen Jimmy race a little bit. I'm thinking, I don't think he's raced with a lot of these guys before. I know a lot of these guys he has, but some of the guys he was having to come up through the field from, he's not familiar with. And I was thinking about that. How many other people, because there are so many cars in this race, how many other people are having that same experience where you and I both know as racers, we know that we want to have a read on the guy we're racing against. We kind of want to know his mannerisms. And as you race with somebody, like maybe a Torvinen or a Dedacek, something like that, you learn their mannerisms and you understand how they're going to race. But if you don't know Lada, you know, or Kwai or any of these guys, or even Macaulay, for instance, and you have to race against them, you're having to read his character. This is not the track to have to do that. You want to do that at Le Mans. You don't want to do that here. But it has been, from a steward standpoint, fairly consistently clean. I mean, there's been some incidents. You know, they're filling up a board as they normally do. But it's been sort of relaxed. It's a lot different than I ever expected it to be.
Ooh, catches some
As
grass.
we're seeing Heilmann here get a little offline in the Racing Line Motorsport 194. Gathers it back up. He's going to have several cars behind him, all fighting for that spot. This is inside the top 10 here. Of course, that's Malinowski, also known as Tortellini there in the 211. They're partnered with Random Call Sign and Killian Ryan Meenan. And they are right smack dab in the middle of this. They had that 5-second penalty on pit road, so they're trying to make up for that a little bit still. They were running as high as, I think, 7th or 8th earlier. So, again, goes back. There's a lot of cars coming to the front, cars moving around. But that 211 is here to race. So is that 38 of Darren King. I haven't talked about him yet. Darren King's in this mix as well. So this is all a part of it. And by the way, I hate to say I told you so, but remember when I said that if any of these guys get held up by lap traffic, this whole train's going to catch each other? Welcome to the mountain, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that is exactly what Jesse said, and he also, I believe, was talking, or we were talking rather, about Darren King a little earlier as well. Not surprised to see him up here in this top 10 pack. I mean, this is a very competitive split. All of these drivers here are just going to be super competitive all race long. But, you know, to see Darren King up here is not very surprising. Same thing with Malinowski. Malinowski dominated some of the qualifying as we were, you know, doing the qualifying 2 weeks ago. I honestly think, Jesse, at this point that they're being held up by this Ferrari. I think if these guys can slide past the Ferrari, they're going to take off. If I'm not mistaken. I mean, like, it's something that you can tell. All these guys are dancing around the back and just looking for that opportunity to slide by.
Yeah, these guys are getting dicey here. I mean, the 500's in, you know, is well within his rights to defend his position as long as it does it safely. It's not being crazy or anything, but he is slowing up this pack. And then you're going to see right here, that's Guyton and King thinking about it. King is going to go around. King's going to slide the car out. Coming into the chase. Is that going to be an unsafe rejoin? I don't know. Makes contact with another Mercedes. Finally gets going. Another Ferrari going wide there onto the track to avoid contact. Not a great moment there for Darren King, as he's going to lose all of that time. And that's exactly what I was just going to say, Mike Jones. That is the one thing you have to avoid. Mistakes while being bottled up and mistakes trying to make a pass. And that was on one of the wider sections of the track.
It was, but, you know, that's going to end that battle for the moment, at least. You know, that 38 car is going to drop back out of that battle. Givetten, by the way, got past the Ferrari in the middle of that as well. So he's going to be able to start making up some time, hopefully, there. Malinowski still in the fight up there in the front of them, but now Joe McCooley is now up into P10. Meantime, guys, I apologize for the stream. We just like I said, when we did the broadcast, so it's a little bit of technical issues. We're actually going to have to go over to the standby screen for just a moment while we reset things, and then we should hopefully be good to go after that. So I apologize, but we will be back here in about 90 seconds or so. Alright, guys, so I believe we should be back and ready to roll now. Apologies for the delay. As usual with any sort of racing, technical issues abound, but we should be back and ready to go for the next 2.5 hours. And Jesse Lee, this looks like a new leader to me in the meantime. What happened here?
Yeah, well, the inevitable did happen. The seemingly named 1000 car, that's an error. That's not supposed to be possible, but here we are. It is shown as the 000 in game, or excuse me, I should say in sim. My apologies. That has occurred, but Berrezzini and the 126, they're not giving up.
No, they're not going to give up. Berrezzini wants that win. I mean, I know Ryan Gill was talking about it earlier. They participated in a couple of the last endurance races with us. Came runner-up in both of them. In fact, 6 hours of Barcelona due to a time penalty. They passed the leader on the last lap, and it just wasn't enough because of the time penalty they had. And Berrezzini is gonna want to get this back. He is not going to settle for second place again. He's gonna go all out and try and make sure he gets this win this time. And you know, he's gonna have to make that chase. But that's a Mercedes in between them. In fact, as this is Berrezzini here, so they've even got a car in between them. That 1000 THR Esports now on its 100th lap, by the way, 200 or 2.5 hours into this race, passing the line to start his 101st lap, has taken the lead. Berrezzini and the 126 Orion race team have led most of this race, but we are having a new leader on the board. I'm really curious to see how these guys do, because if that 1000 car Honda can take off, Berrezzini may not have the pace. You know, he's definitely been struggling in comparison.
It's going to be interesting, too. I was just thinking it's actually quite humorous. Berrezzini, you're telling me Berrezzini's done being a bridesmaid. They want to be the bride?
Basically, at this point, that's what they want to do. They're done. They're done being P2, and I think there's about kind of regardless of what happens, he's going to go P2 or or P1 or P5. He ain't settling.
There's about 200 teenagers in chat trying to figure out what that reference was right now. They're trying to figure, they've never heard that in their life, and they're trying to feel like, what's Jesse talking about? What is he talking about? But anyway, the 1000 car, if they win this race, again, it's early, 8.5 hours left, okay? But humor me here. Would they be the first car in ACC endurance history to win with 4 numbers?
Ooh, that's a good question. Maybe the first one in, as far as I know, in ACC history almost. I don't know that I've ever seen another one that has, you know, been with 4 numbers. You know, obviously it's a little bit of a game bug that happened, but they very well could be. I think they'll be the very first one in RCI race for sure.
That's just the kind of thing we sort of entertain here at this point in the race, folks. We are interested, of course, to see. And by the way, again, look at that time come down. It was as high as 1.7 seconds at one point, Leda Berrezzini, and now it's down to 1.1 seconds. And a lot of that probably is down to traffic. These guys are constantly fighting traffic in this race at this point. But still, that pass that occurred, Berrezzini's not done. Like you said, he is trying to fight back and get back in to this lead. And I don't blame him. Hey, he seems to have the potential and the power. I didn't actually see the pass between the 1000 and the 126, but I don't think there was anything accident-wise that occurred. It could have been exacerbated by the fact that 126 got held up. And of course, the lap car will always fight the leader harder than they'll fight the second car. I don't know why that is. It's infuriating, but it does happen. It's just science at that point.
It really is at that point. I mean, the lap cars, especially here at Bathurst, I mean, it's difficult to get past the lap cars anyway. Here at Bathurst, as we're now watching Malinowski come down. He did get past the Ferrari. I believe the Ferrari did make the pit and do a driver swap. They're back down to P15 now. So Malinowski has the clean air in front of him to chase down the Racing 9 Motorsport 194 Bentley. Hopefully he'll make up some time here. They are within their pit window again as well, so depending on how the stints are working out, we could be seeing more pit stops here start coming across. But Malinowski, he's wanting to chase down Gvetin here after that small incident, and they don't have traffic to deal with for the moment. But of course, if you look at the map on the right, these guys are pretty spread out, Jesse, but at the same time, it seems at least every few laps you're probably going to catch traffic, and if you catch them at the wrong spot on Bathurst, you could 45 seconds down. If you catch them on the mountain or something, and get stuck, not much you can do, right? You're going to lose just a whole second, maybe two even, if you're not careful.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's part of the strategy. Again, so much of racing is being quick and consistent, right? That's what they teach you. The thing that you have to experience, oh my goodness, as Randy's Pastas is going to go hard into the barrier off the final turn. They're going to rub up against the wall. Randy's Pasta all over the wall here on the front straight. Yeah, you're absolutely correct. Just catches the curb and catches the wall, gets back out on track. Now, be interesting to see the passenger side of that car could potentially have significant damage on that machine, but we don't really know. But that team is going well. Randy's Pasta team. That's, of course, the Killian Ryan Meenan Random Call Sign and Tortellini team. So they're really far up there. I did not expect to, and no offense to them, I did not expect to see them that far up, but they have it. They're going to struggle with that damage, though, a little bit. Jardier in the 39 Nissan, they are up to 16th place now, continuing to climb up. Now, I suspect they'll get into the top 10 at some point here, Mike. Probably sooner than later. But after they get in the top 10, I'll be interested to see if they continue to progress through the top 10 in Mintzilla, as it's so aptly known. Good Lord. Can Jimmy Broadbent not do anything subdued? This man, I love he's got Minty and he's got Borg Winkelborg, all these names. Jimmy is 100% all of the time.
He is, but you know what? I actually really like this. It's not very minty as compared to some of the other cars he's done too, but I like this little green on black thing going on. It's very enjoyable, and I am enjoying it. But Jesse, before we get too deep into it, there is a car, however, sneaking up behind him. If we look across the splitter cam there, that is an Audi back there behind him, and that is the Audi of Jarzabowski, I believe, is how we're gonna pronounce that today. Oh no, sorry, that's not Jarzabowski. That is the Audi of
Gunnasu.
Gunnasu. Yeah, Gunnasu. I'm thinking in front of him. But this is gonna be interesting to see if he can catch up and take him on, because if Gunnasu can get up there, he's running reasonably fast laps around the same pace as Jardier. And Jardier's got a pit soon as well. I know he's been in the car for a while, so that's going to lose him a few more positions. I still think that he's probably pretty capable of getting up to P10, but it's going to take them a few more hours, I think. But he's climbing. As I understand from the two of them, Jardy and Jimmy are double stinting, both all the way through the race. So they're running double stints all the way through. That means Jardier's got another stint, and then Jimmy gets back in the car. Jimmy's definitely the slower of the two, not by a ton, granted, but you know, if Jimmy can keep it clean once he gets in the car as well, Jardier can get back in and just start putting down the pace that Jardier has, because we all know that Jardier, I mean, we've seen the man literally spin on the formation lap, come back and win the race.
But yeah, very true. Mike, I hate to change the subject, but people in chat are making fun of us because we have, I think they're hearing a little bit of an accent. I think they're making fun of us. So they would prefer us, the Aussies in the crowd would like us to pronounce it Bathurst instead of Bathurst. So I will appease you in chat. Okay, I'm reading chat here. I will appease you for the rest of this race. I'll call it Bathurst and not pronounce the H.
Well, Jesse, to add on to that, I will add that luckily for the stream, we are not going to turn this into Team America for the next few hours because we have a guest commentator.
I thought the box smelled different.
Yeah, it smells a little different. Hopefully not bad so far. I don't know. Obviously, we're all wearing face masks, right? But here in Australia, we have an Englishman. In fact, I believe Josh a Welshman. Am I correct?
Indeed, it is a Welshman. Long time no speak, guys. It is awesome. Just got the message from Mike to jump in. So I was currently sitting down watching the Manchester City Arsenal game, and I had the text, and I was like, hell yeah, I'm gonna come and catch myself some racing. I've been watching the stream. I've been rooting for car 899. Being driven by Joe McCauley at the moment. That was my pick at the start of the race. I was watching it with a couple of friends, and unfortunately the PCDC guys had a bit of a DC and a bit of an issue. So we've been having a chat and just watching the race and chilling out, and now here I am. So it's been a great race so far. Lots of action, bits of, a little bit of T-bones going on. Typical Bathurst stuff, really.
It really is typical Bathurst out here today, but I mean, like Jesse was saying, these cars have pretty well spread themselves out for the most part. Of course, this is Joe McCauley all over the back of one of the other Mercedes at the moment. That's actually the Mercedes of P2 Berrezzini. So he's trying to make up a lap, I believe, is what he's trying to do here. These guys have lapped the field, but Jesse Lee, at this point, sir, I am going to turn it over to you and Josh and let you guys take this one away while I continue bringing the cameras.
Well, that's just fantastic. Mike Jones now on the cameras as we're playing musical cameraman here today to find out what we can do about some of the technical gremlins. Thank you guys, of course, for bearing with us, and we hope that you are enjoying today's broadcast. Mr. Josh LeSean, it's been way too long. You and I were supposed to do the night owl together, I think it was, and then life life does get in the way. Yes, sir,
it does. But well, thankfully I'm here now. I'm making up for lost time.
Absolute pleasure.
So I actually have my own intentions of maybe racing in the night owl this time, so you'll be able to shout my name for a change.
Yeah, that is going to be very interesting. It's going to come up from somebody who used to call Night Out with me to them being in it. I mean, to be fair, Mike Jones has done a very similar thing as well. I hope you two, in that champ, I hope you two get to race each other, because that would be a bit of a selfish reason, I admit, but it'd be very fun for me to be able to call that.
That would be awesome, and I think Mike quite likes the likes the idea of using the Ferrari as well. And you know me, I don't use anything else, so maybe we might be able to get Team RCI going in the night owl. I think that would be pretty fun.
This is an interesting question we have from our chat right here. Turtle Leaf says hashtag ask the box, which if you go to the length of using hashtag at the box, I'll consider answering your question live. He asks, which do you prefer, commentate or race? And how did you become a commentator? Josh, start with you.
To be honest, I enjoy sort of both, but in a completely obviously different way. Like being in the car, like sometimes when I'm watching a race, I'm like, oh damn, I wish I was there. And I'm going to be honest, I am actually glad I'm not doing this race today, if I'm completely honest. But I don't know. I've always loved commentary. It's always something I've done. Like as a kid, I used, it's stupid things where you used to make your own commentary up. When you used to watch the Formula One with your friends. It sounds really really sad, but it is, I guess. We do sit here and we commentate in our own little rooms in whatever place in the world we are. But I do really really enjoy the racing, but I also enjoy sitting back and watching people that can race better than me do it. And I think I probably speak for a lot of people, a lot of commentators there. They do it better, so sometimes it's just nice to sit back and watch them at work as well. And you do learn quite a bit just from watching as well.
No, you hit the nail right on the head. I mean, it's pretty much the same for me. I love racing. I race weekly. I'm in several weekly series against people of my own skill group. I do fairly decently, but I'm definitely not on the pace of these guys. These are the top of the top in sim racing. You look at the names in this race, and it's a who's who of sim racing. You know what I mean? For this race in particular, it is just literally a star-studded field. And I'm no match for these guys, but it's a hard question to answer. What do I like more? I like it both. I prefer a reality where I can do both. There are races I wish I was in. I wish I was in the other split of this race, because that would be my skill bracket, and that'd be a lot of fun. And I love Mount Panorama. But like Josh said, there are some days where I'm glad I'm not in the car racing. Anytime we go to Laguna Seca, I am super happy that I'm in the box and not on the racetrack.
Oh,
And
really?
it's not that I don't like Laguna Seca. I do. It's just I feel like I get ahead of myself on that track, and I make a fool of myself a little bit. But
yeah, that track always reminds me of you, only because if you remember the night owl, we had a guy. I can't remember who it was. It might have actually been Breck, potentially. He was actually in the car at the moment, in the 333 car. Remember, as if he was looking for the Gran Turismo exit on the track. Do you remember that? Oh, yes, it was. Yeah. And he literally went straight on at turn one, up over the curb. And, it was Cody Blanton it was, yeah. I do remember that now in the night owl. So I don't know why. That always reminds me of Mr. Jesse Lee. I don't know why. Maybe it's because you're a fellow American as well. I don't know. Maybe.
Well, we didn't. I don't think we showed it, but it did happen at some point. Actually, the 1000 car, if I'm not very much mistaken, hit the wall, and that allowed the 126 back through. New leader of the race, Berrezzini, back out front, was passed by at some point. So the 126 back out front now. So we will confirm which car hit the wall, the 126 or the 1000. Okay, so yeah, it was the 1000 that hit the wall, and the 126 is back out front, and you can see that car is crunched. It has hit the wall, as we would say in the U.S. It hit the wall a ton, and that thing is pretty crinkled up. That's going to be significant repairs, Josh.
Yeah, it looks like he lost around 5 seconds on Berrezzini there in the last lap. So yeah, he's obviously had quite a big smash somewhere along the lap. Obviously we didn't see where, but and the leads swap back over yet again. So hopefully it's not too much to take him out of the race, but it does look pretty crunched up, and he's a second down on his personal best this lap as well. So not looking too good for the 1000 car, but it's not as if there's another 8 hours to make up for it. So
did Malinowski catch the wall there?
He looks like he did. Yeah, it looks like he did clip it just, but so he's under quite a bit of pressure now as well. Oh, well, he's trying to give the pressure, actually. That's a lap car behind him.
Josh, he came off of the final turn a few laps ago and smacked the wall in the front straight, and now he's hit the wall at the top of the mountain now. So that team struggling a little bit now. They have hit the wall several times. Oh my goodness. And the lap car gets out of the way, perhaps a bit dangerously, slides across the track and hits the binders, but no harm, no foul, at least for the 211 of Malinowski. They do get through here, but that lap, they are probably going to pick up a little more damage. And like I said, like we're talking about, that's a little extra time in pit road, and that's not something you want to have when you're fighting for top 5. But all that said, the 194 is still right in front of them. They're still gaining on them.
Yeah, he's still gaining on him, and I'm pretty sure from what I've seen earlier on in the race, sort of in the first hour and a half, the Mercedes is still pretty mighty down the straights, even with the latest BOP update. But yeah, it's still there. It's about half a second. If you can make if you can clip the walls and stay that close, then I suppose you haven't got too much to worry about. Just don't keep doing it repeatedly, otherwise the car might not make it home. But yeah, he's on a good lap so far. Yeah, they've been running pretty well. I do briefly remember the 211 car being quite high up in the grid, so it looks like he's held on to it. But I'm a little bit out of sync with the races. Clifford Roberts pitted again. Is that number 3 Audi pitted again, or is that actual position? Because he was running really, really well considering he's Pro-Am.
Unless I'm very much mistaken, Josh, I think that's his position. I'm pretty sure he is there in earnest right now. And oh, by the way, to finish up that hashtag Ask the Booth question that we answered, I got my start in commentary by commenting on races with the teammate of this man, Malinowski. His teammate, Random Call Sign, started commentating with him. I was a moderator for his YouTube channel, by the way. Go visit Random Call Sign's YouTube channel. Fantastic for sim racing. And lovely man, a Portuguese man living in the UK, racing hard. He has upped his sim racing game recently. And product reviews, completely bipartisan over there at his channel. And as a moderator for him, I helped him with some of his commentary on his channel and got picked up to do other commentary venues. Sort of a, being at the right place at the right time sort of thing. But we continue the race here. 8 minutes, 12 minutes to go. Absolutely incredible racing we've seen so far. We've seen 3 lead changes in the past 35. Well, we haven't seen it, but they have happened, people. I promise you. 3 lead changes in the past 30 minutes or so. And it is doing anything but cooling off. Typically, Josh, we have instances where the race calms down, but we haven't had that yet. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, it doesn't seem to have happened just yet. Like, you normally get that sort of, not a lull, so to speak, but you do get it in endurance racing. But, that's where, people on different strategies or trying to make different strategies work. But one thing I have just been keeping an eye on, I've been keeping an eye on the lap times of Tobin Lee in the 1000 Honda, the one that took a bit of damage somewhere on the lap. And he's currently lapping around sort of 1.6 seconds slower than Barazzini in the lead, and almost 2 seconds slower than the cars behind him in the RCI Clifford Roberts in the number 3 Audi. So that damage is really, really hurting them. So they need to, hopefully, he's coming towards the end of his stint, but yeah, it's really, really hurting him at the moment. So that's quite a costly mistake. Sometimes you get away with hitting the walls, like we've seen just now with Malinowski, but sometimes you don't. That's Bathurst in a nutshell. Now this is a draft battle now down towards the heavy braking zone here. So it's the V12 is just going to outdrag pretty much anything in this game. Well, it used to. I'm pretty sure it still is. It's the Mercedes can't even get close. So yeah, pretty awesome stuff. I do love this onboard camera as well. I just love how you can kind of see the driver as well. You can see him put it in the steering inputs. I think it's one of my favorite camera angles actually. But let's see if he can get a good exit out of turn 1 now. Try and get him up the straight. Oh, he's actually coming. Nice camera work there from Mike. He's got really, really close to him there down the main straight. So he needs to just slot back in now and get the good run. So the V12 Aston is clinging on for dear life. And is he bringing an Audi for play, or is he? I think he might be lapped. I think it might be out of sync runner there. I think the Audi's just trying to get through the pack as quick as he can.
Yeah, while we watch this battle, this is Quiet and the number 11 Mercedes here going at it. This is for the 17th position. Of course, Josh is correct. That Audi behind is a lapped car, but they're not backing off this either right now. But you got to be careful as a lapped car around here. You can't get too involved. I mean, if you're faster and you can get around, then go for it. But you got to kind of respect, don't you, the people in front of you that, hey, they're racing for position. I have nothing to really gain from this. You got to mind your manners, so to speak.
Yeah, and you can also sort of, even when you try and move out of the way for a faster car behind, you can then lose your line, because it's not something you're used to doing. Lifting in a different place, pressing the brake in a different place. So if you can't get it done before the mountain, you need to wait, until after, really. As we swap back over to Darren King in the 38 Mercedes. He's trying to put some pressure on Joe McCauley.
Oh, big
and Joe
crash.
McCauley, I think that is Joe McCauley. Yeah, he's proper hit that. As we see now, he's coming down the hill. Looks like he's going to catch a little bit too much curb. He pretty much doesn't take the corner, but yeah.
Does he make contact with? No, he doesn't. Okay.
No, I don't think he does make contact with Darren King, but he'll be. That was an easier overtake than he was expecting, I'm sure. But that's going to be a bit of damage.
The only thing that cost him is a pair of trousers, because that was terrifying to see that
Code Brown
to go down through Skyline, smack that wall, and then turn around like it's going to come back across the track. That is a Code Brown moment if I've ever seen one. But all things considered, pass made. Darren King in the 38 looking in front of him now. He's only got 4 seconds to Geithman in 5th place now. By the way, that pass did happen. Malinowski in the 211 Mercedes, even with tapping the wall a few times, he is up to 4th place. That team is incredible.
These Mercedes really do seem to be mighty here at Bathurst, don't they? I got to say, they're not messing about for no one. But Bentley's going to try and slipstream himself back into it, but I can't see this happening on this lap. But yeah, let's see if he can push on and try and build a gap. But you got Darren King on the charge behind. He's only 4 seconds behind these guys, and then you got McCauley there. He made a mistake, but we'll see how much his lap times drop with the damage. But again, you don't want to see drivers drop out, but that's what makes, unfortunately, that's what makes Bathurst, who can be the most consistent for 12 hours. It's just it's a near impossible task, but it can be done. As these guys are showing, I would have probably hit every corner off the car by now, to be honest. I think I did a 3-hour here once and hit, pretty much hit the wall every 25 minutes or so. So if I did it for 12 hours, I'd pretty much have, you see the cars all like sort of cubed up and ready to be thrown in the bin. That's pretty much what mine looks like by the end of it. But and this section scares me even when I'm commentating. I really don't like this section. It still scares me now. It's terrifying.
I feel like it's an airplane effect. I don't mind being in an airplane when I'm flying it. I don't like being a passenger on one because I'm not in control. I don't mind driving down that section through the S's and all that.
That's true.
I hate watching it because it just looks ridiculous. This is one of those tracks. I talk about this all the time, but this is one of these tracks that if you proposed this track in modern times, they wouldn't allow you to build it because it's too dangerous. It's one of those things that I'm thankful that we have, and it's not been molested in the past 30, 40 years. It is, other than some safety features, it is pretty much the same track we had back in the day. And I love that because you wouldn't be allowed to make this track today. Somebody would look at this and go, too dangerous, too scary, impossible to race on. We're not having that. And then they would hire Herman Tilke, but that's not the point. The point is we do have it, and I'm thankful for it.
That's a very fair point. And yeah, you are right. You look at all the modern tracks now, like Sochi Autodrome is quite a one that comes to mind to me. The Russian Formula One track, that is so much runoff. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing that it's that it's safe, but it does kind of take that element of you don't get those Code Brown moments coming down the hill even when you haven't hit anything. It's still daunting every time you take that corner. You have to think about it every time. Have to make sure you brake at the right point. Don't hit the bump that there's a little bump. I think it's on the fast left. I can't think of what it's called now. Coming down towards, it's called just before you come to Skyline it is. We're going to come to it now. And if you lift off a little bit too early here, the front end of the car lifts, and then you sort of drag your right wheels in the gravel, and you're coming down Skyline backwards. So if you run a little bit too wide there.
also haven't seen anybody come into pit road. Speak of the devil, by the way, Joe McCauley in the 899. I haven't seen anybody not repair the damage. I mean, it makes sense though, right? Because why wouldn't you repair the damage in a 12-hour race?
Yeah, if ever there's a time that you can kind of get away with 10-second damage here, a little bit there. It's a 12-hour race because you can make it up, and you got to think your competitors will make mistakes as well. I don't think there's many people that can say they're going to be 100% perfect throughout Bathurst, but some people are, and fair play to them, and you'll probably find they're the guys near the top. But even then, Lee made the mistake in the 1000 Honda as well, but his mistake, thankfully, he built enough of a buffer to sort of compensate for it, but he is losing a lot of time to Barazini now. He's almost 3 seconds a lap slower, but he's obviously just trying to go through the pain, drag out the stint, because in the long run, you'll actually save time in a way. Obviously, if he pitted now and ended his stint early, it just messes up with everything the guys have pre-planned. You know what time you're getting in the car, what time you're getting out. So yeah, he's doing pretty well, but he's doing well to keep it out of the wall. But he is very, very slow at the moment. But I know Clifford Roberts is quite a way down. So it's the only loss he's really gaining is, or losing even, is the deficit to P1. And obviously, they need this stint to come to an end so they can start getting on the charge again, because he was so fast in the early parts of the race in the Honda.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy to think that we've had so many lead changes and there's been so much drama at the front of the field. Typically, you don't really see that. You see the front couple of guys spread out and just sort of leave at their own pace. And you haven't seen this. You've seen them constantly under fire, having to be put in situations that maybe they don't want to be put in. And of course, you see the damage on the 1000 here, where they had contact with the wall earlier. No doubt that will need repairs. But I bring myself thinking about that. I was talking about that damage earlier. We're discussing everybody pretty much when I see them come by us into the pit road, they're fixing that damage. I wonder, though, at the end of this race, in 8 hours from now, they probably won't be doing that. They'll probably, I would say about 6 hours into this race, you know where you stand. I know that sounds ridiculous, but endurance racing is like that. 6 hours into this race, you'll know where you stand. You'll know about what position you can feasibly obtain, who you're fighting with, and it'll be set into a groove. But until that point, you're just racing to halfway. So why not get everything you can, make sure that you've taken every precaution you can, and go ahead and do the best you can. We're looking at Sean Arnold here in the number 38 Fordzilla team. They have been given a stop and go 30. That is not our steward box that did that. That is a pit lane infraction on their previous pit stop. So Sean Arnold will bring the 38 Mercedes down pit road, and they will have to stop for 30 seconds in the box, no service, and then leave. So that is going to be a big dagger for them. They will fall outside the top 10. Where do you reckon they'll be? Somewhere around 13th, I suspect, Josh. And that's painful, getting a penalty like that.
Yeah, it's one what we would normally call in my team is a soppy penalty. It's avoidable. Speeding in the pit lane is avoidable. Sometimes it happens when people use the auto pit limiter. I don't know if that's disabled on the server, but sometimes as people approach, the speed limiter doesn't quite kick in time, and then it sort of carries the speed in. But I'm sure these guys they've played a lot more ACC than I have, and I believe that's the Fordzilla team as well, isn't it? The 38. So yeah, I'm sure he'll be kicking himself for that. But we're gonna see him. Leaving the pits very, very shortly. Where is he going to come out? So
it's worse than I thought, Josh.
Yeah, it is worse. He's come out actually behind Honzik. So he's actually behind Jardier now. So P14. There's quite a bit. Oh, P15 now. Actually, he's dropped again. So but yeah. So here is the man of the moment, Jaroslav Honzik. He is running pretty well now. P13. Obviously, I'm not really sure what the strategy is, but yeah, he has got he is so fast. But that's the one thing I actually I do watch a lot of Jardier streams, and yeah, I just love his consistency. Like he'll tell you himself, he's not the most outright fastest driver on the track, but he can pump in quali lap after quali lap in a race, and that's what I think that's what makes him sort of stand out in the community. Obviously, and he's such a likable dude, but yeah, his racing style is awesome. He's not the outright fastest dude, but he is consistent. As Ismail Lebrec now is coming in the pit, and that V12 Aston just looks awesome, in my opinion. Maybe biased, I don't know, but it looks awesome.
Yeah, I got a funny question for you, or not a funny question. I got a funny anecdote for you. You talk about Jardier's consistency behind the wheel. I actually attempted to get him to solve a CAPTCHA one time, and he failed to do so. So I'm a bit suspicious about it. I actually gave Jimmy Broadbent the same test, and he argued with it that was a bicycle in that box, and it should have been solved. So I'm pretty sure Jimmy Broadbent's a human being, because he argues with CAPTCHAs like the rest of us. But I don't know about Jardier. Jardier might be a computer. I'm going to throw a 2 in his programming and see if that messes him up at all. But that man is a machine, Jardier. Got to ask the box question here. The IRL Bathurst 12 hours, safety cars play a huge role. How do you think not having safety cars in the sim affects the way that the race plays out? Very good question, Nick. I think that it certainly impacts it negatively with safety cars. It makes it more interesting as a broadcaster and as a viewer to watch it. It's frustrating for a team, though, and that's why professional motorsports over the past decade, I think it's safe to say, have really attempted with code 60s and virtual safety cars and stuff like that. They've attempted to get away from that because they don't want to disrupt the natural flow of the race. A good and well-balanced racing series, like most GT racing, like sports car racing, you'll have, regardless if there's a safety car or not, you'll have a good finish, a close finish in a competitive race if the series is set up properly. So I don't mind it, considering the people at Kunos do an excellent job of setting up BOP. They're constantly tweaking on it and working on it. So I don't miss it. I think if it was uncompetitive, if there was a true and present safety hazard, which there's not because we're sim racing, I think that would be different, but I don't mind it. I think the way that it impacts it is you get a finish that is natural, and for whoever wins that race, it's well earned because there's no modifiers in there. It is just you and the track for 12 hours. What are your thoughts, Josh?
Yeah, to be fair, it's you sort of summed that up really well. Obviously, like you say, GT racing is it's usually pretty close anyway, because obviously the cars are supposed to be homologated for the series, so it's supposed to be every car, with a slight exception. Some do perform it better,
Sure.
at different tracks, but it's not like your Formula One, for example, where you have a manufacturer that is completely got the best package out there versus a team that they supply for, obviously not getting the best package. It's not as if it's the only way we've seen it. I don't know if any of you guys follow Formula One, but we've seen it at Monza this year that an Alpha Tauri, which is a customer of a customer almost, won the race, but that was only because of a safety car. That would never have happened. But lining up on the grid today, any one of these drivers could have won the race. Like, it's not down to their, they haven't got as much engine power, or the aero's not as good. All the cars are great in their own way, and they are pretty equal. I know at the start of the race, I think we had 5 Mercedes in the top 5, so they were really, they were really going against everything we were saying. But as you see, as the race has gone on, it's sort of filtered out, and we can't quite see the top 5 at the moment. But what are the top 5 manufacturers? I think we have 2 Mercedes, don't we? Yes, we've got 2 Mercs, a Bentley, Honda, and an Audi. That's 5, 4 different manufacturers fighting for, fighting for the win in a way. So, but yeah, so. And also, P2 is still losing a lot of time. So, yeah, he was 1.8 slower last lap. And he's actually losing more time to the cars behind. But obviously, he's got quite a big gap there. So, I think when he went past him, I can't remember what lap we were on. Was it like 109, 110, I think, maybe, the lap we were on? And now it's like a 26-second gap. So, yeah, that's quite a lot of time. To be losing out because of damage. So would it have been worth it to pit? I don't really know. I'm not really sure myself, but But yeah, so here is Jaroslav Honzik, Jardier, the guy we were just talking about. He's behind Franke in the purpley pink Porsche there. I think, is that the old model Porsche? I think that might be the, I think it is the old model Porsche. But so here we go then. Let's see Godzilla in the colors of Mintzilla coming down. He's coming down the main straight.
I think Godzilla's going to claim another victim here at the mountain, which, for those of you that maybe don't know, this is the track where Godzilla got its name. The Nissan GTR, the R32. This is the place. They started calling them Godzilla because nothing could defeat it. And here we are, the R35, 25 years later, it's still out here pounding around. A new iteration, of course, still eating up competition. Going across the top of the hill here, trying to get up through the parks. I call them the parks section, Josh, because there's like 3 different parks here, and I'm like, yeah, it's just a park section. I don't go too far into that. This is McPhillamy Park, I'm pretty sure, here as we go into Skyline and then the S's, but just fantastic stuff. I've got an idea. How about we just let everybody listen to the beautiful sounds of Mintzilla for a few minutes? And that was just a few turns there, nearly a lap with Mintzilla, and now Andre Franke and the FFS Racing 1, 2, 3. As this battle continues, Mintzilla still trying to get around. I'm just going to call it Mintzilla at this point. That's what they want anyway. I'll call it that. Mintzilla trying to get around the FFS Racing machine. I don't know why that's hard to say, but they're trying to get around the late model pink Porsche here. And this battle is continuing here. You'll see, Josh, and this is the thing, is why I love sports car racing. The Porsche has an advantage through here, but anytime we get to a straightaway, Mintzilla catches back up.
Yeah, and as it does, like you say, it eats cars for a living. That's what it does. And yeah, it's a good bit of knowledge as well that that I didn't know that's where the name come from. So thanks for that. Always learning on the job, as we say. But yeah, so coming down the Conrad straight now, we'll watch how close he can get coming into the chase. But I got to say, I did watch a car earlier on. I don't know who it was, coming into the chase backwards. I thought that was quite interesting. I haven't seen that too often. I can't remember what car it was now, but yeah, it was a car around backwards about this point, all on his own. It was a Ferrari, I believe, quite early on in the race. But yeah, I thought that's a unique way to enter the chase. But yeah, so this is where Jardier seems to make up his time, or Honzik, sorry. So he seems to have a lot more drive out of the final corner, which obviously puts the Porsche under pressure then going down the straight. So let's see if he can get nice and close to him now coming down to turn 1 as that ticks over, well, lap 119 for Jaroslav Honzik and Andre Franke. So who's going to be leading around start lap 120? A little bit of grass, but Godzilla can deal with that.
If that was the GT1 version of this car, it would not have cared, but that is a rear-wheel drive GTR. So it still didn't look like it cared. Is he going to try to make it into turn 2? No, he is not. Being very smart is Jardier. Knows that there's a ton of time here. Knows that this is for the top 10. Knows Andre Franke races with him quite frequently. So he's not going to make a mistake here. And Andre Franke not putting a foot wrong either. Of course, we get to this section. The Porsche comes in its own. Godzilla can't quite pounce, but any little mistake is going to end up with these two cars side by side. it seems like it's only a matter of time before that happens. But just incredible stuff here going into what we got here. 9:20 a.m. I had to look up and see 9:20 a.m. here on the mountain. Partly cloudy, 29 degrees, track temperature 28 ambient. Got an 8-mile-an-hour.
So,
Eight,
Jesse,
not
I am
mile, 8
really,
kilometer
really
breeze.
sorry
Yes.
to interrupt here, but it looks like our YouTube chat is currently getting raided by Jimmy Broadbent's viewers. So, hello, Jimmy Broadbent's viewers. Our
my goodness.
YouTube chat is going crazy. Hello, guys. Welcome.
That chat exploded, and I definitely didn't say anything bad about Mintzilla, just so we're clear.
No, we were. It's actually quite strange. We were bigging up the Mintzilla team, and yeah, it's great to have you guys on. So let's see if your boy Jardier from Mintzilla can get the move done now as we go on board through the chase, coming up to the penultimate corner on the circuit. So is he going to get it done, Jesse? He's putting himself in the mirrors, but he gets nice and close here. It's all about the run out of here and now onto the first. Out of turn 1, going up the hill. That's where he needs to get the run. But yeah, and also I noticed someone said in the chat, it's nice to see some unorthodox cars as well. It's very refreshing, So we've got the old Porsche and we've got the Nissan GTR. So yeah. So what do you think, Jesse?
Yeah, I just gotta say, I love whenever we start up a conversation earlier, okay, about safety cars, no safety cars, natural flow of the race versus adjusting strategy. For everybody in chat arguing those points, you're right. You're both right. I love chaos personally, and that brings us back to this. I love an R35 and an old Porsche going at it on the mountain for a top 10 spot, Josh. Can you believe this? This is the mountain. This is what I love about this track. This is why this place is special, and 2 really special drivers as well. Yeah.
So and just while we've got some guys in, we are also doing a giveaway here today as well, courtesy of our sponsors. So if you type !giveaway in the chat, I believe our RCI TV bot will post the link there, and you guys can fill in that form, and you can enter yourselves into a giveaway as well. So we've got I think is it 3 prizes, Jesse, or two prizes? I think we've got a rig. Is it just 1 or 2? I can't think now. It's just 1. Okay, so yeah, it's the rig from Next Level Racing, I believe. So if you put giveaway in the chat, guys, RCI TV bot is going to go crazy for you all, and it's great to see you. I believe we got some of Jardier's viewers in as well, as he's going to try and make a look into the chase. So come on, Jardier, do it for the viewers. Come on, you need to do it. They're here for you.
They're all watching. They're ready for it. By the way, thank you, Jardier and Jimmer, for the viewers. Thank you if you guys have come from their stream, joining us here at RCI TV. I invite you to leave a like and subscribe so you don't miss a single race here. We do this every week. Well, not 12-hour races, but sports car racing every single week, and we'd love to have you join us in chat for that. And again, thank you, Jardier and Jimmer. We are watching Andre Franca try and keep Jardier behind him. It is pink versus mint at the moment here in 2 of the most unorthodox, completely polar opposite racing machines. And of course, thank you to our sponsor of the race, Next Level, for their fantastic prize that you can win if you enter the giveaway. !giveaway gets you the form to sign up for that giveaway. So thank you to them. Thank you for everybody. And Josh, I said it to you earlier off camera, but thank you for being here as well.
No worries, mate. No worries at all. It was a nice message to get to quick jump in. But yeah, so they're approaching quite a balked BMW at the moment. If you actually look at the front, the bonnet of that BMW in front of them, I'm not really sure who that is. It's it's in quite a state, that BMW, but it needs to try and navigate its way out of the way of Andre Franke and Jaroslav Honzik. But yeah, so can he get nice and close now? So we will be getting a slipstream off this BMW now as well. So that's going to help the old model Porsche down the straight here. But yeah, so the Porsche moves out of the way. But can Jardier get the move done? It looks like it's sort of ebbing and flowing back and forth at the moment. These guys are pretty matched for pace at the moment, but he's going to get nice
Oh
and
my
close to him
goodness.
there into the chase.
Every single time that GTR slows down, I swear it's not going to make the corner. I don't know what the brakes that R35 are made out of, but they are certainly strong.
Yeah, because it looks like it has nothing, and then all the bite at once. it's quite strange, but I think this might be the closest we've seen him coming into turn 1. So let's see if he can get a nice run here. He wants to just ride a little bit of curb on the exit, and yeah, that looks pretty good. But let's see if the slipstream is effective enough down the straight. That Porsche is holding itself pretty well. For the previous generation Porsche, it's doing pretty well. But you can see Jardier gaining. He's going to try and have a look into turn 2, but it just doesn't look like he's quite got the straight line speed, which is quite surprising. Well, surprising to me, maybe not surprising to some of the other guys, but I thought the GTR would breeze past. But yeah, the Porsche, absolutely stellar defense from Andre Franke. Massive props to him.
Yeah, we're not going to sell Franke short. Franke is keeping Jardier behind him. Of course, these guys, they're very used to racing each other, so this is not an unfamiliar situation. What's unfamiliar to both of these guys is it's for 10th and not like first. So that's the only thing they're personally dealing with. Also, I'm trying to see if Franke is catching the 500 Ferrari. I don't think he is. It's staying steady, that gap, unless my eyes are broken. But they are all over each other, the 123 and the 39. FFS Racing and Mintzilla, as it's known. I almost don't want to ask, but did Minty the semi truck bring Mintzilla to Mount Panorama? We'll never know, but I suspect it might be the case. And of course, these guys are continuously dealing with lap traffic, the lights ablaze as we have cars on both sides of the racetrack. One heavily damaged Aston Martin there coming down through the chase, or Conrad Strait, I should say, into the chase. That thing was beat up, but luckily nothing doing there. Andre Franke still has the lead, but that actually, was that for a position or did a car pit?
I think a car's gone into the pits. I don't think they overtook any of the other guys there, but that was questionable getting out of the way from the white and blue Ferrari there, I must say. To squeeze in between the two cars that were trying to lap him, but each to their own, I guess. But so we've gone on to the rear wing cam now. You can see Jardier has lost out a little bit on this lap. I say lost out. He's maybe a tenth further back than he was last lap, but it's a shame because he got really close to him. Sort of coming into Forest Elbow, he actually got really close to him, and then he sort of got compromised by the back marker there. Well, you say back marker, I don't actually know where they are in the race. There's so much going on, so many battles going on, each and everywhere. But is that Jardier on the lights, or is that just catching the camera? I think it might just be the camera through all the bumps through the park section. I was gonna say, you'd be brave to flash your lights while taking this part of Bathurst, because I normally squeeze my streaming over to your life coming through this part, and especially coming down towards the skyline now. But
you're forgetting, Josh. Jardier he's a computer program. He can do whatever he wants when he wants.
Of course.
But these camera angles, beautiful camera angles provided by Mike Jones here, who is kind of helping tell the story of these two cars. Like I said, could not be more different, could not be more different colors, but both the drivers and both these teams, titans of sim racing, in my opinion, of course, they are duking it out here. Andre Franke is keeping Jardier behind, but Jardier could be close enough as they come through Conrad. They're going to come down to the chase. Minty up the inside. Minty trying to make the pass into the chase. Minty, pass made. 9th place for Mintzilla, and Jardier gets it done. Andre Franke, what rebuttal can he have in the 22nd turn? Doesn't appear to be any. And Jardier inside the top 9 now. Finally, that was 5, 6, 7 laps that took, Josh.
Yeah, 6, 7 laps in the making. He sort of assessed the situation. He knew where he was faster than him. Like I said on the previous lap, he got really, really close to him into Forest Elbow, and he knew that. And I think he sort of took his time through, the first sector and really, really pushed him down the mountain. And there's nothing worse coming down that mountain section when you got a car literally filling the rear view mirror. So it's hard to kind of look in front, especially when it's an R35 GTR as well, because it does fill the mirror, shall we say. But yeah, Jardy needs to get up onto the road, up the road now, and I believe Jimmy's getting in the car soon. I did hear from his viewers that Jimmy's going to get in the car soon. So he's got to hold on to the positions that Jardy has gained, and I'm sure Jimmy will push up on the road as well, because they're sort of just short of 16 seconds away from P8, the number 500 Ferrari. So he just needs to keep his head down now, finish his stint off, and let Jimmy take over. And I'm sure Jardy, well, like you said, he's not a human, so maybe he doesn't have a rest and a drink like the rest of us would. Maybe he just sort of...
I think he boots down.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Does a restart, quick Windows update, and back to work in 70 minutes or so.
Yeah, it's very important. All jokes aside, it's very important to have that time off. If you're a streamer like Jardy and Jimmer are, interact with your chat. They love that kind of thing. Get a drink of water. They adequately prepare. They're veterans of this. They know how to handle the situation. But it is really important. You can't overstate how important it is to have that little bit of rest, walk away, do what you need to do, take care of yourself. In those situations, it's a long race, and if you're splitting it between two drivers, you're going to be in the car for about 6 hours apiece, you'd reckon. So it's incredibly important that you take care of yourself, and you can get back in the car fresh when needed and go out there and do another hour or 2 hours. I think was it Samir Ibrahimi or somebody in this race triple stinted in the first 3 hours of this race. Absolute Ironman status going on here. A lot of these guys aren't going to do that. They're going to get in and out of the car, keep themselves fresh. I think Samir was the one that stayed in the car. He's not one of those guys. Samir will come out here and he will run until you tell him that he can't run anymore. He's like an Energizer bunny. But we have here 14th place, the number 46 Latvian Army Racing Team, thinking about making that pass on Ishmael Lebrecq. And of course, Lebrecq, that team is in the old V12 Aston. So if you're wondering why Ishmael Lebrecq's back in 13th place, I don't think it's necessarily a him issue. Maybe a bit of the car, but between these two, a little Aston on Aston, old versus new, not too bad.
Yeah, but just listen to it. Come on. It's probably one of the best sounds in the game, in my opinion, especially in the GT3 class. But yeah, so we've got V12 versus V8. We all know the V8 Aston, unfortunately, is the better one at the moment. But yeah, it's great to see the two cars on the track fighting for the same bit of tarmac. All those years apart. I think the V12 Aston's what is it, a 2012 car? Against obviously the all new V8 Vantage. So completely different architecture. In terms of the way they're set up on the cars. But there's only 410 separating them after just short of 5 hours. So and Ismail Lebrecht's gone wide. That was what I was talking about a little bit earlier on. And the number 46 Aston, it did really, really well to sort of stay out of trouble, because you never know when someone's lost control of the car. Your natural instinct is to try and at least make the corner. But he did well. He got on the brakes, and fair play. That's some switched on driving, but he knows now he's got his opponent rustled a little bit. But Lebrecq does take a little bit of rustling. I believe he is our Night Owl champion, Jesse. Is that true?
Yeah, I believe so. Ishmael Lebrecq dominated the Night Owl champ that wrapped up a few weeks ago now. He had to take it into the final round, it must be said, to win the whole thing, but he did just that. As Juan Zimez is thinking about going around the outside in the chase. I don't think that's going to be possible. Crossover move. Can he get it to stick? No, he cannot, but a solid effort either way by Juan Zimez to try and make that move on Ishmael Lebrecq. Lebrecq placed his car perfectly and down into the 23rd turn. Nothing doing and no pass made, but the threat is there.
Yeah, fair play. He did really well to hold on to that, Lebrecq. I thought the switchback was done there. That's some great driving from both of them. But you got to be brave, Bathurst. And there's still lots of time left. But you still want to get that move done as quick as you can, because the quicker you get him out of the way, the faster you can get up the track. That's just this kind of how it works. But yeah, some great driving from the pair of them. It's so nice to see two Astons really, really going for it as well. It's not something you get to see very often at all. So, yeah, so we switch back over to Team Mintzilla now. Honzik has pulled out 1.8 seconds on Andre Franke there. So, mission complete on that You know, mint versus pink. Mint takes that one for now. So he's going to try and push on now and try and catch the guys in front. You know, towards the end of his stint. But we switch back to the Latvian Army racing team, which I got to say, you know, it's a bit of British racing green going on there. They might not have meant it, but it's happening. So yeah, that's. Well, yeah, there is that. Yeah, considering Latvian Army, yeah. But yeah, so he's pushing on now. He really wants to get this move done. Lebrecht seems to have regathered himself. That's something I struggle with. If I make a mistake like that, I sort of snowball on from there, and I start getting a bit flustered, and that's sort of what the better drivers do. They just sort of go, oh, well, I made a mistake. Just, you know, let's take the next lap as it comes, you know? Whereas I sort of panic a little bit. I think that's, it's all mindset, though. That is as well, but he's going to try and get nice and close, I think. But oh, okay, so we've got the 211 car pitting from second position of Malinowski. So I'm not sure if they're going for a driver change. Jesse, you might be able to elaborate. I'm not sure what the stints are because I did miss about 2 hours of this race. But yeah, as soon as I got the text, I was back, and we go back to the Aston Martins now, coming down the main straight, or the pit straight, sorry. Yeah, it doesn't look like he's going to be close enough, though. That V12, I think, is just out-dragging him down the straights.
Would you like some facts about the Latvian Army?
Of course, Jesse Lee has facts about
Thank
the Latvian
you.
Army.
I'm glad that you asked. There's
yes.
There's 14,700 people in the Latvian Army and 8,000 National Guardsmen, 30,000 reserves, and at an annual cost of $664 million, the Latvian Army, and they're here on our track today in OD Green Aston Martins defending their sovereignty. So, you know, hey, good for them. Glad they're here, and that's all. Those were facts, by the way, but that is also a joke. I don't think this car is actually fielded by the Latvian Army, but I will also admit one other thing. It took me way longer than it should have to get that car was military colored.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. But yeah, he's trying to chase the old boy. I've seen a good message in the chat there. Old gen versus new gen. You know, with all the console wars that go on. There's no wars here. Well, there kind of is between the Latvian army and Ismail Lebrecht. He's sort of one-man army in it at the moment. In the black and white Aston. And I gotta say that Aston does look great. I think the V12 Aston does look awesome. Oh, and we've got another British car just behind as well, coming to join in the fun as well. So yeah, Team Britain all the way, Jesse. You know this. Yeah,
we got some questions coming in from chat. I'm gonna sort of talk about them as I seen them. The 1000 Honda. Yes, there was a driver change. Elvin Smith back into the 1000, and no, I can't say if they did or did not repair their damage. I don't think they did, and no, I don't have a reason for it, or I'm being told in my ear they did, as it would appear Juan Zimis is in pit road now to do their stop. These are all routine pit stops, mind you, as well. And here's Mintzilla also in pit road. I'm told by some of the Jimmer Jardier crowd that this car gets better as the fuel burns off of it. So we're going to pay attention to where they end up. They're 13th right now, 14th. You can see in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. That is the live updated position. So they'll be back down to about 14th or so, but they will get a lot of those positions back. Some of these cars in front of them, guys, are off sort of strategy, or they've altered the strategy, or they've had, you know, damage or incidents. So everybody's on their own strategy. I believe in earnest, Jimmy Broadbent back in the car. Good old Borg Wankelborg back in the vehicle now. And he's going to be driving around here, and he'll be back in the top 10 momentarily. I think they're running about 10th, 9th overall at this time. So we're going to pay attention, Josh, see just how far Mintzilla gets back up this field, because they're certainly on the charge. They started near dead last, 40-something plays, involved in 2 incidences to this point, and they're in, we suspect, the top 10. That's incredible recovery.
Yeah, it really is. And in an unorthodox car as well, you know. Not something we see, you know, too often, as Jimmy's had a little bit of a moment. But, you know, it's his first couple of corners. Let him settle in. You know, give him a lap or two to settle in. But yeah, so I believe we've got Jardier coming in for an interview with us soon as well. So So, hello, Jardier.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
How are you this fresh?
Oh, sorry.
How are you this fresh? You just took a car from 20th place to 9th.
Was good stills, right? I mean, yeah. I don't know. Like first 10 minutes of my first stint, I was like, oh man, this is gonna be hard. And then I don't know, just the flow came in, and everything was working together. And people were obviously making mistakes, so
yeah. We were watching your fight with Andre Franke there, and we were calling it Mint versus Pink, as you were chasing the Porsche down. So how did it feel to finally get past him? Because we did notice that you sort of pulled away from him quite quickly after you got past him.
Oh yeah. That fight with Franke was awesome because like the whole race we basically have been like trying to unlap ourselves and such. And then I finally met on the track someone who was like same pace, and it wasn't like I was faster or anything. It was basically just Franke and me were exactly the same pace, and it was actually really nice because we were really close behind each other on the mountain. And several times I tried to make a move, but Franke and me were really, really safe, and he wasn't defending he was making it very easy for me as well. So it was a very smart driving, I would say, and it was enjoyable. I really enjoyed it. I don't know, 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, it was really awesome to watch, and we're getting a lot of love in the chat from yours and Jimmy's viewers as well, and also we're also getting some love for the unorthodox choice of cars from obviously from yourselves and Franke as well. It's great to see some cars we don't really see in ACC too often. So to do what you did in that GTR, I'm going to take my hat off. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, guys.
Jardier, tell us about the start of the race, because it wasn't all smiles. At the start of the race, there's 2 incidences. You get caught up in other people's mess. And then when the sun came up, it was like somebody flipped a switch, and you guys were coming through the field. Tell us about those early laps. What were you guys concerned at all? How much damage did you get? I mean, obviously it's worked out now, but what was it like before the sun came up?
Yeah, it was as you said, basically, but Jimmy said before the race, I mean, I knew it's going to be hard from P45, on this track, anything can happen, and I already did several races on this track, endurance races, and we always saw some nasty things, and I was trying to spectate for Jimmy, and when I saw the unnecessary little stupid crash in front on a first straight, I was screaming, stop, like slow down, but it was so impossible to anyone to avoid it because it was over the horizon, and I was just happy that we got 25-second damage. We had to pit immediately to repair, but overall we didn't lose too much, but it kind of knocked us down, but yeah, it was expected, it was expected. And then I was hoping we will be able to push a little bit, but then we got caught up again with the other incident with the other car, and that was a bit harsh, but then Jimmy did amazing, let's say 1.5 stint, even with the damaged cars. So it was really, really good. Especially second Jimmy stint, he was on really good pace, and we were flying forward. So I just hope it's gonna continue like that,
So your viewers and Jimmy's as well, you guys are so awesome. Thank you guys for helping the stream out and everything. I got a question about your viewers, though.
All right.
They are mesmerized that you can give Jimmer so much information mid-lap when you're battling with somebody. How can you do that? How can you be so quick and be talking at the same time?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I just love what I do, I love sim racing, I love racing, I love streaming, so it just comes naturally. I really can't explain it. I cannot imagine race without the stream,
Now, you're absolute Iron Man. They're actually saying in chat right now, they're saying Jardier for World Dad. So hashtag that all you want. But I got one other question. I've been sort of making fun of you today. I've been saying that you're not human. You're a bit of a robot. Can you solve a CAPTCHA for me just to prove you're human?
Sorry, to what?
You know those little things on the internet to prove that you're human? You have to check the box. Could you do that for me, please?
Yeah, it's a car, okay?
Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, Jardier is a human after all. Well, I take back my previous grievance. Where do you think you guys could be at the end of this race, Jardier? Do you think you and Jimmer can get in the top 5, maybe have a shot at the win at this pace, or what?
Definitely don't think we can win. 100% not, because the I don't think any luck will be on our side for that, and the pace as well. But we actually said before the race, like in this field, top 20 would be a dream, you know. And right now we are P12, so I'm actually super surprised because I see a lot of fast people or faster people who are behind us, you know, after making mistakes. So, and we are only 5 hours in a race, so I don't want to jinx it. You know, anything can happen. Like I did a 3 weeks ago, 12-hour race here, and in one lap everything went to hell. So I don't know. I mean, like our goal was top 20. We already made it. We also wanted to be the fastest Nissan on track. So, as only Nissan we are. But for top 10, I would be shocked, honestly, in the finish.
Well, I
That'll
think
be already top 10 would be incredible achievement.
I think you're more than on your way to that. Honestly, I think top 5 maybe is a realistic option for you guys with the pace that you both have. What's it like working with Jimmy Broadbent as in a race team like this for a long race? What's he like as a teammate?
Oh, he's fine. He's great. Like he knows the endurance. You know, he was doing a lot of endurance, so he has the experience. He knows exactly what he has to do. You know, the only like if we have any problem, it's only because he's not playing the game too much. So he might be lacking a little bit of pace in that. But like he's really doing a good job, and especially in his second stint, he improved so much. You know, it was a pleasure to watch. You know, consistent, avoiding mistakes, and also saving the car from being killed. You know, several times. So. Like, everything you need from the teammate right there.
It's a match made in heaven, Jardier and Mr. Jimmy Broadbent. Jardier, is there anything that you want to maybe point people to? Maybe your channel, something you do?
No, just make sure guys to leave a like and subscribe on RCI TV, you know, and give the guys some love as well.
This man, absolute Iron Man, methodical behind the wheel, and also humble as well. Josh, you have anything for Mr. Jardier?
I do. I just want to say keep up the good work. Good luck the rest of the race. And yeah, it's actually a pleasure to speak to you. And I'm sure we might speak to you later on as well. But Team Mintzilla, it's got to be top 5, mate. You can do it.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Take care. Absolutely fantastic job, Jardier, right there in the number 39 Nissan Mintzilla. Co-driving that with Jimmy Broadbent, who's in the car right now. I love talking to that guy. That guy is so full of life. He is so fun, and
he really is. He's just like he's like a bottle of champagne where you just take the cork out and he just poof. But he's like that all the time, and that's why I like that guy. He just brings such a positive vibe. Such a positive vibe to just sim racing in general. And him and Jimmy have been carrying sim racing on YouTube. Well, I found my love for sim racing again through Jimmy Broadbent sort of 2-3 years ago when I found his Nürburgring hot lap videos, and that's where I decided I'm going to buy a wheel again, because I hadn't played for a long time. But there is a message in the chat, which I'll just go over real quick. So can we get some lap time specs? Who's got the fastest lap of the race so far? So on. So the current fastest lap of the race, I believe, is the 1000 Honda. I think that was set early in the race. It's a 2:09. And looking at the cars around him, that looks like 0.6 faster than anybody else, but I can't see when that was set. But they're currently lapping, the 1000 Honda is currently lapping at 2:02.4, and with Matthias Egger in the 126 Mercedes, currently lapping at 2:03.4. So it is about a second a gap difference at the top. So second is catching first. So hopefully we do get to see that battle on track. Obviously, Elvin Smith, I believe, is their go-to, go and get some, go chase some quali laps. I believe he's their sort of what you'd say top driver. Not that any of them are bad, but I believe he's the go-to if you need to fetch some time. So everyone's got a team like that. If you need to chase a bit of time. But then, you have other drivers, like you say, chase consistency, some, are better at overtaking, Elvin Smith looks like he loves a bit of clear track and he just goes for it. So, but yeah, I'll try and keep you posted on the lap times between the top two. Yeah, so a 2:02.6 for Matthias Egger last lap, last time out. So I will keep you posted on that as I see it fit. So, yeah, so we've jumped over to the White Rabbit Gaming car. The Bentley, the 888 car. Obviously, our fellow George Smith. I think is that the team he manages, Jesse? I think.
Yeah, it is. That's White Rabbit Gaming.
Yeah,
That's
so
the
he's the
all
manager
South African team.
So yeah, I think there's 4 of them doing that race as well.
We got Absmeyer, Strauss, Webb, and Cadilla in that car right now. And we haven't talked a whole lot about them in our segment, but they are sort of they're in the mix. I mean, that's all you can ever ask in a race like this. You've got to this point, 7 hours, 19 minutes left. You're in the mix. You're in the top 15. Got some cars in front of you. You got Geider right there. That's another position. You're in it. Your car looks good. You kept the wheel straight. That's all you could ever ask.
Yeah, exactly. That's all you could ever ask. And if you can keep it out the walls, you'll finish well at Bathurst. But so we're just going to take a quick commentary break, and we're going to leave you with Elvin Smith, who is our fastest man on track at the moment, and that was a 2:01.7 on the last tour, which was 9/10 faster than the leader. So we'll leave you with the Honda. Listen to those downshifts, and we'll be back very soon.
That's just beautiful music, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? That is absolutely epic stuff. The sounds of the RCI 12 Hours of Bathurst. We're going to take a lap here with Matthias Egger here. That's the leader of the race in the 126 for the Orion Racing Team. Going down into turn 1 here, Hell Corner, appropriately named, a 90 left, up Mountain Straight, this massive uphill section of the racetrack. A great opportunity to attempt a pass or to get side by side with somebody to attempt a pass. You got this gigantic roller coaster downhill going into turn 2 quarry here. Excellent place to try and make a pass, stuff it up the inside and make it stick. And you can be in a good position here before you get to the cutting. Cutting is, I would say it's 3, 4, and 5. I think most charts listed as 3, 4, and 5. But that's the cutting, and we get to Griffin's Mount here. And we get to what I consider the park section. It's going to be Reed Park to start with, then Frog Hollow, Solman Park, this whole section. And then after you get through Solman Park, then you got the John Hicksman Vista, McPhillamy Park, and then everybody knows Skyline going down hard on the brakes. Crisscross applesauce through the S's down here. Get as close to the wall as you dare. Try not to scrub off all the speed. We're down into turn 17 and 18 into the Dipper and Forest Elbow here. a wall that I'm very familiar with. And now the Conrad Straight after Forest Elbow. Once again, another massive rise up the hill and under the bridge gantry, or the sign, I should say, as it's not a gantry anymore. Down Conrad into the chase, turns 20 through 22. Got to get the brakes right as you take this hard left-hander. Can't see where the curbing is due to the hill. And then you exit chase and just one more corner to go. Lucky number 23, Murray's corner, and that's a lap. And these fast guys around here, they'll do that in about 2 minutes to 2 minutes and 2 seconds. And that lap right there was a 2 minute, 2 second lap. His fastest was a 2:01.5. See, I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, nicely done, Jesse Lee. And I was just, I was watching Hart Kemper on my side there, and Andrew Warden in the number 11 Mercedes completely missed the final turn, and he crashed real hard into the tire wall there, and he's been dropping back ever since. So I think he may need to pit for some repairs. But yeah, that was a solid lap as well from Matthias Egger, I will say. You know, if there's a lap to stitch up when Jesse Lee's watching, that was the one. As we have a Honda faced in the wrong way. I believe that's the 1000 Honda facing the wrong way at the chase.
Oh, you're right. Well spotted.
Yeah, so no idea what's happened there, but he has completely lost it. So he's coming down towards the chase now, down the Conrad Straight. So is he going to catch a little bit of curb? Oh, he has caught the curb. That is very unusual to see.
He hit
really
it early,
that.
Josh.
Yeah, he did. You don't see that too often.
No.
But yeah, so it looked like he struggled
stuck.
to get he struggled to get the car to change down.
He's in the
I
wrong
think.
gear, yeah.
Yeah, but so that is our 1000s. That was our second place man at the time, Alvin Smith, who was absolutely flying as well. Yeah, that was a 2:19, so he lost a lot of time, as it's just been pointed out. Yeah, Kevin Critchley, the Belgian Audi Club Team WRT, which is one of our Pro-Am drivers, our Pro-Am class leader as well. He's only 3.5 seconds back now, so this is wide open for that, for that P2 spot. But yeah, the guys in the Audi, the Pro-Am, I gotta say, they've, they have quite literally been the class of their field in terms of their Pro-Am, but they're also hanging with the big boys in the Pro class as well, Jesse. And it is nice to see, a Pro-Am team, really shine through as well into the Pro class.
Yeah, it sure is. I mean, it's always nice to see a team punch, I wouldn't necessarily say above their weight class. That's a bit rude. But the BD Racing team, of course, that's Clifford Roberts and Kevin Critchley. They're here as a Pro-Am team, so they're pro, and they have an Am driver with them. And who's to say that they can't get into the mix here? Of course, there are 2 classes, but that doesn't mean that you only have to fight for class honors. You can also fight for overall, and they're doing a really good job of that. And of course, the next nearest car in their class is Lebrecq back in 9th place. So that's interesting. The top 2 cars all have 3 numbers, 3, 3, 3, and 3, as it would turn out. But they are all doing well. A couple of those Pro-Am teams inside the top 10. Some of these guys back here, maybe sort of finding their pace. Maybe they were caught up in early race, pre-dawn incidents, and still on that recovery drive. This is the 777 Infinity Esports. Bashir Jadwat getting really close to the back of Marinik of 279 Aston Martin, thinking about making a pass, but he can't make a mistake because the 93 Ferrari of Heilmann is right behind him. So this is one of those situations, Josh, we talked about when we came on air, that it's okay for the 777 to try and challenge the 279, but if you get it wrong, if you make a mistake, that 93 Ferrari is going to be by you.
Yeah, and the pace Heilmann's got at the moment, I don't think it's really going to matter if he makes a mistake. But he's been wedged up now behind this Aston Martin, and he's now got a friend as well. So we've got a 3-way fight now for P19, sorry, and Ismail Lebrecq as well has just headed into the pits in the V12 Aston in the Triple R team. So maybe a driver change there as well. But as we jump back now to the Infinity Esports car of Bashir Jadwat in the green and black Ferrari, the 777. I do like a triple number in sim racing, I will say. 888, you know, and all that. I do quite like that. So the 777 Ferrari needs to try and get past the 279 Aston. He does look like the Aston's a bit of a cork in the bottle, so to speak. And it's nice to see that BMW that was all balked up is now fixed as well. That's always nice to see. So let's see if he can get nice and close to him down the straight. You know, the Ferrari does get all its power at the top end, so let's see if he can reel in the V8 Aston. It's looking like it's going to be. Which way is he going to go? Is he going to go to the left or to the right?
Oh,
I think he's going to go to the left.
Oh,
He's
he
got to
doesn't
go
have
to the
a
left.
Oh,
It's super
excellently placed by
Yeah.
Marinick right there.
Yeah, he's
to
pretty
make
much
sure.
parked it on the apex there. That was lovely defending
Oh.
from the Aston. But that might leave Jadwat under pressure as well now from Heilmann. But looks like it's all pretty, you know, pretty spaced out, about 2/10 between each of them. So let's see if the Ferraris can close in. It looks like Heilmann's got a nice run here now coming down into turn 1. Is he going to have a look at Jadwat, or is he going to wait until the straight going up the hill? I'd be waiting if it were me, but it looks like he's going to do that as well. So now it's a slipstream battle. So the Ferraris could help each other out here, and Heilmann's going to be getting a double toe down towards turn 2.
Hey, Josh.
Hey.
They could, but they're not gonna because they're
No,
competitors
why would
and
they
they
help?
don't like each
Why
other.
would they help each other? Yeah, exactly,
Just
exactly that.
kidding.
No, but no, you are right. But they could secretly, you know, they're helping each other without actually knowing at this point, because you know he's getting a double
Very
toe.
well said.
He's getting a double toe, but the Aston Martin's just like, come on guys, just fight each other, let me get away. But yeah, this is quite an unorthodox place to even have a look down the inside. But he had a sniff. He's just trying to scare him, getting his mirrors a little bit, getting him, you know, get him looking around rather than looking in front of him. That's what you need to do. As we go to the splitter of Leo Heilmann now, and we're going to watch the Aston and the Ferrari battle their way through the mountain section. It's so bumpy. It is so bumpy through this section, and
I do not like this camera. This is too much speed.
yeah, it's giving me it's giving me like, I don't know how to explain it. Not vertigo, but something of that effect.
Oh, look
But,
how close they got to the wall.
Yeah, the two Ferraris are really pushing now. You can see that the 279 is really struggling now. But it looks like he's got a great exit out of Forest Elbow though, and it actually looks like Jadwat's going to be the one under pressure now.
So here's the Triple R. We were talking about them earlier. They went into pit lane 9th. Ishmael Lebret got out of the car. Brock McDude into the 333 Triple R V12 Aston Martin. They are under fire from the 3rd place car in Pro-Am behind them, the 83 Audi, about a second or so behind them. That's a very nice looking Audi in that all yellow. I don't think I looked at that car on the program. That's the Sensible Racing Audi, as it turns out. I like that combination of color, but they are attempting to catch Brock McDude in the 333, sort of sleeping or warming up his tires per se. So that'll be interesting. We'll see if that amasses to anything, or perhaps Brock McDude gets away at some point.
Yeah, and we go back to live pictures of the two Ferraris now battling it out, and it looks like Heilmann's going to have a look into turn 2, and that is a fantastic move down the inside. He just pretty much just run him out of road. That was a great move, and I think Jadwat had kind of accepted that was going to happen. But we go back to the replay. I know he left him plenty of space. I think Jadwat was just sort of very respectful of it and thought, look, it's going to happen. Just get out of my way, overtake the Aston, and then I can go back to racing him. So,
Josh, you're probably 100% right. That's probably what that was. Like, okay, if you're going to be on me that close, I don't want to risk my race, but maybe if you get up there and you race with that Aston, maybe we both get by. And look at him. Look how aggressive the 93 is, thinking about getting around that Aston Martin of Marinick right now. This is not the place to be doing that, boys, down through the S's. That is very dangerous place to try and make a pass as they go single file, going on board of Heilmann right now, coming through. And now we're going to see if this Ferrari has that top end that Josh is talking about. See if he catches up to him at the end of the straight. I suspect he might. And will he have anything at the end of Conrad?
You can see how much he's gaining. It's not going to be this lap, but yeah, that Ferrari is pretty mighty down the straights. And you know, the Aston, I don't know, I thought the Ferrari and the Aston were pretty similar, but it looks like maybe the slipstream's taking big effect. But the Aston, is is definitely struggling for pace in term, compared to Heilmann at the moment. I don't know if Heilmann's on fresher tyres or what, but he looks well up for it. He wants to get that Aston out of the way.
He sure does. I just want to take a second while we're watching this battle. I just got to say something. I'm going to take my hat off and give a call to Mr. Ryan Gill and Mr. Fabian Schmedberger. We just put in chat the program for this race that was compiled by Mr. Ryan Gill. He's on the other commentary team. You will have heard his voice already, and you'll hear his voice in another hour or so. But what you won't hear is you won't hear Mr. Fabian Schmedberger. He put together the spotter guide for this race and many races that we have. And they do lovely graphical work for virtual races, like quality stuff. As you see, these cars continue to get mixed up as they are in and out of lap traffic. Nearly Jadwatt collects a lap car. Doesn't quite do it, but now there is a car in between them now.
I believe that's the 1000 car, Elvin Smith, our P2 currently.
Yeah.
So he needs to sort of navigate his way through, because I believe, I don't know what the gap is between those three now, but it obviously, between second and third, sorry, but it was pretty close. About 3.5 seconds earlier on. But that Ferrari gets so close to the Aston Martin through Skyline. I think it's just, he must have so much more confidence on the brakes or something, but he's getting very close.
Well, as someone who drives that Aston, there's one thing I know about it. It doesn't stop very well. In comparison to some of these other cars, it does not have the brakes of some of these other cars, and you have to really pay attention to that. One thing about driving that Aston, though, I'll tell you, it makes you a really good defensive driver, because I'm telling you something, Josh, you have to be with a car that brakes as bad as that thing. But it doesn't brake bad. It just doesn't brake as strongly as some of the other cars, I'll say. But anyway, I just wanted to say, please do exclamation point program, download the program, download the spotter guide. Lovely graphical work by Mr. Ryan Gill and Mr. Fabian Schmedberger here at RCI. And let them know that you appreciate their work. I love their work. I personally hang their posters up. I love it. It is professional quality work here at RCI, and just this whole thing is just fantastic. And like I said earlier, I am glad, we're all happy to have all of you with us as we continue to see this battle. As we go back to Jimmy Broadbent here of Mintzilla, just kind of hanging out in 11th place, waiting for some of these other people to pit. We see Arnold in the 38 Mercedes is in pit road right here. I think Mr. Broadbent will go ahead and leapfrog him. And of course, Mike Noble is in the FFS Racing 123, which must have had a quicker pit stop, Josh, because it's back in front of Mintzilla.
Yeah, so I'm not really sure how that's happened, but his pace, he's in the 202s. There's not many people in the 202s at the moment, but he is one of them. And here, we got a battle here on track. Mikael Sundstrom in the Mercedes here, in the, was it 499, I believe it is? Was this 899, sorry, yeah. Let's see now. So he's got a nice slipstream here on, I believe that's the Racing Line Motorsport car. So let's see. So he actually opts for the right-hand side of the track here. So he's going to come and have the inside line, which will then turn out to be the outside. And it looks like, is that Jimmy Broadbent behind in the mirror then, or was that a glitch? But here we go. So he's got the outside line, which then turns into the inside line, and that is a great move. That's textbook stuff in the chase. Fair play.
Classic.
You could have put a piece of A4 paper just about in between the gap of those two there, but no contact. Nearly on pace. Definitely on the pace now as they move up to P5 with only 6.6 seconds to the 211 car up ahead as well. So maybe we'll see a Mercedes versus Mercedes battle soon, unless Racing Line Motorsports Bentley can come back with something. So we jump back to the 279 Aston Martin and the two Ferraris he's bringing with him, Heilmann and Jadwatt in the 777 and the 93 respectively. So nothing has come just yet. They're sort of still in the order. Jadwatt sort of said, Heilmann, go on, then you try. I've tried, I can't do it, so you try, and then I'll pick up the pieces. I think that's what he's
Do you know who could do it, though?
Who could do it?
Elvin Smith. He passed all of them. He is by them now. He is up in front of this group. And
fair point.
That he's gone. Again, like I said this in chat earlier, I'll say it again. In case you're wondering why Elvin Smith's second place car is the number 1000, there was an oopsie. So they have the number 1000. No, that's not supposed to be possible, but we made it possible. Welcome to RCI. We do things that people don't think are possible. And they are a 1000 car. And we suspect if they win this race, they will be the first car in the history of ACC to win with a 4-digit number. We don't know that for sure, but I haven't seen it. Have you guys seen it? I'd like to
I
know what
haven't
you
seen
think.
it, but me and a few friends, when the race started, we laughed and said, huh, I'm sure that car was meant to be 999. But yeah, 1000 looks cool. I've never seen it before. I think it looks pretty cool. But
So something went wrong, and they gave them +1, which shouldn't be possible. It actually, their car has bumped the 1 off of it. If you look at it closely, it's just 000,
yeah,
which
000.
I don't think that's possible either.
No, I don't think it is. So they're breaking all the rules, but we accept it because it's RCI, and we want unusual things to happen like that. Because it's one of those. It's a bug, but it's one that's gives
It's
us a talking
harmless.
point.
It doesn't
Yeah,
cause
exactly.
anything.
Exactly.
They're in the race. They're on pace, and they have a car's number that doesn't make any sense in the context of the sim. But here we are at this point.
Yeah,
Hit.
and we love it.
Oh, we absolutely love it. I love a little bit of chaos. And we have certainly
so
had that
the
today.
guys in the chat have picked up that Minty is now in P10. So there must have been a guy must have pitted in front of them. But I think Noble is probably one of our quickest guys on track at the moment. Still just into the 203's last lap. But yeah, some serious pace. So if he can catch up to Van der Velde there in P8, we might see a fight there. So he's actually 1.4 seconds behind now for the battle for P8. So 2 or 3 laps, I think that'll be unfolding. But at the moment, we have the White Rabbit Gaming 888 Bentley chasing down the number 83 Audi, which I think is that the one you like, Jesse? Is that the color scheme you like?
I do like that.
It is quite nice. I think that was a bit of a luminous yellow with a bit of, what is that? Sort of like a maroon sort of color?
Yeah.
I can't really tell.
It's got a little mascara over the left eye.
Nice, and that never goes amiss anywhere, does it? So it's nice to see it on an Audi R8 as well. But yeah, the Bentley looking seriously racy now as it comes down the hill into Forest Elbow. The Bentley is a scary car to watch. I just feel like it doesn't belong there. It just looks too big.
It is a big old car.
Yeah, but it does belong. It's mighty. It is a mighty car. You've got 1 in 6th, 1 in 7th, 1 in 14th as well. So that's 3 Bentleys in the top 20. So I'm not entirely sure exactly how many we got running, but I can see another Bart Matager as well in for the Connection Lost Racing Team as well in P23. So yeah, it's nice to see some Bentleys. Obviously, I know they're pretty good on fuel as well. So when they do pit with their 70 minutes, they probably don't need to take as much fuel as all the other cars as well. So
I'm going to ask the race director if we can go to 5th place real quick and Ricardo Claro real quick because this man right here, this is Random Call Sign, the YouTuber, 30,000 subs on YouTube. All right. This was my original commentating partner when I first started commentating. I guess you'd call it regularly. And he has entered with an all-star team today. And he has a bone to pick with fellow commentator Ryan Gill. Ryan Gill called him an influencer the other day. Random Call Sign, as an influencer, takes exception to that and would like me to call that out. So I'm going to do that. But in addition to that, Ryan Gill, you naughty boy. But in addition to that, this team, Randy's Pasta, of all things, named after a name that this team came up with, they are, in my opinion, punching well above their weight class. Okay, they're in 5th place in the pro category, and they've had their issues today. They've been involved in some of the incidents. We've seen this car, Josh, in our stint, hit the wall a few times, and they are maintaining this position. I'm going to rename this team. This is Team Not a Fluke at this point. They are up here. They mean business, and if you want to get to the front, you're probably going to have to go through these guys. But Random Call Sign doing work. I saw him practicing this morning, and he was getting his eye in there, and we'll see what he got his eye in the grass right there.
Yeah,
but we're going to see.
Jesse, I don't want to interrupt you, but there is actually a fight between the 2 Bentleys just behind
Let's
Claro
go to
as
that.
well. I believe that's James Parker in the 449 fight in the Racing Line Motorsport Bentley as well. And he catches a bit too much curb going into the last corner. And now that's going to be a drag race to turn 1. So what do you do here? If I'm me, you just got to send it. You got to send it. Force
You
him
don't
out
have a
wide,
choice.
and
You got to
he's
get it in there.
Definitely sending it. And James Parker has gone straight down
That
the
Yahtzee.
inside into turn 1. And now he's going to have to try and out-drag him all the way down to turn 2. And the slipstream, he's almost run into the back of him there.
Matt Yassi's just trying to get any sort of up beside him, just anything that he can say that he's side by side with him in turn 2, so he can stick around the outside of that. He can't do it. He's going to have to back off. Challenge confirmed, though. But there we go. James Parker up in 6th, and James Parker will have to be the next person. Well, actually, he won't because... Actually, no, he still will, because Mikhail Sundstrom has brought his car to pit road for a routine pit stop. So that's going to promote Parker from 6th to 5th. And 13 seconds up the road, that's going to be random call sign. That'll be the next car he has to pass. Just a fantastic job, though, setting him up and getting the pass done. Very professional.
Yeah, nicely done there. He sort of put the pressure on him going into the chase. I was just caught in the background. I seen 2 Bentleys side by side, and they looked like they were racing each other. And I just quickly looked up at the timing tower there and seen that James Parker was trying to make his way up into the top 5 there. But the Racing Line Motorsport cars, it's dropped back 2 positions. I think he might be towards the end of his stint, potentially, because he's sort of dropping back, and that's not something we're used to seeing with Racing Line Motorsport. You know, they're always at the front, and they are at the front. They're a great team. And the actual 12-hour race I did in another community, I think 12 hours of Silverstone. These guys actually took the win there, but it doesn't look like it's going to be the win just yet. But there is more than half of this race left to go. Who knows what could happen? We've already seen our P2 man facing the wrong way, and you know, I don't want to curse anyone because. We do have a tendency to do that sometimes. Yeah. But Matthias Egger at the moment, he's just pumping in the lap times and has been for quite a while now. So I believe we're going to try and get the leaders in for an interview soon as well. There you go. So Fulvio Barazzini is here with us in the comms box. All going pretty well for you so far. Let's hear it from your guys' point of view.
Okay. Hey there. I won't say anything about how it's going now, because I remember last time I was interviewed during the 6 hours or so. And okay.
Are you saying we're bad luck, Folio?
No, I don't believe in bad luck.
We are though.
Yeah, really?
Absolutely. We can merely say your name and they crash. I don't know what happens, but tell us about the first several hours of your race. You guys are obviously running well. You had that nice fight with the Elvin Smith team, that Honda.
Yeah.
Now you guys are up front. Tell us how's it going?
Well, we didn't expect the Honda to be that quick. Man, it was really tough to keep up with them. Honestly, based on raw pace, they had something more than us. And in the first hour, luckily for us, they had a bit of issues in the opening laps, so it took them a while to catch the leaders back. And when they got it, I told Matthias who was driving, just let them through, because it was no point in the first hour to challenge in some kind of rough action so early during the race.
Oh, Minty off in the grass. Hold on one second. Barazzini, Minty off in the grass. Darren King's going to get around him for that 10th place spot. That battle had been coming for quite some time. Minty going GTR style off into the dirt, but they will continue to fight. Jimmy Broadbent will not want Darren King to get away from him. Barazzini, back to you.
Like I said, there's so much stuff going on, guys. I just take a second to thank you for all the stuff you're doing, and it's incredible. It's like all the other races melt together in one big event, and I really appreciate it. And also thank you for the quick restart before the race, actually, because otherwise we will not be able to participate. We had an issue with our entry, and so here we are, spoiling the other people's fun, but hey, that's the way it goes.
We don't want to start a race without somebody. You know what I mean? If it can be prevented, we take the steps necessary to prevent it, is what Mr. Barazzini's talking about.
Yeah, that's why I appreciate it even more. After the first couple of stints, it became quite clear. It became a two-way battle for the lead between us and the number 1000 car, and it looks like Smith was really hammering down the pace, and was really, really hard to keep him behind. And then we made that slight mistake in the pits. It took us a little bit longer than usual, and the Honda passed us in the third stint, I believe it was, just in the pits. We entered the pits with a 5-second lead, and we came just behind, like 3 tenths. And I just sat behind, hoping for something to happen, and turned out it happened way too much. First, a crash with a lap car spinning in the penultimate corner, and then, fortunately for them, a spin in up to the mountain for the Honda car, and it left them with big damage. They didn't want to pit immediately and lost like 2 or 3 seconds per lap. And that gave us a huge relief and a lot of breathing room to just settle down on what our car can do now and just keep going.
Well, we saw King on Broadbent. Now we're seeing Parker on Claro. This is going to be interesting. I got to ask you, Fulvio, is there anything that you guys as a team could have done better to this point, or do you think that you've made all the right decisions so far?
Well, we just stuck to the strategy we planned earlier before the race, and so far it looks like it's going like we want it to. Apart from a couple maybe useless mistakes or maybe rushing too much into the pits, racing stuff, not about strategy, sometimes we're kind of struggling with the tire pressures, but I think it's the same for everyone. Sometimes they're too high, sometimes they're too low, but just a tiny little bit. We keep adjusting the pre-planned strategy in the pit box, and -1, +1, +2 on the tire pressure, and that's pretty much it.
How much grip does the track have right now?
Not really a lot, to be honest. It looks like in the start of the race, when it becomes optimum, okay, the track gives its best. Now, okay, the track temp is rising a little bit, like 1 degree every half an hour, I'd say. But I don't think it's only the pure degrees that are affecting the grip. It's just like as if there is too much rubber maybe on the track. It reaches a certain amount of grip, then it reaches the maximum grip with the rubber, and to me it seems like there is too much rubber now and it lost the best potential.
I see. So Orion Racing Team, all Italian team, you're in the 126 Mercedes this weekend. Excellent pick. Obviously it's one of the better cars here, but you have a teammate. It's not just all on you. You have a teammate, Matthias Egger. What's it like working with your fellow countrymen in these races like this, these endurance races?
Yeah, I mean, it's a long-established relationship. We trust each other completely, and of course, communication is okay because we speak the same language. But basically, our race team includes people from all the country. They're just active in other platform. For now, at the moment, only Matthias and I are driving ACC, and so we could even not talk at all each other for several minutes because everybody each team member knows what the other one is doing, and but of course we are able to communicate quickly and to the point. It's just a matter of habits. We have basically the same character, I suppose. We knew each other for a long time, and so that makes things much easier.
That's excellent. We here at RCI, we love to have the Orion Racing Team. Go get your other guys. Get them over here. Get them interested in ACC. Get them in here. We'd love to have them too. We love having you and Egger in here. Josh, do you have anything for Mr. Berrezzini?
I do. I just love the, he's saying that you're talking very, very highly of your teammate. And I think that's what makes the great team, the way you guys, you got the chemistry, like you say, you don't actually have to speak to each other all the time. And is that something that you think obviously as your relationship's gone on, has really helped you. Sort of just being able to have that chemistry and just carry the team. Without,
Yeah.
you don't have to stress about every little detail anymore.
Well, yeah, I think you got the point, and I mean, since this is not our main job, of course, and we have our personal life and stuff, I think I think there is not a single day that we don't hear each other, so we can arrange stuff very very handy. I mean, like, okay, in 1 hour, shall we practice a little bit? Yeah, of course, and we even managed to meet sometimes, and also this summer we had a good time. So everything is on the right way to keep this relationship working and without any stress. I don't feel like I have to race with them or some kind of team obligations. It's pretty natural, all this stuff, and
Yeah,
I
of
think
course.
this way of racing together, especially in the big events that I think are more like, well, I have to say that are more emotional, because it's a big race, it's a long race, it's a lot of effort, and it helps to strengthen this team relationship even more.
Yeah, the big events is where you really see it pay off, and obviously you get to enjoy,
Yeah.
hopefully bringing it home. But yeah, your teammates doing a great job, and you've also been laying down some rubber as well. So good luck on the rest of the race. And
Thank you very much.
Hope it goes on, and thanks for your time.
Yeah, thanks to you once again for this, all of this. Thank you.
Absolutely our pleasure. Fulvio Berrezzini for the Orion Racing team. Matthias Egger in the car right now, leading this race around here, talking about how fantastic his teammate is and just how flawless and fluid it is. That's what you're looking for, isn't it, Josh? You're looking for a teammate that you can just talk to, like they're your mate. You know what I mean? That's what you want.
Yeah, exactly. And just the way he's speaking about a teammate, it's not, he's not, just someone he's been paired up with. Oh, do you want to do this RCI 12 hours? Yeah, all right then, fine. Oh, we both like the same car. You can tell it's something that they obviously do, as a pastime together all the time. And when these big events come up, it's really where you get to sort of show the ability, and and chemistry and teamwork is a big part of it. I know it's it's only virtual, but it's still, he'll still be sitting next to his PC, talking to his teammate, keeping him interested. It's not just get out the car, sit in the garage, and just go on your phone. It's more of you're acting as a spotter. You're acting, keeping him updated on the tires, keeping him updated what's going on. The guys behind are doing this, they're doing that, and just keeping on top of all the little things that you can't always keep an eye on when you're racing, especially around this particular circuit. But so we're gonna throw it to a Lamborghini. Is it the only one we have? I think it might be the only one we have in this race. Justin Hartkemper in the 195. Is he? I don't know. I thought he was being chased then, but no, that's a lapped car or a lead car in front of him. So yeah, it's nice to see some Lamborghinis. I know our fellow Ryan Gill will be enjoying this segment of the stream. I know he's a big Lamborghini fan, and yeah, very similar colours to the other Audi we've got in this race as well. So they're running in P15. Again, P15. I can't exactly remember where they started. I think it was just outside the top 10 they started. So they're still running pretty well in the 195 Lamborghini as well. So stay out of trouble and you can get a good finish at Bathurst. But I got to say, it's all very close between sort of 4th and 7th in our race. It's not miles apart. Where we had that lull earlier on with sort of none of the top 5 were anywhere near each other, and then all of a sudden James Parker's marched his way through all of them. So yeah, he's got some surreal pace at the moment. I think he might be our quickest guy on the track. Yeah, he did a 2:02.7 last time out. And our second fastest guy is Mike Noble in the number 123 Porsche. I believe that's Team Pink. We're going to call those now. I'm sure they've got their own team name in reality. I believe it's FFS Racing, which Jesse was having issues with.
I cannot say that.
Yeah, I think it might
Racing.
be because it's potentially short for something, but we'll leave that to the
I know what it's
imagination.
short for, but the problem is that I don't want to say the S. I want to say a third F, and I can't do that.
No, so that's
3 Fs don't make an S.
No, they don't. That is correct. Only the fact here at RCI, especially with Jesse Lee, and I'm sure you've probably got some sort of fact about Mike Noble that I don't know. Do you?
What?
Do you have a fact? A random fact?
Do I have a fact
'Cause you
about
are-
Mike Noble?
Yeah, come on. You must have a fact.
He's incredibly quick. Oh my goodness! And Pinky has gone
And he likes
off
cutting
of
grass.
the track.
Ah, right. Okay.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
I beat Mike Noble in a race once, but that was about it. And he beat me 305 other times. That's pretty
Yeah.
much. That's my one fact about Mike Noble. Mike Noble's one of those guys that is either up near the front or he's sick, and that's just sort of how Mike Noble is. He's a lovely guy to have around. He's just like any other sim racer. You know, he's here to have fun. He's competitive. He wants to have that competition, and he drives. He can get around you without you knowing he got around you. In the case of one time where he beat me at Laguna Seca, he was nowhere, and then a few laps later he was right behind me. I swear he was cheating. He was not cheating. He was just better than I was. But no, I don't have any particular facts about the man. It's only one thing anybody out there watching needs to know about Mike Noble, and one word summary: fast.
Perfect. That'll do. And it's just been flagged up to me as well on the previous lap, or the lap just before. P1 and P2 did the exact same.
Of course
lap
they
time, a 2:04.017.
Sounds about right.
That's, yeah, this is kind of what we're dealing with at the moment. You know, two completely different sets of machinery, one from Japan, one from Germany, completely different drivers from completely different countries, and they do it the exact same time.
Yeah.
I love that. I just think...
Yeah. I mean, different
mind-blowing.
displacements. The only thing that is the same is the tires and the track. And you're going to come out here and you're going to run identical laps. And that, if you ever wonder why these guys are in the pro class and why a lot of these guys are in esports, literally that, because they can do that. They can mirror each other perfectly to 1,000th of a second. That is just incredible.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. But and I got to say, our number 3 Audi being driven by Kevin Critchley is actually sort of gaining again on Alvin Smith. So I don't know whether that's down to outright pace there or there was a little mistake potentially. But we're on board now with Marc-Antoine Landry for the Curbsco Burr team, which is a fantastic team name.
I don't think some of these teams took their names very seriously.
No, and he's also 666 as well. So
the memes.
Yes, exactly. But he's chasing the 279 Aston, who we've seen sort of have a couple of tussles with some Ferraris not too long ago, although it probably was about half an hour ago. This time is flying by, I've got to say. It definitely goes by faster, well, from my experience in the comms box, than it does when you're driving the car. I know it sounds quite strange, but he's going to make a move down the inside. No, he isn't. He's just tried to scare him. He just tried to scare him a bit. But yeah, he wants that Aston out of the way. I don't think that Aston's been into pit either, so he's been out for a very long time. I believe we were watching this fight just before Jardier came in, and that was quite a while ago.
Marinick right now is just really surprised that he was not spun around backwards there, because that had all the hallmarks of a massive incident, well held by both drivers. Landry was able to get on the binders and not run up the back of the Aston Martin. Fantastic job, really. I mean, and you know, you're going to have 100 near misses a race, Josh. It's just the way it works.
Yeah, exactly that. You know, you'd like to think you can judge your braking perfect every single lap, but you know, when you're that close behind the car, you have to judge your braking and their braking, adapt your braking, you know, so you don't run into the back of them. But let's see if the Audi R8 can reel him in down the Conrad Straight coming up to the chase now. So it does look pretty close. It's going to be a brave move if he does go for it, but I think he's going to. I think he's going to send one.
Oh,
he thought about it. He thought about it. He got on the steering wheel there and thought, nah, maybe not this time. But he knows he's got a couple more opportunities coming up now. So yeah, that Aston Martin is, I would say he's struggling for pace, but considering how long he's been out there, you know, he's doing well. But I think his time has come now to be sort of overtaken by this 666 Audi. So I don't think he'll waste too much time defending to him. But we'll see now. The Audi R8, I don't think is going to give him much choice. He's got a lovely run out of there going up towards turn 2, up over the hill. So that Audi should breeze past him. He may even have this move done before they get to turn 2. He might even be able to slot back in, depending on the straight line setups. Obviously, different aero on these cars, so the setups could be different. He's going to make him go around the outside. No, he's just giving it to him. That is the mature decision You know, we never want to see a car go past, but there is no point losing time, especially when you got 6.5 hours left to go, because you never know, your strategy may pull you back in front of that Audi in, you know, in the next hour or so.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It will be a long road home still. For as long as we've been in this race, we're still 34 and a half minutes away from halfway in this thing. This is a long race. It hasn't felt like 5.5 hours to me, Josh. It hasn't. I mean, I was in the stewarding box before this, so I've been here every step of the way, and it hasn't felt like that. And I can almost guarantee to you, it hasn't felt like you've been in the box with me for 2.5 hours. It flies by.
Is that how long it's been?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, it doesn't feel like that. Say I watched the first, I think it was 2.5 hours of the race. I had to pop out, and then literally as I got back home, Mike was like, "We need you for commentary." So I'm like, "Yeah, I'm in." So it's good to be back. I'm definitely going to be watching the rest of this stream when the other guys come in, because I'm way too invested in this race now to do anything else. I may eat some food potentially.
I heard a rumor that you were in a Snuggie on your just lounging around your living room. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, I was up on the sofa watching. I was about to watch the Arsenal-Manchester City game, but the team I support were losing 1-0. But I don't know the score. But it's probably not very good. To be
Arsenal
honest, anyway.
fan, are you?
I didn't want to say it on stream because, you know, it gets all political and stuff. You know.
Well, you know what they say. I could have told you the outcome of that game before it ever started. So here's what we're going to do. We have told you about the program. You see the things on the right side of the screen: Discord giveaway program, spotter, and socials. Feel free to enter those in chat and get the appropriate link. Don't forget, we do have a giveaway. You can enter by hitting !giveaway and clicking on the link provided to enter. That giveaway is provided by our race sponsor, Next Level. It is a race sim racing rig. You can find all the pertinent information about that by using the appropriate command in chat, !giveaway. I also earlier talked about the program and the spotter guide provided by Mr. Ryan Gill and Mr. Fabian Schmedberger. Going to show you a piece of work now, also done by Mr. Ryan Gill, if I'm not very much mistaken. This is a little thing called the track guide. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Mount Panorama Bathurst Circuit. We're getting ready to get very intimate with this 23-turn circuit. Hell Corner leads the start of the race down into that crazy first corner. And of course, 3, 4, and 5, the cutting, then Reed Park into Sullivan Park into McPhillamy Park. Absolutely fantastic stuff. You can really get it down here into turn 2, a great overtaking place. You can go around the outside into turn 2 if you're brave enough, or stuff it down the inside. McPhillamy Park here, also a great place to get it done, but also an easy place to overrun your bearings getting down into Skyline. You don't want to mess up that corner. And of course, the chase down here is an excellent place coming down Conrad to get the jump on somebody, but you got to be careful not to get the undercut back on you. And then of course the run from turn 23 to the line completes a lap. Fantastic work there again by Ryan Gill. Lovely put together. I love those things. It shows you some of the great places that you've seen passes being taken all day by some of these drivers. One other thing I'd like to point out, you may have noticed we haven't talked about penalties. Well, that's because there have been so very few. I think this race cleaned up very well. I will tell you, 2 hours ago, the 777 got a 15-second penalty. And then about an hour ago, the 51 got a 15-second penalty. And there were a few warnings. The 72 car got a warning. Everything else, it's been clean. Josh, this race, we've seen them racing hard, but it's settled in.
Yeah, it has. And, you know, I'm sure that will, you know, you get the stages in the race, you know, where it won't settle down and you got battles going on everywhere and everywhere, so to say. But just a quick question, Jesse, from #AskTheBox. Speaking of the NSX being built in Ohio, is Acura Japanese or American in your opinion?
First of all, what did you just say?
What?
Acura. It's pronounced Acura.
Oh, come on, man.
It's Acura. It's pronounced Acura, first of all. And
So you're going to say American then?
so the original reason Acura existed was because Honda wanted a luxury brand, and at the time, I believe it was cheaper to manufacture that in the United States. I don't think that's still true. But Acura was made in the U.S. as the luxury brand due to some, I think, Japanese law or because it was actually cheaper to manufacture elsewhere. I know that might sound strange to hear that if you are American listening, but well, why are they outsourcing jobs? You got to understand this was what, in the 80s and 90s, something like that. So yeah, it is an American brand because it was started sort of here, and I think the cars are manufactured in some place, Ohio or something. I think where the NSX is built. So yeah, it is an American brand. It carries the American badge, and they pay American taxes. So why not? That all being said, they're still Japanese to me.
Yeah, it's I've seen a couple of people say in the chat it's American Honda.
Yeah.
And I think
Yeah.
that's a fair point. Obviously, like we have here in the UK, we have Vauxhall, which is obviously Opel in Europe. That's just how it goes. But yeah, you have these different brands, different countries, different names, same product underneath. So we have Lucas Rommel now in the 137 Porsche, and they always run this livery, and I quite like that because when I see it, I know who it is. They always run that color livery, so they're heading up to the chase now. They're lapping pretty well. And so, in the devs car, we have Matt Samuel now as well, in the 778 Aston Martin in the V12, roaring down the straight. I do think that's got to be the best sounding GT3, I think. Jesse, I just don't think you could beat a V12, if I'm honest. It's just one of the best sounding engines there is.
You know what I think I'd like to do? I think I'd like to hear this V12 roar up the mountain. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are back in. Oh my goodness, that was a fantastic sound rumbling down the track. That was the sound of 12 cylinders screaming in harmony around this track. We love the weird, the strange, and the obtuse here at RCI. And we were talking about some of those cars here today, the old Porsche, the old Aston Martin, and cars named Minty. They're all here live at the 12 Hours of the Mountain, and they are here at RCI, and we love that sort of thing. That's why we don't restrict that sort of thing, because, hey, if you're quick enough to qualify for it, we're not going to stifle your creativity, are we, Josh?
No, exactly. And speaking of Minty, is actually in the pits at the moment as well. So I'm not sure if it's time for Jardier to jump back in or whether Jimmy's doing a double stint. I'm not sure, but he's in the pits at the moment. So we'll wait and see what goes on there. But yeah, so Darren King made some good progress once he got past Jimmy Broadbent there as well. And we've also got Ricardo Claro, random call sign, Randy's Pasta, making his way into the pits as well. That is a great team, them, I've got to say. So he's just coming into the box now. So he's going to do a driver change there as well. And James Parker now takes the P2 spot. Obviously, the cars around him have pitted, but he was on an absolute mission earlier on. I think he moved from P7 up to like P4 in the space of as many laps, I think it was. But yeah, he's on a mission now. Obviously, James Parker, of course, he knows his way around setting up a car, and obviously, that's kind of what he does. And yeah, he's a severely fast driver when he gets going. So it'd be interesting to see where they can claw back to. But I'm still hopeful for the 899 to break into the top 5. That was my pick before the race started when I was chatting with some friends. So let's wait and see what happens. But so far we've been spot for some action, Jesse, I've got to say. But yeah, where do you think it can go from here?
Well, I don't think the 126 is home safe, and judging by hearing Mr. Berrezzini, who's back in the car now, by the way, I don't think he believes that they're clear either. He knows as good as anybody else that anything is possible. So you can't let your guard down. You're not quite at halfway yet. It is incredibly and ultimately important that right now you stay sharp. I think any of these teams that are single stinting their drivers, that might be a smart decision, because you're pretty much guaranteeing that you're fresh. Now, these Ironman teams, Jardier and Jimmy Broadbent here, these guys are used to running long races. Jardier told us that in his interview, and we all are aware. I mean, this man right here, Borg Wankelborg, this man, he won iRacing's 24 Le Mans in his split. Underdog victory, in my opinion, and Jimmy did a lot of the heavy lifting himself. He had some great teammates, Boyley and all them, but he did some heavy lifting. He ran some excellent stints. He knows how to get out there. He's going to double stint. Jimmy stayed in the car. For them, I think this is the right strategy for them. Double stint, stay out there, keep the hot driver in, let Jardier get even more time to relax, put him back in the car, rinse and repeat. That they're hovering around top 10. I would say they're going to get some more spots here. Certainly as pit stops cycle through.
Yeah,
I'm just looking at
exactly.
timing and scoring.
They pitted and came back out in P11. That's weird. I think they pitted from P10. So obviously that's a big gain for them. So they they are actually 11th place at least now on absolute on track.
45th to 11th.
Yeah, it is obscene. It's great to see, and I know that the next 6 hours may see them climb into single digits. I think it's going to happen. I think Jardier thinks it's going to happen. He was talking it down, but I think he knows there's a chance. And at the end of the day, these guys, they did this. They picked this car. They want to make content for the sim racing community, but they're doing a fine job at it as well. This isn't just for a YouTube video. This is just to show, these guys have got it. They have got what it takes to be, fighting with the best. So we jump to Killian Ryan Meenan now in Randy's Pasta. And I believe we're going to try and get random call sign in here as well. So, and yeah, here he is in the box now. So another good stint for you guys. How's it all going for you so far?
For the team, much better, but on my specific stint, not so much.
Right, okay, well, just too many little errors or something you need to iron out in the next couple of stints?
In terms of comparing myself to the colleagues, my teammates Tortellini and Killian, they're basically so much faster, and my performance pales in comparison. It's been the case that I'm being literally carried by them. So I think in between the little mistakes and the difference in speed, I think it's over a 1 hour in stint. It's about 30 seconds. So it's quite significant.
Oh, really? Okay, but I know Jesse wants. I think he's got a few questions lined up for you, so I'll throw you over to Jesse now.
Hey, Random, how you doing?
I'm okay, honey. How are you doing?
As I said earlier in the broadcast, Random and I, we're what you call
Rowdy?
Yeah, we're what you call pals, and this interview is going to get a little weird. First and foremost question, why don't you return my calls? Number 2, Randy's Pasta. Where'd that name come from?
I think I gave you the wrong number.
Yeah, I know you did. I know you did.
Randy's Pasta, it's basically, I invited Tortellini for this, so Maciej. His name is Tortellini, and Randy's as in random, call sign, and pasta. So it just pops, I think, in a good way.
And how did you get Killian Ryan Meenan to see that name and go, yeah, I'll race for you guys?
That was Tortellini.
So Tortellini knows Killian Ryan Meenan.
Yeah.
You realize that Killian Ryan Meenan has been tearing up our racing scene recently.
Hopefully in a good way.
Yeah, absolutely. Him and his brother Cormac have been just destroying people.
We've done some commenting here at RCI, and we've mentioned that before. They absolutely destroy. They are very good.
That's an interesting connection.
So when I heard his name, Killian, I was very happy. Killian Ryan Meenan. Yeah, I was very happy with it.
So this is a new team formation, Randy's Pastas. This is new team. Oh my goodness, as you guys actually go into the wall there a little bit, unless that was desync, that might have been desync. But it looked like there was a touch to the wall. Was there? We're going to see. But either way, it looked weird one way or another. But you guys are a new team. So what's it been like communication-wise, considering you guys... You all speak English, but you're all from different places. Has it been instant cohesion, or have you guys had to learn a lot in a short amount of time?
Well, they know themselves. I am the guy that is outside of his medium because they are so fast, and I had to learn quite a lot. The AMG is a fast car, but it's super sketchy. Over Frogs Hollow and over McPhillamy Park, it's just too sketchy. It just bottoms out, and they've been giving my little tips and support for all the race. So I think it was a very good cohesion from the beginning. So very supportive.
So Killian, who is in the car right now, he was hot earlier. You guys got a 5-second penalty awarded by the stewards. He was hot. He went looking for the nearest head steward's office whenever Tortellini was in the car. And ever since then, though, there's been incidents around you, but you guys have escaped danger a few times.
Well, I did spin out at elbows. I got startled by a back marker. I went into first gear, and then the car just did its job. But overall, the car hasn't been damaged. All the damage has been under 10 seconds, so purely cosmetic.
So you've been fixing that damage?
Yeah, we've been fixing the damage. It's been working for us, at least for the time being.
So you've been running up inside the top 10 for the majority of this race at this point, believe it or not.
Yes.
What's it like for you? Is it scary for you?
Yes, it is scary. For example, I was overtaken by Parker, which is now in second. I let him go because my car was almost hitting the wall at Frogs Hollow. So I let him go. It's very scary because they are aggressive. Top 10 are super aggressive, but generally very clean. So it is scary going around with these guys. Normally, I don't do this. I don't go at this level. For me, this is a very high level of racing. So, like I said, I'm completely out of this medium. It's very good for a learning experience, but it's, being scared is also part of it. What makes you, at the end of the day, alive?
Can you explain your hatred for Ryan Gill to the crowd? Because I have tried, but I did the thing you told me to do, by the way, but I don't think they understand. So why do you dislike RCI's own Ryan Gill?
I don't dislike him. I just don't like the word influencer and on your little pamphlet. It's like saying, Maciej Milanowski is joined by our own Tortellini and YouTube influencer random call sign. It's like I'm selling you Herbalife or something like that. You
have 30.5 thousand subs on YouTube. You are an influencer.
No, I'm not. I'm a guy that does this for
Are
a
we
hobby.
about to have this argument live on air? You get sent things to product review. You're an influencer.
No, it's just a reviewer. An influencer sells you a lifestyle. I'm not selling you a lifestyle. I don't care.
Jimmy Broadbent does not sell me a lifestyle.
Well, unless you want to live in a shed. Because in that case, he's selling you a lifestyle. He's selling you the shed lifestyle.
I would live in a shed if I was as fast as Jimmy Broadbent. If it works, it's fine. I'd put a wing on that thing. Anyway, so that's a conversation we had previously. What's the goal to the end of this race? Would you guys obviously you'd like a top 10. Do you think that's reasonable?
I think it is absolutely reasonable to finish at top 10. At this point, we're 9th to, I think, 2 laps away from 10th, if I'm reading this correctly. So that's fine, and we just came out of the pits. That means we're going to get a few positions. We're doing the math where I do the least amount of damage to the team.
So you're getting back into the car at some point, though, Random?
Yes, in about 2 hours, something like that. So I'm just going to get, puff up my powder in my face.
Oh, dear.
Drink some tea or coffee, get a caffeine shot into the system, do some laps.
If you're wondering why this interview is more candid than the other ones, again, it's because of the working relationship that we all have with Random Call Sign. He calls his races for RCI as a commentator, and he's a lovely guy. Every time I talk to Random, it goes off the rails. Josh, do you have anything race related you'd like to ask him that's not embarrassing to me?
Well, not necessarily race related, but now you've got an hour or so out of the car. Are you potentially going to go and have some pasta?
Oh, God.
Actually, that is not a bad idea. I do have to have. I can ask my wife.
Oh, no.
Jesse, what's wrong?
This man, who is Portuguese, by the way, live on the air, is asking his wife to make him pasta.
Yeah, because if he has pasta, it's then whose pasta is it?
It's Randy's pasta.
It's Randy's pasta, exactly. And that's what we like to see.
This interview, I would say it went off the rails, but it was never on the track.
Is it time for the other comms team yet?
Mike,
my
what
producer.
do you mean?
Oh no, I'm live on the air now. I turned my microphone off for that.
Okay.
I needed to stop that. Welcome to RCI TV, everybody. Everybody who came over from Jardier and Jimmy's stream.
We are very different here. We don't wear ties. Put it that way. So Random, you will get back in the car. Are you getting back in the car one more time or 2 more times?
I do not still know, but it's at least one more time.
All right. So he's going to be staying up late. Random Call Sign going to see this thing through with his team running up inside the top 10, killing Ryan Meenan in the 211 Randy's Pasta Mercedes in 8th place now. They will probably gain a few more spots on some of these other guys' pit. Random, where can everybody out there find you to follow you and help you be an influencer?
Oh, no. YouTube.com/random call sign. And also, I do my own very bad comedy show in Twitter. And I show my influencer life in Instagram. So for Twitter /random call sign and Instagram /random call sign as well.
Ryan, improved.
There it is. Well, God bless you, Random. Thank you. Happy to have you. Happy to be a part of your community as well, and have you be a part of this community. And glad to see you guys in the race and doing so well. This is incredible stuff.
Thank you very much for having me here. I'll see you later, guys.
Take care. Random call sign Ricardo Claro for this team, Randy's Pastas. Or pasta.
Yeah.
There's no.
You
There's
did say it was going to get weird, and it did.
It always does. It always
did,
does.
Yeah.
And that went
So-
live out to the internet to hundreds of people. Great. So to 211, that is Killian Ryan Meenan. Cormac's not in this race, right? I didn't see Cormac's name on the entry list. So just Killian this weekend. Yeah, so we saw that during that interview. The 1000 car was reset to pit road and has exited. Do we have a reason for that, Josh?
I'm not sure. It looks like some sort of technical issue there, but as we like to say in sim racing, a mechanical failure for the Honda NSX. You know, these things happen in real life, and they also happen in sim racing as well. So it is a great shame to see that. You know, they were running in P2 at the time. But, you know, that sort of spices it up for the podium. It's James Parker at the moment, and Clifford Roberts in the number 3 Audi, only 3.9 behind. So you know those P2, P3 is still up for grabs. But you know, I think Barazini will definitely be having a sigh of relief now he knows that they're gone. But you know, you can't get complacent as well. You know, there's still 6 hours for them to make mistakes as well. But you know, that's how endurance racing goes. But yeah, this guy on screen at the moment, Darren King, he's been on a monster stint as well. I think this is his 2nd stint he's done in a row now, because he went past Jimmy Broadbent earlier on, and he's motored up into P7 at the moment as well. So it's really going well for Darren King and the number 38 Mercedes, and also to the White Rabbit Gaming guys, managed by our very own George Smith, who will be in the comms box in around 10 minutes, I believe. As we round out the first 6 hours at Bathurst. He's currently chasing the is it the Triple R team in the V12 Aston there, in the 333 car as well. So yeah, it's a great race. I've got to say, it's been a pleasure to commentate. You know, especially because I wasn't expecting to. You know, I've spoken to a lot of people that you know, I've never spoken to before, and people I would thought about speaking to, but. And yeah, you know, I want to say thanks for this opportunity as well. You know, it's not every day you get a chance to be a part of, you know, this side of things as well. You know, because obviously, you know, drivers are grateful for the opportunity they get, but you know, as commentators and stewards, we thoroughly enjoy this, and everyone on the cameras and race control and everything that goes into it. Like, I still get mind blown by it. Yeah, and you know, it's a top effort from everyone here and all the drivers. That, you know, because without the drivers, we'd just be sitting here looking at an empty track. So yeah, thanks for everyone for turning up, and of course to all the viewers in the stream as well. Obviously, you know, we are your biggest fans.
Martin Schumacher.
Martin Schumacher as well. He likes grass as well, same as Mark Noble. But I'm not sure what happened there. I think he got a little bit of curb on the outside, on the inside. Sorry. Oh no, he didn't. He just decided he's not going to stop for that one, but he takes the scenic route in Mount Panorama as we fall under the earth. But we're back again now in the helicam. So Martin Schumacher in the other V12 Aston Martin. I think that's 2 we've got, so you don't really get 2 very often. And he's got the new V8 Vantage of Hendrickson, who I believe was running in the lead early on in the race. Very early on in the race.
Yeah, he sure was. That number 11 Mercedes, that was the pole-sitting car. They were the ones that took the green flag as the leader, and they've had their fair share of struggles today. That GC, or not that GC Racing 1 car, the GC Racing 1 car, the one in front here, I've been wondering where they were. I knew Martin Schumacher was in this race with this team in the 614, but they've just sort of been back here. I don't know for certain, but I wonder if this was one of the teams that got majorly clattered with that turn 2 sort of incident on the first lap of the race before dawn. And they've sort of been languishing back here, because I know Martin Schumacher, and this is not his pace back here. So maybe irreparable damage to the car. Maybe there's been some incidents. I'm unsure. But this is not where I expected to find him in 23rd. But this is the spirit of the race, though, Josh. You know, banging around here. Maybe you're not where you want to be, but you're still pumping out lap times. You're trying to get everything you can get. And who knows? In 6 hours from now, when the sun starts to go down and things cool off, this race is going to be different. Maybe this track comes to the Porsches. Maybe it doesn't favor some of these big engine cars so much then. Maybe you just, at that point, race cleaner than some of the other guys. And that's the spirit of it, isn't it? It doesn't matter what position you're in. If you're in it, you're in it.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. You've got to be in it to win it at the end of the day. But just ahead of the number 20, the 23rd position, Martin Schumacher. There is the Connection Loss Racing team pushing on to the back of the number 2 Mercedes there. So we've got Dedicek in the car at the moment. I think they've just darted into the pits, actually, the number 2 Mercedes. I think they did. Yes, they did. So they've actually released Andre Dedicek now as well into the open. That was inevitable. He was going to take that position anyway. As it looks like Martin Schumacher, is that Martin Schumacher going down the inside, or is that a lapped? Ah, that's a lap car. I was going to say then, fair play. He's sent it, but yeah. So there is a penalty that's come out. I believe it's for the number 46 car. A lap 151, turn 18, involving cars 46 and 26, and that is turned out for a 15-second penalty for car number 46, currently being driven by Zigulins. He's in the V8 Vantage, I believe he is. So we didn't catch what that was, and I don't know if you guys know what that was, but it looks like, for 15 seconds, it's normally something quite severe, I believe. I can't see the number 26 anywhere on the timing tower, so...
I actually do know what happened. On the 151st lap in turn 18, there was an incident between the 46 and the 26. 46 deemed at fault for causing an incident. 15-second penalty. And by virtue of also being a steward, I do know that how you get that penalty is that if you crash into somebody and you continue on. So that must have been an incident that he was deemed at fault for, and there was no sportsmanship there, i.e. giving the position back. And 46 has been given a 15-second penalty, Josh.
Well, there we go. See, Jesse is always in the know. Obviously one of our stewards when he's not commentating as well. So I knew somebody else would know. But Darren King, he's pitted. Sean Arnold is now in the car for the Fordzilla team. He's on his way through onto the main straight as well. And the 666 Audi that we were on earlier on was disconnected as well. So we've got Samir Ibrahimi now. And I believe that's Jimmy Broadbent behind him. But I think Jimmy Broadbent's just trying to unlap himself, I guess. Unless they've just overtaken Jimmy. But Jimmy looks pretty keen to get himself back past that. So maybe he's trying to unlap himself. But yeah, Jimmy Broadbent now, P10. It's still on the cards, I think, for a high finish there. Maybe P7, I think, is looking pretty likely. Because P6 is about sort of almost a full minute in front of them. So, and Killian Raimina now up to P6 as well. So Random Call Signs teammate there, Killian Raiminen, who we did speak very highly of as well. He was kind of playing himself down a little bit. But if you're driving the car at a good enough speed to hold on to the position, you're doing something right. So he probably shouldn't be too hard on himself. But Jesse, you know him maybe a little bit more. Maybe that's the kind of guy he is. Obviously I don't really know him personally, but he looked like he was doing the job to me. Put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, he was holding on to fifth. I mean, what else do you want? He was not a moving roadblock to anybody. He was racing respectfully. The thing about Ricardo is that he is Portuguese. He says how he feels. He feels that Killian and Tortellini are faster than he is. Maybe that's the case. I'm not going to pass judgment, but he's comfortable with who he is, where he is, and he's one of those guys. I just want to be in the race. I love being in the race. I love being in the hunt. Top 10, they're in the hunt. Speaking of being in the hunt, haven't talked about him all day. Samir Ibrahimi in the 449 out here getting it done. Up to third place this team is. I heard that they, in the first stint with George and Ryan, that this car was involved in an incident, spun around or something like that, that took them sort of out of the top 3 for a while, but they're back. Samir Ibrahimi back in the car, running good. The Flying Bee in traditional British racing colors for the M Sport team out here getting it done. Love seeing these big cars. We talked about that earlier. Love seeing these big cars get it, but they are up here, and I wonder if in 6 hours' time, if this car won't have something for maybe Berrezzini at the end of this thing, because that Ibrahimi team, they could potentially be the ones to play spoiler today.
Yeah, exactly. And they fought their way back through. And they've got quite a nice gap to the 899 behind as well. So it's around about 11 seconds at the moment. So you got a little bit of breathing room. You can't sleep on it, but he hasn't got to be throwing the car into every single corner. But yeah, it looks like. But whenever we jump on with Ibrahimi, he's always fast. He is one of the proper quick drivers. And yeah, so we're jumping back on now with the White Rabbit Gaming Bentley. I gotta say, I do love the colours on that. Obviously, the White Rabbit Gaming colours. So they're currently P14 as well, and I think I heard George saying earlier on anything sort of P15 upwards, it would be acceptable for those guys, and that is the halfway point here at Bathurst 12 Hours as the 1-2-3 car unlaps itself. But so I'm going to throw it to Jesse, who's now going to pass it over to the other comms team, and they're obviously just getting themselves ready now. So we'll just sort of go through the last couple of seconds or so. We're just going to watch the 888 car, the South African team. I do believe we have some other South African drivers in as well, Jesse, in the team it is now. We've got another 2, haven't we?
Well, we've got the ATK Academy. That's McCool, Vesage, 2 McCools actually. Now I think about it, and Grobler. I cannot pronounce their names. I am so sorry. I'm so bad at ZA names, and I am very sorry. But there's a lot of South Africans in here. Of course, we have Jadwatt and Essa in here, and then we have the White Rabbit Gaming team. Our own George Smith backs that team. That's Absmeyer, Strauss, Kadile, and Webb. I don't think that's actually all of them. I think there actually might be more, but those are the ones that stand out. One thing I love about this is we've got so many people. I'm just going to name off some of the flags we have here. Just so many different teams and people here. Lovely to see the international support. What we would like to do now, or what I would like to do now, just want to thank all of you for being here. Please leave a like and subscribe. Feel free to stay with us for the last 6 hours of the race. We're about to switch over. I'd like to thank our partners, Race Department, AK Informatica, Raceface, and our race sponsor for the 12-hour of Bathurst Next Level Racing. Exclamation point giveaway can get you the form to enter to win a racing cockpit at the end of this event. Enter the raffle. Good luck to you, and thank you all for watching. Josh and Mike Jones, always a pleasure. I've been Jesse Lee. I'll be back in 3 hours. We'll be here. But for right now, we are going to take a brief pause and get set up for part 2. And we will be back with you with the lovely sounds of George G. Mac Smith and Ryan Gill.